Well, here we are back in Stockholm for a Super Saturday of action. We had to say goodbye to the Titans yesterday. They failed to qualify from Group A, but we have 5 new teams in Group B. 4 we'll see today, starting with a clash between the Tigers and the Stockholm Mumbai Indians. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series Sweden Stockholm, and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome back to Stockholm, the capital of Sweden. And we are into day 6 of this FanCode European Cricket Series. Well, day 6 is the first day of Group B. We'll see 5 new teams now, 4 of them right here today on a Super Saturday of action that will contain 4 T10 matches. And we're starting with a big clash, a bit of a Stockholm derby. It's the Stockholm Tigers versus the Stockholm Mumbai Indians. I'm sure both of these teams would love to get their ECS off to a winning start. We saw them 2 years ago, so it's great to see them back. And Stefan Gooch, he is out just across there, and we're about to have the coin toss for this. It's match 21. Let's see who wins it.
Okay, Stockholm Mumbai Indians the call. Heads the call. It's heads. Batted. Okay. Good luck. Good luck, guys. Like that.
So it is the Stockholm Mumbai Indians that have won the toss, and they've elected to bat. Good confident move from them. Well, look, this is a team though that they have not won a game before in the European Cricket Series. They did play in 2020 and they were 0-6 on that occasion. They were bottom of the ladder. So look, I'm sure they would love to finally take a win away. I think they're a lot improved. Watch out for Darshan Lakhani for them. I think he's one player to watch out for. Probably see him at the top of the order when this game gets underway. Let's talk about the Stockholm Tigers though. We also saw them in the other series back in 2020, back in July, and they did finish just with the 1 win on that occasion. So again, they haven't had a lot of success, but they do have some good players. One player that I'm looking forward to seeing from the Stockholm Tigers is Humian Jyoti, who we'll see behind the stumps. We saw him as part of the Swedish national setup back in the ECC. He was very expressive on that occasion, and he also pulled off a fair bit of skill behind the stumps, including one leg side, something that I remember that I really enjoyed. So let's talk about the conditions today in Stockholm. I can tell you yesterday we did have a bit of rain around at this time of the day, but the good news is today it looks like the rain is staying away. Slight chance of a shower, maybe around about when the second game is going to be taking place, but hopefully it stays away. Expecting a maximum temperature of 13 degrees, and currently it's about 10 to get this one started. Well, I know that Rico, he is ready. It might be the weekend, but we're not having any rest here on ECN as we have the first match coming up. Match 21 just around the corner. The news from the toss, Rico, is that it's the Stockholm Mumbai Indians. They won the toss. They're going to have a bat. Let's get ready for some cricket.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandu, looking very bright and bubbly this morning. It is Saturday and it's the start of Group B. Welcome, cricket lovers, wherever you're tuning in from. This is the Nosbury Cricket Ground in Stockholm. What a fantastic location it is. Stockholm is famed for its iconic City Hall, IKEA and the fabulous ABBA Museum. But the main talking point at the moment has been this European Cricket Series. Group A has come to a conclusion. And, well done to Albazami. They finished top. And Boyshurka and Linköping and also Indiska have made it through into the quarterfinals. That will be coming up next Friday. Together, they scored 3,242 runs in the group. 204 wickets were to fall. And so far, 55% of the runs have been in boundaries. But I know we can do better. And I think, I have a feeling, I have an inkling. And so have the people around the ground. That Group B is, we're going to see far more runs. Of course, a lot depends on the weather. I think if we get some nice, dry, sunny days, that definitely will be the case. This is what we're expecting here. The bat versus ball wall is saying that the Stockholm Tigers will be 98 to 83. And, well, you can see that on the timeline, the wins and the losses. But one thing I can tell you is the Stockholm Mumbai Indians, last time we saw them was back in 2020 when they went winless in the 7 matches that they had. The Tigers, well, they played in the ECS Boyshurka in 2020 and they came 4th out of 5th. So both teams are making a return to the European cricket scene, and they'll be hoping that it's going to be a winning start. Well, it will be for one of those teams. Who will it be? Well, Arbet versus Wall. Ball says that it's going to be the Stockholm Tigers 98-83. So we'll have to wait and see. But of course, you'll see a lot of these statistics change as the teams go out there and do battle with each other. And the umpires are making their way out there in the middle. Usman Afzal and Saad Arif will be the match officials for today, led of course brilliantly by the tournament referee, who will also be the third umpire, Stefan Gooch. And as you heard from the information from the coin toss, it will be the Stockholm Mumbai Indians that are going to have a bat first, as we see the Tigers take the field of play in their colourful green and yellow kits. It's going to be a bit tricky to read those numbers though. You know, Rico Full's eyes aren't getting any better. But I'm sure with the aid of our partners here, Spring Productions, and let's give them a shout out as well, Andres and Dennis, they've been absolutely fabulous. I know that millions of you around the world have been enjoying the production coming here from this Nosbury Cricket Ground in Stockholm. It's been absolutely fantastic. And guys, you do a great job. And I'm sure there's going to be plenty of action that's going to be on display from them for you to enjoy and marvel wherever you're watching from. And remember, you can get in touch with us like some of you already have bright and early this morning via the our very own YouTube chat. So you can subscribe to our channel. Please do. Let us know you like it. Let us know you're enjoying the cricket. And any questions that you may have, feel free to put them on there. And thanks, of course, to all our moderators that keep it healthy, that keep it clean, and keep it fun as well. It is a Saturday. Let's have some fun. Why don't we? It's the weekend. And, well, we're ready to rock and roll here in this Nosbury Ground. What a beautiful location it is as well. Surrounded by beautiful scenery, the forest, the woodlands, the greenery, and also the lake to the far left. You'll probably appreciate that with some of the drone shots that we have coming your way. For now, we are ready to start. And another man who's ready to start and ready to go, ready to rock and roll on a Saturday is Vinny Sandy. Good morning, Vinny.
Yeah, good morning, Rico. Morning, everyone. Let's get ready to rock. Group B on the way. Already 20 matches in the book. This is match 21. Very interesting field for me to start off. Have a 7-2 field, so 7 fielders on the offside, just 2 on the leg side. No fine leg. Here we go, and it's Zafar Ullah to open things up. Gets the first one past the edge of the bat.
Well, what an attacking field. He had a slip in there as well, Vinny.
Yeah, so this is Rudraj Dage, who is facing up, and he's out there with Darshan Lakhani, who I mentioned before the start of this one as a key player. Yeah, Zafar Ullah just trying to get that angle across, and he does once again. And you can see what he's trying to do here, Rico, because they've left so many gaps on that leg side. Kind of trying to get the batter to drag across to the leg side no matter what, and just trying to force him into a mistake. Got to say, a lot of chat about these kits this morning as well. Slightly different kit than I remember Tigers having last time. Very interesting colour. This time it's a bit too wide and will be called a wide. Anyway, it's exciting now that we have our 4 qualifiers from Group A. We'll get to see Group B play out. 4 teams today. They'll be joined by Emu on Monday. So, yeah, it should be very interesting, Rico.
Emu?
Emu.
I like emu. Did you like emu?
Emu.
He was a naughty bird.
I
emu.
do like saying that.
Is it a bird? I suppose it is. Well, this is in the air. That's not a bird. Well, it is sort of. It's a kookaburra.
And the throw comes in. That was Kausar Ahmed, who did well to catch up with that. Do get the occasional bounce, which is unpredictable. What I would say is that we were a bit worried about rain on this day originally, weren't we? But the forecasters fined up a bit. So a bit of cloud cover, but no rain at the moment. Perhaps a slight chance of a shower in the middle of the day. Hopefully not. A good over so far. This one, it will be called a wide. It's a funny one because I'd like to see exactly where this was at the point that it passes the crease. Hard to tell, but he's just trying to sneak it inside the wide line. You can see why he doesn't want to get too straight with his field that he's got. Not often we see the 7 fielders on the offside and just 2 on the leg.
Yeah, Ullah is a fact for you. He's the only player who is not of Bangladesh origin in the side. He's from Pakistan, so he's maybe a bit of a loner.
No, it doesn't have to be. It's nice. I always like to see, obviously, different backgrounds within the one team. Let me tell you what I would be trying to do here if I was batting. If you want to try and play that kind of shot no matter what, you've got to use your feet to your advantage and kind of sneak outside off stump a little bit. Maybe that's what he's thinking here. Lakhani is facing up. This time it goes over the offside anyway. This is sliced out. Don't think it's going to go for 4, but it might be wrong. Nice little kick pass to keep it in the field of play. And it'll just be 2 runs. Yeah, but I think this is clearly the tactic to get wide outside off. So you can, I'm not too worried about getting bowled if I get right across.
Yeah.
I don't mean straight away. I mean, as soon as he bowls, I'm probably jumping across. And then it makes it a bit easier to try and flick the ball to the leg side. Anyway, last ball of the over coming up. Once again, you see, big swing, no connection. End of the first over of the day. It's 5 for no loss. So yeah, these 2 teams, like you said, we did see them in 2020, didn't see them in 2021. But still a few familiar names there. And one thing that they share is they didn't have too much success because between these 2 teams, they just had 1 win between them. And so I'm sure that this is a good chance for these teams to pick up some points on the opening morning of Group B action.
Yeah, absolutely. Vinny, the more we learn, the more we discover what we don't know.
Yeah, that's true.
Yoda.
What are you getting at?
International Day of Yoda. From Star Wars.
Every day.
It is, you know.
Is it really?
So come on. I know there's got to be a lot of people not just love cricket, but love Yoda out there, the old for Star Wars. So come on. Some of his favourite quotes, Yoda. I just love listening to Yoda
It's
speak.
more just like, is it National Talk Like Yoda Day? So it's just you meant
no,
to
not
say...
talk. It's just International Yoda Day.
Okay.
Not talk like Yoda.
I thought it was International Talk Like Yoda Day.
Well, it's Yoda. Talk
Because-
like Yoda. Yeah,
No.
it could be, but I just thought if I
Because
tell
you-
you that, you
talking like
hardly
Yoda-
make sense at all. But when you start talking like Yoda, well, you're going to lose us completely.
Talking like Yoda is you have to say the sentence backwards.
Yeah.
Like, new bowler this is. And it's Ashraful Alam. He gets this one past the outside edge, and I think this is just inside. What's funny about this one is he looks nervous, and he looks at the umpire without trying to look like he's nervous, but he clearly was. That was going to be called a wide. But it will be a dot to start the second over.
Wide is not. Yeah, it is a
How
bit
much
like
of
that.
this is
You
there
just
gonna
say it
be?
backwards, yeah.
We're only into the second over of the day. Another one gets through the outside edge. Ashraful Alam, looking pretty good at the moment.
Yeah, good start. That's the corridor you want to be bowling, don't you? Just outside that off stump, getting the batter's play miss. Interesting how quickly they took the slip out. I'm not sure why. Maybe that was just to put initial early pressure on the batting side, on the Mumbai Indians. But if you're going to bowl this line, I'm more than happy as a captain to keep a slip up there, you know.
Another one. There's been a lot missed outside off stump so far. Good bowling though.
Yeah, just keeping that teasing line. And if you can keep it up there, I think the captain's going to be very happy with the way things are going here from Farooq Ahmed.
Yeah, it's been pretty disciplined bowling. If you're going to bowl to this field, you cannot get too straight. You definitely can't get outside leg stump. Good stuff so far. 3-dot balls. This time he does walk at it. They have the sweeper out there protecting that offside boundary. So just a single. And the good start for the Tigers continues.
Yeah, it's nice, steady. The bowlers at the moment are bowling to the field. The captain, Ahmed, has set. So the third man is out. And you've got that sweeper on the offside. They're just saying to the bowler, that's it, just keep it there. I'll need those 2 men still on the leg side.
And now he does go straight and he knocks him over. So Lakhani, no luck for him as he eyed up the leg side. It went straight into the middle stump. And so Ashraful Alam gets the first wicket of Group B. And Mumbai Indians, they've had a pretty slow start and now they lose their opener. 6 for 1.
Yeah, good bit of bowling, isn't it? I think he just knows, the bowler, that I'm going to keep it out that off stump. And then when I get this one in, he's just going to have to go for it because it's been all dots. And that's exactly what the batter does. So Lakhani, he has to go for 2 of the 4 deliveries he's had. And probably not a bad thing, Vinny, early on. I mean, it's very easy for batters to go out there and feel the pressure of playing the first match. You're on the big stage, so you're too worried about not getting out and you eat up too many deliveries. I think if you play and miss, you get yourself out. It's not a big thing. He hasn't used up too many deliveries. Gives a chance for another batter to get out there.
Yeah, for sure.
And the man who comes out, it's going to be Shekhar Singh. As he takes guard. Looks like quite a big, well-built fella. So I'm pretty sure get the chance, he can hit the ball pretty far.
Yeah, I'd say so. Here's his first ball, and this isn't a good ball. And bowler gets a bit greedy, and this is going to go all the way. Well, we had the first wicket, now we have the first Maximo. And it's a big blast straight away off the bat of Shekhar Singh.
Far hit he can, and he does. It was a short delivery. Lets himself down slightly, the bowler, after bowling such a good tidy line. And then getting the wicket, the last ball of the over goes to the boundary, so the score moves to 12 of the 2 overs that have been completed so far.
Yeah, that's a pretty good finish to the over. And that was just, I wonder what it was, because the bowling had been so disciplined up to then. He did get straight and got away with it, and then he got short. As you see, these two teams taking part in Group B, of course. We'll have 5 teams taking part. Just the top 4 will go through to quarterfinals Friday, which is coming up in 6 days' time. This is Nazmul Hashan, who will be bowling over number 3, last over the power play. And so let's see if Nage can get going. At the moment, he's 2 off 7. He's just seen his score tripled by his new partner in just the 1 ball. This one's hit straight, but it's miss-hit. Could be trouble, and he's dropped it. Well, he had that for a long time, and then the batter has to hustle through. And that is Kauser Ahmed. He went up, and he...
well, he cracked this, but didn't get it out the middle of the bat.
Well, I thought I heard a little crack there, but you see, he has it for quite a long time, and then, well, unfortunately, well, everything was going down there, including the catch.
Including the shades as well.
Life for Dargate. And this one's turned around the corner. This is going to be a long chase for the keeper. That's Jyoti. With no fine leg, he has to do the work himself, and they will get 2. It does come off the bat. So, the win predictor, they're liking the Tigers so far. You can understand why. Again, they've had this plan that's worked. They've just kind of lost it a little bit in the last few balls. Getting a bit too straight, getting outside the leg stump. They are persisting with this 7-2 field. Next one will be called a wide, so just an overcorrection. Yeah, fielding's important. We saw that in Group A, didn't we? The teams that ended up getting through typically were the teams that fielded better. There's a smattering of batting and bowling talent across all these teams, but the fielding, yeah, can make such a big difference. Oh, bad delivery, and this time Jyoti can't deal with it. Gets on the second bounce down the leg side, 5 wides. And a few gifts being opened gleefully by the Mumbai Indians as they try and get this innings back on track.
Yeah, this is not a good delivery from Hashan. He loses his line completely. It was a gundy ball. The wicketkeeper, Jyoti, does try and smother it. He can't, so that will go all the way to the boundary. That's 5, and see that looks like, I thought for a moment they were deploying a much fine leg.
They do get a 3rd man on the leg side now. This one goes the other way.
This one, I mean, it's been called a wide. How close it was to a no ball, Vinny?
Yeah, it might have hit that ridge on the side of the pitch. We'll have a look at it. This one really kind of swings from the hand. Yeah, I think it's okay.
Just great work again from Jyoti.
Yeah,
Does
Jyoti,
well.
He's acrobatic down there. At the moment, Hashan letting himself down with his control. Now, his next one's a full toss. It's a bit of bat on the way through. But yeah, they have put a 3rd fielder on the leg side now, short fine leg. Interesting choice to bowl the last over the power play here, Hashan, because he hasn't been particularly accurate, and I'm a little bit surprised they didn't go back to the opener, because I thought that he bowled a pretty good over. Zafarullah only went for 5, they're holding him back. And this one goes on the hit and is turned around. Dargate, you see he's desperate to get the scoring going. He always takes off for a run that I don't think would have ended well.
No, it's a good call there from Singh. Singh's nice and loud. We heard it here. Telling him, no, go back.
Another ball that just gets away from the bowler. One by Jody to cover that one down the leg side.
Just have a look at the wrist here. This is where it goes wrong. Right at the last minute, the arm is fine and it really does angle that wrist. And what he's probably trying to do is get that ball ready to swing in, but he's got to start directing it wider.
And gone. So how about that? He's been all over the shop, really. Couldn't hit a barn door for most of this over, Hasham, but this one does get through. And it removes Dargo, who has to get out of the way now. He's not able to do too much with the bat. 3 of 10 for him. And that's the second wicket down now, 24 for 2. And both of them have come the same way, with the castle being knocked over.
Yeah, you see, a lot better there. This time that wrist stays straight. He's not trying to do too much with it. Gets the ball to go down the right line. It wasn't a good shot, it has to be said, from the batter. And he finds that he has his castle knocked over, as you said, Vince. Another one goes back. So, though he sprayed it around a little bit, when he gets it straight, he can be pretty destructive. So, Rutraj Darje joins Lakhani back in the dugout. And both of them not really being able to contribute much with the score. But Darje there, he did use up a number of deliveries, 10 balls for his 3. So, maybe it's not a bad thing that he goes back and we get to see another one of the Stockholm Mumbai Indians batters come out.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're probably right. Sometimes it's really hard to face a bowler that's just all over the place because a ball like that comes out of nowhere, it kind of surprises you, whereas if they were kind of spearing at the stumps every time, they're a bit more alert, a bit more ready for it. Just want to say a quick hello to Luke Belgium in the chat. I was going to ask you a question, Luke, for once. This has worked away to go on the hit. As this is Swapnil Kale, who gets off the mark, off the last ball of the power play. And look, pretty even one, I think, all things considered. A couple of wickets, but still 25 runs on the board for the Mumbai Indians. A few gifts in the third helping that. 25 for 2 after 3. And I wanted to know, Luke, how did your speech go last night? You said you were going to say a few words at the opening of your brother's cafe. So let us know how that went. Also want to say hello to Maya Patel. And if anyone else would like to say hello to us, the live chat is open. ECN European Cricket Network on YouTube. And welcome all of our viewers watching on YouTube and all of you watching on FanCode in the Indian subcontinent as well. Great to have your company. As we are seeing the Stockholm Mumbai Indians. It's a very interesting name, but like I say.
SMI. Let's just go with SMI.
Yeah, SMI. That's what they do get called for short. You can see that on the front of their jerseys as well. There's a few interesting team names. I think there's the Stockholm Super Kings as well. Anyway, here we go. And it's Qausar Ahmed who's going to bowl over number 4 and starts with a leg side wide. That's funny because the first 2 overs were very disciplined as far as the line of the deliveries went. But then in the third, a few got away and the first ball of the fourth gets away too. This one, the batter tries to launch it and doesn't get anything on it. Also want to say hello to Himpreet Singh, who's saying hello to me and his favourite commentator, Rico. Well, Rico, I've got to admit, you're one of my favourite commentators as well. So,
hello and good morning. Thank you for that. Thank you to everybody. Yeah, Luke, let us know. Let us know about, give us a bit more information about the cafe as well. Why not?
One day we'll have to get Luke in for a guest spot in the commentary box.
Maybe we should do Diana take a photo. We can sign a photo and send it up to the cafe, put it up on the wall.
There you go. Now you're talking. Ahmed back on track now. Pitches that side leg stump, cannot be out.
Can't be out, but he's missed out on the shot though, isn't he?
Yeah, that's right. It's going to be real tough to get an LBW. As soon as this ball bounces to the right of the stumps, cannot be out. Shekhar Singh not able to turn on that one. He will have the gloves in the second half of this match. Shekhar Singh.
I get the feeling that Ahmed could do with a longer shirt. Sounds probably not made for him, but he may pick up a wicket, and he doesn't. He deserved to. The man with the bright yellow shoes.
He's not the only one, actually. Quite a few of them with the yellow shoes.
Yeah, Dave, I must go to the same place you do for your shoes.
All 3 of them are fielding together. Yeah, it's the wall of the golden shoes.
The banana triangle over there.
Yeah, couldn't quite get there. Not there, couldn't hold on. Jyoti runs at this one.
There's another one who can't quite get there. It's the batter Singh. He's trying to go for the big shots, but I think he's just trying a little bit too hard here.
So you think, okay.
Think what?
You're just giving some wardrobe critiques? I see that.
I just think he's going to catch a chill every
Okay.
time he bowls. Every time he puts his hands in the air. Look, here we go. Look, see?
Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. That's one to finish the over. And it will be 29 for 2 at the end of 4. Very, very good morning to you, no matter where you're watching from around the world. It's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Rico Full, and we're really enjoying the fact that we have a nice dry start to the Saturday after we didn't have that yesterday. We had the start delayed by an hour. But yeah, once again, it's great to welcome all of our viewers and welcome to Group B. We'll get to see 5 new teams over the next few days, and they'll be obviously trying to fight for position and a place in the quarterfinals on Friday.
Yeah, I mean, from what the locals are saying, they're saying that this group is going to be pretty fiery, pretty festy. It's going to be very competitive. So yeah, I mean, it's going to be a very interesting days of cricket. I mean, we've still got one team to see, of course. Will we see them on Monday?
Yeah, we'll see them on Monday.
You know,
I do like
trouble saying
I know
that.
you think
Are
it's
you
the
pronouncing
emus.
it right? Or
Yeah,
are you just thinking that's
my
how it's
best,
pronounced?
It's my best effort. This is straight over the stumps from the new bowler. It's Deba Sen, who is bowling over number 5. One thing I do find it a little bit challenging getting
What's
around
that?
the Swedish vowels aren't that natural for an
Yeah.
native English speaker, but I do enjoy trying to get them right.
Yeah, it's like this, Grant. I mean, the way it's Norsborg is how it's spelled,
Yeah.
but it's pronounced Norsbury.
Yeah, you don't say the G the same way. You're
Yeah.
right.
It's about like Gothenburg.
Yeah.
When I got to
We say Gothenburg.
Landskrona,
Yeah.
Göteborg.
Gothenburg. Yeah. It's fun though.
Yeah, it
It's
is.
learning different languages and different conventions. All right, goes for it. Now we are out of the power play, but doesn't matter because this one's going to beat the long on. He was quite wide there. He goes fairly straight, but does drag a little bit to the leg side. But unfortunately, Tigers couldn't deal with it. 4 runs and a welcome boundary for SMI.
Yeah, very much so. Hey, maybe we're looking here to do what Al-Bazami did yesterday. Just be a different bowler every over so far, right?
Yeah, there has been. This one a little bit short, not a good delivery. It's going to be 4 more. First, he got hit down the ground, the overcorrection. Sen gets a little bit too short, and nice bit of footwork there to swivel on that and get another boundary.
Yeah, nicely done. That's more like it. It's not so much about the power and how hard you try and hit it from Shikhar Singh. It's all about the timing, and I think that's what he's got to rely on here now.
I'll say a quick hello to Jeff Maguire, who's watching from Northern Ireland. Hello, Jeff. Hope you're well.
Hello, Jeff.
Hope you have a great day.
Chance.
Oh,
has he got
gone.
it?
Yeah, he's
He
got
has
it.
got it in the end. Well, I tell you what, how many times? This is about 4 times, and then in the end, he just had to rely and lie down and let it sit on him.
Well, if he hadn't have caught this, he might have had the ball go through him because this was hit pretty hard. Have a look at this. This is a Sen. He's had a bit of an indifferent over, but this one, yeah, gets it in the, let's just say, the bread basket. And as he falls, he's able to grasp it. So unfortunate for Shikhar Singh, but he does pick out the bowler. So pretty good presence of mind to hold on to that as he took a bit of an impact first up. You can see the ripples kind of cascading outwards, but it is the 3rd wicket of the day, 38 for 3.
Oh, I love this because when it first comes to him, it's like, "Hey, Margia, watch. Here it goes. The ball comes. What did you actually?" He says, "Hey, Margia." Then he says, "Hang on a minute, I can get this." Then he tries once or twice. Aja, meri pyari, and it came into his hands. Well, he's a happy man. Well, he was. The batter Singh wasn't. He was gutted getting out because he plays some nice shots. Just started getting into his rhythm, and then he gives his wicket away. So well done to Sen. Where's this one going to go?
Yeah, I mean, still getting the results at the moment, the Tigers. Despite some less than ideal deliveries, this one's a pretty good one. And so it will end his over. Sen goes for 9, but does pick up a wicket. And halfway through the first innings of the day, the score is 38 for 3. New batter out there now is Sunil Kakledge.
Well, nicely poised. I mean, okay, we've lost those 3 wickets, 38, which I don't think is too bad at this halfway point. I think you've got an opportunity for these 2 batters now to play a few shots. I think in the first match, it's also good for us when we have a match like this because you get an idea of the batting to come when we go to the other matches as well.
Yeah, for sure. You did mention they have used 5 different bowlers so far. So despite some bowlers having some success, they haven't been brought back straight away. Also want to say hello to Nilkesh Patel, who's in the chat. Hello, Nilkesh. Hope you're well. Really nice to see you. Hope you have a great weekend. Look, wishing the best to everyone that's playing or umpiring today, or maybe watching some cricket live in their area, because it is Saturday. I know that Jeff said that he is doing some umpiring. He hopes the rain stays away in Northern Ireland. So now we will see a 6 bowler, and it's Shanawaz Rahman who's going to bowl the 6th over. So Shanawaz Rahman likely just to take the pace off and swap Nil Kale. He's going to have to try and get a wriggle on here. At the moment they're on 76 pace. The first one serves up a big full toss, and he might have found his demise, and he has. So Carlo will be so disappointed with this. It wasn't a good delivery first up from Rahman, but he does pick out the fielder. And so I think the Tigers, they'll know the importance of holding their catches. And it is held out there. That to me, I think it's Qausar Ahmed that holds onto it.
It's a good catch, isn't it? It wasn't a particularly good ball, but well, maybe he's been watching Gurvinder Singh and Sachin Sharma saying, well, if they can toss it up and get wickets, well, I'm going to have a go as well, says Rahman. And he does, and, well, Khalid, he finds the safe hands of the fielder, and he goes for just 4. So that's 2 wickets that have gone, where both batters would be quite disappointed to give their, because they've literally almost given the wickets away.
Well, Qausar Ahmed will be happy, because remember, earlier on, he put one down. This one, he made good ground in. Yeah, it's just frustrating whenever you get out to a full toss like that. Teed it up. Even that's where, you know, if you've got some scope about where you want to put it, you need to know where the gaps are so you can kind of aim in one of the gaps. That one, he just mishits it and goes straight to that man out at deep mid wicket. So, yeah, new batter out there is Sanjay Mahajan, the captain. Let's see if the captain can turn this innings around. Rahman gets his wicket. First ball of his series. Yeah, this one does actually turn back a bit. Kind of ties up Mahajan. And that one, they've got to watch the back foot there. That was very, very wide. I think he's lucky to get away with it.
Yeah, good spot there, Vinny. He's playing with fire, isn't he, with that that sideline there, the crease for the back foot.
Yeah, this is why I don't like the back foot rule, because the umpires typically don't look at it until they've got a reason to. But yeah, I think he is going very wide with that back foot.
You've got to watch where you see that for me. I think I'm going to say it. I think that's a no ball there, Vin.
Yeah.
It's like you say, it's one of those rules that is very difficult for. I mean, the umpire is not able to see that, and you may find that you get some information through from maybe the third umpire that may be watching this on the screen. But yeah, his bat foot is actually cutting that line, and now he's lost his cap. Oh, he's going to pick his cap up first. Big swing and a miss from the batter. Misses out on it. The captain, Sanjay.
Yeah. He hasn't really taken a wicket or anything apart from that first one. This one does go out to leg side and will be 1. And so will be the end of the over as well. The score at the end of it is 41 for 4. Just waiting for umpires crossover. Looks like they have called the over. So 41 for 4 it is. 6 over check-in time. Well, from here, look, I think first innings of a tournament, as we've seen a few violent swings here. At one point, the Mumbai Indians were ahead. just for one ball there or something.
Looks like a crocodile's teeth, doesn't it?
Doesn't it? But what I would say is, you know, I expect lower scores early in the series compared to later in the series. So I think it takes a while for the bats to warm up. Something like 80 is probably more defendable than you think. And they're halfway there. The issue is the 4 wickets that have been lost. But, yeah, I think 7 and 8 next 2 overs going to be really crucial. As we see, few spectators, or one that you can see on your screen there. I'm expecting a few people in today because it is Saturday.
How did it go? If you go down to the woods today, you'd be surprised to see what you find. Well, a few people probably out for a walk. It's a nice day for a walk. and come across the cricket here at the Nosbury ground.
Let me go back to that back foot thing.
Yeah.
This is why I don't like there being a back foot no ball rule. I think it should be all on the front foot. The front foot should have to land somewhere inside the sideline and before the front line, because you can't really expect umpires to watch for that. We can see it because we're a long way behind the umpire, right? This one, bit of an appeal, turned down. New bowler is Shurav Sarkar. Yeah, so, I mean, I don't even think I know the umpire's job is to watch these things, but I think it's a silly rule. I think it's outdated. I'd like to see it changed. Going down the leg side.
Very optimistic appeal, but the batters do well. They do rotate. Got to be careful not to chew up too many deliveries. But yeah, I think I agree with you there, Vinny. I don't really see how much difference it can make.
Yeah, not much. At the moment, you can actually have your front foot outside the line.
Your front foot, yeah.
Hit back.
Oh,
well, that takes a proper bounce, doesn't it, off the edge of the
that's
artificial
unfortunate
surface.
For the batter, because I think Cully just hit this hard enough for it to go to the boundary, and it just, look at that, just hits right that part of the ground.
Things you only see in the FanCode European Cricket Series, right there. Imagine if that went over the sight screen. Challenges, and this one tipped over the bar by the fielder. And in fact, I think he just keeps this in. I have to see where this other foot is when he kicks it.
Yeah, that's what I'd like to see. Was that left foot in the air or on the ground?
Yeah, we'll try and freeze at the moment that he kicks the ball. You see here, that's okay. I think he's going to be all right then based on that. Yeah, because it's in the air, so no problem at all. A bit of fancy footwork. That's Farooq Ahmed, the captain. He was able to stop that going to the boundary. It's pretty well bowled by Sarkar. Margin just struggling to get going. He's now 4 off 8. The skipper. And now he's offered a simple catch where he tries to be a bit more careful. And all he has done is dabbed it. That's probably, ironically, the one he timed the best. He found the fielder just with a little push. So the captain becomes the 5th victim on a Saturday morning. The score is 45 for 5.
Yeah, you see him try to play a similar sort of shot the last couple of balls. He's just really trying to just get bat onto it, run it down maybe fine towards the third man. And that's always the risk that you play. You've got to try and hit it and hit it hard. So you have a look at where we are on the, well, on this schedule so far,
Yeah,
Vinny.
so it's 45 for 5 after 7 overs. You can see Group A matches complete. We had Albies, Army, Botcherica, Linköping and Indiska qualifying for quarterfinals Friday. And unfortunately for the Titans, they were eliminated. And now we have Group B matches starting with this match, match 21, going all the way to Thursday evening. And top 4 performers will join the 4 that I just mentioned from Group A in quarterfinals Friday on the upcoming Friday, 27th of May. And then in a week's time, we will have finals day, which will consist of the 2 semi-finals as well as the bronze final. And then the big one, the Stockholm final in this year's FanCode European Cricket Series. I'm going to go back to Shanawazur Rahman in the 8th. I think it's a good move. I think pace-off has been pretty effective. They've got some good bowlers to come back. They've still got their openers, don't forget, to come back. The Tigers well ahead in this game now. New batter out there is Shalya Pandey. He'll get his chance to face the first time now.
Just taking his guard against Rahman, who's been pretty tidy so far. Isn't trying to do too much with it. It's well bowled, and the wicket-keeper is very confident. We've just got to see if this foot does come up. Well, the umpire's given him his marching orders already, so let's have a look. Actually, he's a long way up his crease, isn't he? Yeah, he's gone.
Good call on the field as well. He's pretty happy that he saw that, and I think we saw it too, didn't we? And Joji's got quick hands. I remember one particular stumping in Kartaba, playing for the Swedish national team. I really like down leg side this time. He chucks it away. He was super confident, and you can see why. So unfortunately for Pandey, he has a golden start to his tournament. He goes first ball. It's a wicket for Rahman. And he has 2 for 4 now. And the score, 46 for 6. SMI in some big trouble.
It's the first one of the day. Yep, it's a duck. Here's another one to go somewhere around the waterworks here in Stockholm. Yeah, that's disappointing. I think it's always, for me, very frustrating when a batter gets out stumped, especially when it's like off your first ball, because he's really not. It's a nothing shot.
He wasn't advancing, really, was he?
No,
He just had taken a step out of his crease.
Having a lean. I mean, he was sort of made to be dragged out, really, by Rahman. He bowls a good tidy line, but I think that's a batter facing your first ball in the situation the team's in as well. That's not the way to give your wicket away.
Tosses this one up. One thing I would say is that looks like he's sorted out that back foot now, Rahman, which is good. Maybe umpire's just having a quiet word. Denagre is the new batter. It's a quicker one. Turned away on the leg side for a run, but at the moment, runs hard to come by for the Stockholm Mumbai Indians.
Yeah, the impression I'm getting from the SMI here is that they're probably, most definitely, I would say, used to playing the longer format of the game, because they're not really trying to hit the ball. They're quite happy to get bat onto ball and take a single, stroke it around. But we haven't seen too much power hitting. I think the early man who was trying to hit the ball pretty hard, and that was Shikhar Singh, but he was out to a very good call and bowl from Sen, the highest run scorer so far in the innings. But yeah, they're happy to place the ball around, but there's no real aggression in the shots.
This one sneaks past the bat, so Rahman ends up with very, very good figures of 2 for 6 off his spell. 8 overs down. Mumbai Indians have hit a bit of a speed hump in this innings. 48 for 6 after 8 overs.
Yeah, they've just scored 10 runs, I think, in the last 3 overs. Over 6, 7 and 8. We're on 38 at the halfway point. And we were saying, well, if they went at 10, they could be somewhere near between the 80s and 90s. And at the moment here, I think they'll struggle to get in near 70.
11 wides in this total as well.
Wow.
So you take those out, and they're really in struggle town. Here's Sharaf Saka, who's going to bowl over number 9. This is edged, and it will get away from the fielder. It's Arif Hussain. Took a good catch earlier. This time, he might have just pulled this in time. We don't get a great look at it there, but I do think, based on what I'm seeing, and it will just be the 2 runs.
Yeah, he gives it a good chase. It's hard to see just at that point.
That's just down the hill, because remember, that is down the hill in that area. So
I think from that angle, it looks like it may have just gone over the line, you know, but with that grass being just a bit higher there, I think here, that might have just gone beyond the line, you know, Vinny.
Yeah, I mean,
they're having a look at it.
Problem is we can't see the rope in that area. It does look pretty incriminating. In fact, now it is given 4. Yeah, I think that, to me, seems fair enough.
Yeah, so it's a long time coming, the boundary.
Yeah, and one
Very
brings up
long
to 50
time
as well. And the next one, Zaka, is going to be pushed down the ground for 1. Yeah, that one probably was 4. When you think about it, you got the whole foot length, which is between the heel, which hits the ball, and the toe. So yeah, it did seem like it was 4. I think that's a good decision. Mumbai Indians need them at the moment. And this one is turned into the offside accidentally after a leading edge of Avi Dongare. Gets his 2nd run.
Yeah. We talk about this facility here at this Northbury Cricket Ground. Of course, there's 2 pitches. And today being a Saturday, and you were saying a shout out to everybody that's either going to cricket or starting to play cricket around the world during this cricket weekend. Well, remember, we've got 2 pitches here, and we're going to have I think a 40-over clash.
Yeah, I think so.
On our neighbouring pitch to our right. So
a lot of cricket
going
on.
Quite a few cricketers coming and enjoying. We're not just playing and watching. Well, 2 matches here at the ground.
Hey, Jyoti, pretty good behind the stumps. Oh dear, here we go. That's probably too long.
Yeah, he's practicing the shot. I think he does actually.
I think after the 3rd practice shot, I agree the ball's dead. But I don't think this is smart batting. See, he just sits there, and Jyoti's waiting. But this is why, as a batter, you've got to keep something down until you're sure the ball's gone. This isn't going to carry it along off. So, you know, Umya, who are the 5th team, we'll see them on Monday. They're playing a league game today across town, and they'll be playing a league game tomorrow here, and then because they travel a bit, and then they will start their campaign on Monday. So, yeah, a lot of cricket going on in Sweden. Quite a few teams, as we know. This is nicely fielded by Farooq Ahmed, the captain, down at long off. So, still struggling to get going. Though they have hit run a ball pace. 9 overs down. The score is 57 for 6 as we head into the last over.
Yeah, done well, really, haven't they? You get the feeling that the Tigers, they haven't really tried to overdo anything at all. Saw the match situation early on when they got that wicket in the second over from Alam, and then I think ever since they got the wicket of Singh, they've just been on top. Haven't tried to do too much. It's been a good field set. They haven't had to really sort of try and set a field to any aggressive batter. Everything's gone to plan. The bowlers have bowled well. They haven't tried to do too much. It's been a nice, easy, comfortable start for them in the field.
Going back to Zafarullah, who bowled the first. He'll bowl the last. He just conceded 5. 2 of those were wides in the first over. There's only been 1 double figure over in this innings. It was the 3rd from Nazmul Hashan, and he had his own control issues. Anyway, 10th overtime. Again, cramps in for room. All he can do is knock it into the offside for 1. This is where Cuckledge, he's going to have to try and get something going. Yeah, because boundaries have been rare, haven't they? Just 3 4s and a 6 in the innings. Did have a 5 wides in there as well. But yeah, just considering the boundaries aren't particularly big, you want a few more of those in your batting innings. This one just bunted, and I think he's going to be caught, and he will be. So yeah, once again, this is full. The batter just tries to push, and Cuckledge, it wasn't a hyper-aggressive shot, but he just kind of jams the bat down on it. And you can see, fairly simple return catch for Zafarullah. So he gets a wicket, and he deserves one. I think he bowled pretty well earlier, and now he gets a wicket in the last. It's 58 for 7.
Yeah, so another batter makes his way out. It was good delivery, wasn't it? It was right in the block. He was trying to work it out onto the onside. Takes the catch himself. So we will get to see another SMI batter come out. This looks like it's Chandra Salar. Well, Chandra gets an opportunity to have a thrash at a few.
He's a little bit hot already. He's taking off the jacket, is he?
Well, Chandra, you better hurry up. You've got 90 seconds, buddy, to take guard.
He's probably saying, well, I was happy to bat in the jacket. I don't really think it's a huge problem when it's got his number on the back.
Yeah, well, now nobody's going to have to.
No one's giving him any. There we go. He'll throw it that far.
It
Someone else can collect it.
Too sexy for my shirt. Too sexy for my... Come on, it is the weekend. It is Saturday. Yeah, I thought it was okay. I mean, look, we saw a number of times, especially in Landscrown, I think here as well, the beginning part of the week when it was pretty nippy, fielders.
But is it like, you know, when a boxer comes out in their robe and then you take it off and you're ready for action? Yeah. Well, Shalar is coming out at number 9. Let's see what kind of...
He's shivering now. Look, he's shivering.
See what kind of heat he's bringing to the table.
Look at him, he's
Here we go, 4 balls to come. Oh, that was a bit quicker from Zafarullah. This is what he did early, if you remember. They had that 7-2 field. In fact, now they've still got 6 on the offside. This is where I know I probably would get a bit funky. Maybe get outside off and try and paddle it to the vacant fine leg. He does get some bat on this, so he will get a run, Shalar. So 59 now. And a couple to come. And the Tigers have been pretty impressive in the field. Like I say, just some of those control issues with the ball. But for the most part, they've caught well. He bounces on this and cracks it out. You've got to think about 2 here. Now or never. Good throw will have him in trouble. I think he gets home. So yeah, good running. Once again, the throw just didn't quite have the power. Once it hit the ground, I think it holds up. Although, this will tell the whole story.
Yeah. It's a good technique with the batter. Look, he's sliding his bat in all the time. Just wait for it here. And the keeper's just got a bit of work to do.
Just in, yeah. All right, last ball. Get your running shoes on. 61 plus this for the Stockholm Mumbai Indians. This one would have been a wide instead. It'll be a leg by. And so this will finish things off. And they finish 62 for 7. Well, what I will say, Stockholm Mumbai Indians, if they can defend this, it'll be a new record because the lowest previous score defended was 63. It's been done twice. No one's ever defended 62. And you have to say it's a big mountain to climb for SMI. As Stockholm Tigers, they really were able to keep the brakes on that innings in the first innings of this group. Match 21. At the moment, it's advantage to the Tigers.
Yeah, big time. I mean, was a shaky start from them, wasn't it? And there was a couple of misfields. There was that drop catch as well early on, but they recovered from it well. They just stuck to their task, and there was the first wicket. Just it was a bit of timber time, and just getting the ball in the right areas. That's what it's all about. He did bowl well, and that was Alam, of course. This is the one that went up in the air. It was the first opportunity, and it all went down. Things were all over the place there. It wasn't the most coolest of looks either from the fielder, but he did recover from it. He did come on to bowl, and he bowled pretty well, and he did take a catch as well. But it was all about the bowlers, and that one, well, Nuzmal Hassan was having all sorts of trouble with his line, but when he got it right, he knocks over the timber, and this was a good catch. Oh, it could have been a good catch, I was going to say. That's hit pretty well, but the thing was they just never really were able to stay on top of the bowling, and this was Singh. Singh was very unlucky. He played 2 really nice shots, and then this happened. Then the bowler coming to bowl at him, and it looks like it was going to be another boundary, and he says, oh no, it's right at me, and then next thing he knows, it hits him, and he thinks, well, maybe I've just got the opportunity to take the catch, and Sen does take the catch. He also does a little prayer, and thanks God that is all in one place. That was a nice catch there in the boundary. But you see there that though they tried, they just couldn't get enough power on the ball. This was a good bit of work in the field. So I think all round it was a pretty tidy display. The captain will be very disappointed the way he's got out there. Sanjay Mujarjan, he just guides the ball into the fielder's hands, and then to be stumped first ball like that, that's also a bit criminal for me. That's one that Pandey won't like to look at again. This one did go to the boundary despite the efforts of the fielder, and then Ullah came back to bowl that final over. He was good. I like what he did with the ball. He got good reward from the pitch for his bowling, and good reward as well by picking up that wicket there at the end. So as we look at the scorecard, you'll see that the only main contribution there was from Shahal Singh, 18 from 8 balls, and Sunil Kukledge, he got a runnable 10. Extras, well, maybe that's one thing that the Tigers will be looking at. They probably gave too many extras away. 12 of those are really wides, but still, if you said that you're going to restrict the batting side, SMI, to 62, you'll take that. Look at the bowling figures. They started off with using the new bowler all the way up until the 6th over, and you see the wickets evenly shared around, but bigger the bowlers, you'd say, with 2 wickets. Romani bowled really well. He really started to get his direction right, and Zafarullah, he bowled with good pace, good line, getting that ball to go right across. The right-handers win probability from here. Well, the Tigers are 87% to 13 for SMI, but I will say that if the Stockholm Mumbai Indians can go out there firing and pick up maybe 3 wickets themselves, early wickets inside the power play, it is anybody's game, because one team, the Tigers, they'll be nervous as well, making their first appearance with the bat on the big stage. So halfway in this match, you can see that SMI have made 62, so 63 required for the Tigers. Join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximo, as we come back for the conclusion of this match number 21 at the beautiful Northbury Cricket Ground. Volvemos en 10 minutos. Hello and welcome back. Our umpires, Usman and Arif, have led the teams out. And it's down to the Tigers to see if they can knock off the 63 required for victory. They performed very well in the field. You'd have to say it was a very disciplined, well-managed performance. They just mainly did all the key things right in all the disciplines of the game. And now, the one that they've got to finish it off with is their batting. And the Stockholm Mumbai Indians, if they're to have any chance, they need to pick up wickets pretty quickly. Looks like they're going for a similar field set, though they've been a little bit more defensive on the leg side. They have got I would say between long on and mid wicket, one man back on the boundary, and also got a sweeper out on the offside. And it's going to be Chandra Shelar who's going to be bowling first, and it's going to be Raz Imtiaz who is going to be on strike. The umpires just wait to be given a signal to start. And, I think we're ready to go. We're ready to rock and roll. So which team is going to get the first points on the board? We'll know at the end of this innings. Starts with a full toss. It's been hit pretty hard. There is a fielder out there on the offside, but cannot do anything about that. And well, Dahij has just got to go to the fence and pick this one up. It's a blistering start. The wide full toss and been smashed away. So not going to be holding back Imtiaz. Hits that pretty well. And I think Shelar needs to get his line right pretty quickly. So it was a gift of a first baller. Imtiaz says, thank you very much. Well played as well, and that man fielding on the boundary on the onside comes in to the fielding. And welcome to everybody. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Stockholm at the Nusbury Cricket Ground. I'm Rico Full, and it's always a pleasure to be joined by the colourful Mr. Maximo.
Yeah, thanks, Rico. It's good to be back. And Tigers, certainly a positive start for them. Boundaries were hard to come by in the first half of the game. Getting one off the very first ball of this innings. Here's Shelar. This is a good bit of fielding, actually, knocked down.
Yeah.
And yeah, well, I think that's Harsha Aital who is able to stop this. This was really motoring, Rico.
Yeah, it was motoring. You know, I was looking at your colours.
Yeah.
And I was trying to think, what is it you remind me of? I know now.
What's that?
Mango lassi.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you've got a
Go for
mango
that.
lassi feel about you, about the colour.
In
Mango
Bulgaria, we
lassi.
had some nice mango lassis at Prakash's
Oh
restaurant there.
yeah, and don't start. It's too early to be having food thoughts.
Well, somehow, this has been misfielded. It's the captain, Sanjay Mahajan. And lets that go through his legs, but it's only a single. So hard to defend a score in the 60s, though we have seen it done on occasion. One of those times was last year where we saw all 20 wickets fall in a game. It wasn't so much wicket problems from the Mumbai Indians in this one. Just like whoever they had at the crease wasn't really able to take the innings and drive it forward. They just couldn't build a partnership. At the moment, pretty steady start this from the Stockholm Tigers. The team we first saw in 2020. But yeah, only one win previously in that tournament. They finished fourth in their group, didn't qualify for the latter stages. That was the format at that stage. Last ball of the over though from Shelar. Good come back after the first boundary. Pushes the batter back and will be a single for Arif Hussain. He'll retain the strike, and at the end of the first over, it's 8 for no loss.
Yeah, starting with the 4. Just having a look at the fingers of Sanjay Mahajan. I mean, they are taped up, seriously. Looks like all sorts of colours on those fingers. Bit of black, looks like a bit of duct tape, a bit of blue tape. Don't know what's going on there. But well, he hasn't had to field a ball yet, and he's already got his fingers taped up.
Well, his fingers weren't in danger of the first ball that came at him. Anyway, right now, it's going to be time for the second over. And it's Irfan Sudagar who'll be bowling over number 2. And so Arif Hussain will be facing up. Nice chance for Irfan to get into the series. Just checking his field. Remember, first 3 overs are the power play. And then he's His practice ball, unfortunately, was just a little bit too high for the fielder. But let's have a look. Yeah, you're right. It's a lot of taping.
I have sometimes seen, I mean, umpires actually go to field and say, look, sorry, but you've got to take some of those tapes off. Because it could be, I mean, it could be an advantage when it comes to the catching.
Well,
talking of catching, and he's catching it well. He's going to go right back to where he had to go to get the ball when it was that warm-up delivery aimed towards him.
Well, I think Sudagar can see the future because this is the exact fielder that when he bowled his practice ball at Lakani, he bowled it over his head. That's exactly where it went, and that's exactly where the next ball goes. Yeah, isn't it the case that fielders, they need to get the umpire's permission to get tape on their fingers?
It is, yeah.
I know that's the theory. Does that happen in real life? You do see professional players using tape on a fair few occasions. This one just inside the line, or maybe not.
What was the appeal for here?
They must have heard a little
quite
noise.
An amazing appeal from Singh.
Yeah, that to me, it does move late. Not so short caught in any of the tram line as it went past the bobbing crease, but they have been pretty consistently harsh on wides in this innings, in this tournament, I should say. This time he pitches up and it's gone. Maximo! Arif Hussain likes this one. And he goes and fetches it from outside the off stump, sends it over mid-on, 6 runs.
Well, I think the fielder here on the boundary, he just wants everybody to take a look at his hair because he takes his cap off like he thinks he's going to be taking his cat. Well, this ball is nowhere near him. That's gone a long way. Boom! Shaka-lugya!
Good batting. Just backing himself now. The long on goes back.
That's Darshan Lakhani. He's looking pretty sharp, isn't he, on the boundary, Darshan?
He's had to do a lot of fetching so far, not a lot of catching. And now this one is going to go as well. This is straighter over mid-on. Maximo! Back-to-back, Arif Hussain. Well, he looks like he's ready for an early finish as this one's probably over-pitched. And once again, in the power play, he backs himself to go straight. And he's quite clever here because he knows the long on has gone back. So I think makes a conscious effort to get it straighter and even a little bit to the offside.
That's a beautiful shot. It really is. Gets into position early, and I love the way he's well balanced. The follow through is good. Keeps his shape well. Head is nice and still. And that one, well, that's going into the danger zone as far as our production group of guys. Andres and also
Dennis.
This
one's cut away to the fielder, but they go straight away. So they do get a fairly comfortable single.
Yeah, good bit of batting. It's just not always just about playing the big shots. It's all about taking the singles. But, you know, we always say you can tell if somebody is a decent bat even before they really get going. Well, that one shot he played outside the off that was fielded and no run, you just thought, yeah, this guy can bat.
Yeah, well, neither of these players scored a pile of runs in the 2020 series. Just looking back at some of those stats, which you can always find on our website, europeancricket.com. But yeah, I'm sure they like to enjoy the extended format now with the 8 group matches and make some big scores. This is a thick edge onto the pad. So this over in danger of going magical for Sudhakar.
Yeah, that was yeah, he's a little bit slow onto this. He doesn't play it with the same sort of conviction as Hussain played those shots straight.
Last ball of the over. Maybe not. This will be a wide. +1. The keeper gets down and blocks it. But yeah, there's the signal. So it will be a wide. So he re-bowled.
Yeah, he's in danger of going magical here now. And there's the man with the duct tape fingers, just giving him a sticky pat on the back. Saying, come on, you can do this. Well, it does go magical with that one because it was, of course, 2, the wide and the 1.
And the bonus ball. Reaches for this. This one could go as well. It does. So another boundary. Hussain heating up here in the second as it costs the Stockholm Mumbai Indians 24 runs. And after 2 overs, they are absolutely flying in this chase. It's 32 for no loss.
Yeah, another good, powerful shot. Is certainly one already I'm looking forward to watching. Bat a lot more. Hussain looks aggressive, looks to play good shots in the power play. Like one or two other batters that we've seen. Reminds me a little bit like Khawaja, really quick to attack. I could give you some info on the Group A, who were the main batters. It was Shani Khawaja, Bushirka. He's got 185 runs, followed by Rahul Halim from Linköping, 165. And then Zishan Mahmood from Bushirka as well, 159. Azam Khalil Albi, 158 to him. And then I'll go up to 5. Raja Yanagula. We're not going to see any more of Raja from the Stockholm Titans, 125. And maybe at some point in this over, I'll give you some details about the top wicket takers in Group A as well.
Yeah, well, third over time. And it's Untitled who's going to bowl it. That's an in-swinger. A bit too full, but not able to cash in. Just a single. Luke was just telling me about his speech that he made finally. He mustn't have heard me. He might be watching with the sound down, actually, because I put it in the chat. A few people do that from time to time.
Mm-hmm.
Some people listen to the sound but don't look at the pictures. I get so many messages of people telling me how they watch ECN. Some do look at the sound and the pictures at the same time, but it kind of depends on what else you got going on. A lot of people do it at work and kind of have it on as a kind of constant presence, and we'll keep an ear out. Right here, I don't think this is going to be a thriller at the moment, the way it's going. They're over halfway. We're just pretty much 2 overs into this innings. Here's Harsha Untitled. Then comes up with a wide, and look, I talked about the batters being maybe a little bit underdone because it's early in the season, but also it applies to the bowlers, doesn't it? We've seen quite a few wides, and
yeah,
some of the teams struggling with their control.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's though it's an overcast day, it's certainly not very windy, so the bowlers shouldn't be having too many issues with regards to the wind. You see there just the flags in the background, not moving around too much, just a gentle flurry. It's better delivery. I mean, Hussain is a guy that's already shown his intent. Arif Hussain, he's looking to attack every delivery.
I'll say hello to Harris, who's in the chat as well, and hello to the man, who is also watching. If you are able, then drop us a message. ECN European Cricket Network always livens up our day to get some interaction with the fans in the live chat. Short, but he's totally miscued this, and this really should be out, and the tapes worked for Sanjay Mahajan. Yeah, no need for reinforcements just yet, and Hussain, he'll be disappointed because he could have hit this pretty much anywhere, and in the end he just kind of slices the ball straight up in the air. Untitled gets the first wicket of the series for the Stockholm Mumbai Indians, and the Tigers lose their first. It's 34 for 1.
Yeah, Arif Hussain, he did want to attack every delivery. You saw just missing out on that one outside the off was frustration enough for it. Well, there he is. He's the man with the duct tape fingers, takes the catch. So Sanjay Mahajan, the captain, in the action straight away and then involved in the first wicket that his team is to take in this European Cricket Series.
Well, I don't know if Mahajan's coming from robbing a bank, but he wouldn't have left any fingerprints. I mean, there's not too much space for the skin there on his fingers.
Yeah. It is an interesting one. I mean, maybe somebody on the chat can look it up or may know the answer already. What are the regs on that? I mean, I'm pretty sure that if you've got an injury, then you need to tell the umpire. The umpires would say, right, okay, yeah, that's fine. It's not something that's going to be beneficial to you in the field. But, I mean, before the start of the game, somebody coming up with all these fingers taped up like that, I don't know, you know, Vinny.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. There's a new batter out there. Here's Deva Sen. But what? Yeah, go on.
If it was Andrews out there,
Andrews,
one
our
of our
director, yeah.
our director, yeah, I can understand it because you've busted his fingers, haven't you?
It's all part
Don't
of
do
the coming of
fielding
age.
practice with Vinny.
Coming of age as a fielder, you got to get a few knocks on your fingers. And you know, he does use his fingers quite a lot for his job, which is a shame. Okay, this is straight down the ground for 1. Yeah, look, my knowledge of the regulations is that it has to be with the umpire and the opposition captain's permission.
Mm-hmm.
And okay, that might be what it says in writing, but I want to know if it actually happens. So, you know, in international matches we see this, is the umpire, are players actually going to the umpire and checking? And we've seen sometimes, obviously, bowling is probably a different kettle of fish as far as bowling with tape on
fingers.
your bowling hand, yeah.
Yeah, that is a big no-no.
Okay, last ball of power play coming up. Pitched up and driven. Well, there he is. I'll sticky fingers again.
I'm telling you.
So it's the end of the third over.
He is sponsored by duct tape, is the captain.
Score is 35 for 1. Well, everything he's touched with his hands, he's been great. And the first ball went straight through his legs, and the hands didn't come into the equation. So 3 overs down. And see the Stockholm Tigers. No surprises there. They are very heavily favoured. I'm still curious about what happened in the first over that made them jump into favouritism. A bit of the crocodile style in that heart rate monitor, isn't there?
I'm wondering if they take the info from what's happened like for like per over, because I know that the first over when it was the SMI's batting, they made 3. And here they made 7. So yeah, it is interesting. As we see,
Yep,
it's going to be Carly's going
to
come on,
slow
bowl.
things down out of the power
Rooney's-
play, so they have up to 5 outfielders allowed now.
bowling with his shades on. I wouldn't say that's to do with the sun. Oh, this
It's
has
hit
been
hard.
cracked hard.
Yeah, it's going to take some stopping, you know. Pretty well done by Lakani, who finally gets something in his range he can cut off.
Yeah, well done for Lakani there. It's certainly his area off the field. Stop's a good one. That was hit pretty powerfully.
Tossed up. Good footwork. Imtiaz, who hasn't had a lot of the strike, gets stood on the full. So I've got that it's okay to use tape on your fingers, but it does say with the consent of the umpires. That's just what it says. So we'll get some more wording on that.
Does it specify what type of tape? It's floated up as well. Big swing and a miss.
Yeah. Well, and what happens? And it's interesting. Maybe so. It's up to the umpires, not the opposition captain or anything, to decide what they think is fair and what's not fair, I suppose.
Oh, this one is swung hard. It'd be interesting to see what the umpires feel about this in terms of the height. I mean, it must have been dipping, but at what point?
It's slow, and yeah, probably because you come a metre out of his crease and it's a slow bowler. Probably gets away with that one.
Well, Carly not afraid to give it a bit of flight. It's well bowled, and it certainly does get our man excited here on the boundary. Lakani.
Yeah, 41.1. Okay.
Really just having a look at the laws of cricket about the fingers. Oh, this is an opportunity, and it.
Oh, that's out, I
there's
reckon.
2 opportunities. No, I think.
Am I crazy?
Yeah,
I was looking at straight on.
You're getting crazy. Is your eyes coming off that screen? It could have been out. 2 batters could have been out.
It was the far end.
First, the quarter ball.
This is the greatest call ever. If this does happen to be out, he pulls him away. Hello. Come on. Come on. Come on. Oh, I think he's just in.
It's very close. Keeper takes a bit of a while to get there, doesn't he?
He does. I don't know if we've got a better shot of that, but I think probably get away with it. So it's the end of the over. 39 for 1. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico 4. Hope you're having a great day wherever you're watching around the world.
Having a lovely day.
Drop us something in the chat. It's the weekend.
The weekend
is
is
chilling
Saturday.
out here. This is how we spend our weekends here on the European Cricket Network. So 4 matches and, yeah, great chance to see new teams, of course, in Group B. And isn't it great? We've seen quite a few teams that we saw in 2020 that didn't qualify last year. They have qualified for this 2022 tournament. A lot of it's to do with performance in the various local leagues, particularly T20 leagues. As we see the first ball drilled into the gap. Well, how about this? Absolutely smashed. It's a little bit short from the new bowler, Shalya Pandey. This one disappears, and there were 2 fielders guarding that, but they couldn't do anything about it.
Yeah, it's good timing.
And, well, just a few running repairs for the batter. And Imtiaz moved to 13. Interesting to see what his plan is here. What he's going to do with that thigh pad. Maybe just come loose.
Yeah, we don't mind. Just drop them. Doesn't matter, you know. Yeah. Just a few million people looking.
Watching. Yeah, just a few million.
Just drop them. And what are you supposed to do there? Maybe get a towel around him. They used to, didn't they, in the olden days? People were a bit more shy at then. But nowadays, nah, just drop them. It doesn't matter. There you go. Take that away. Well, that was quite a bulky thigh pad, I have to say. You're probably thinking that's really restricting his movement. And thinking that, well, if this is the sort of pace that's being bowled at me, I don't need that. Imtiaz.
He wants this too. This one jams him. The block hole. There's a fair bit of bat in it though. It'll just be a single. At the moment, the Tigers, they are cruising, aren't they? Pretty comprehensive performance. And they will get the chance to bat first as well in match number 2 after winning the toss. So it doesn't look like we'll see them bat the whole 10 overs in this match, but we'll get that opportunity in the next one. Next one's just okay.
Yeah, he just sneaks that one in. The umpire's happy with it. The batter not too convinced. Sen is the striker at the moment, partnering Imtiaz. Well, this one will be called wide.
This one really hoops, actually. Curves right to left. A few people thinking that maybe you need a bit of a little space heater, Rico. It does get a bit chilly. Imagine if we had a heater.
Space heater.
The problem with the heaters is they do trap a lot of power, so it's not yeah.
I think you let down a lot of your fans, you know. I mean, Vinny Fangirl would be disappointed when you cover yourself up so much.
Well,
I only see so
tune in
little
to
of
the introductions. You'll see me without my jacket today. Just a few minutes before every match.
You do feel the cold, though, don't you?
I mean, it's not. I'm fine.
Me and Ryan were talking about this last week.
If I do have layers available, I'm not afraid to use them.
You're a cheeky muppet. You really are, because let's see this one first. It's swing and miss. Me and Rhino were frozen in Landscrown. I mean, it was really cold there on some days because of the wind and chill factor and everything. And you were the cheeky one sending us messages saying, it looks really nice and sunny there, what you're complaining about. And I said to you, didn't I, you wait. And it's nowhere near as cold. That's nicely played, actually. The wicketkeeper was getting ready to pounce on the stumping. But the batter reaches out to it and gets a single. But look at you now. Come on.
Yes, I'm aware. But I'm just saying it looked nice from a long way away. Anyway, this is looking nice. Second match of the day, match 22. And it will be the Tigers batting first against Stockholm Mumbai Indians. We've seen here Arif Hussain. And he's listed with Jyoti at the top of the order. Interesting that maybe they're going to change things up there. And we'll find out when we return for that game, starting in about 45 minutes' time right here on the European Cricket Network. Mumbai Indians, they need a bit more out of their top order, don't they? They had Dage and Lakhani up there. They couldn't do a lot. And so they will be chasing in match number 22. Look forward to that. The second of 4 today on the European Cricket Network. So we get back to live action. Avi Dongare is going to bowl over number 6. And I suppose it's all about Mumbai Indians trying to stay in the game as long as they can.
I just got excited there. Thought I missed something. There was a big appeals. But, of course, there's another cricket match going on here. And it looks like a wicket has fallen to our right.
Yeah, I didn't know what that was. I thought there was just a bunch of hooligans driving past.
Oh, there you go. Look, there's a wicket. Celebrations on the other pitch. Pitch number 2 here.
It's great to see.
Osborne Cricket Ground.
Great to see side-by-side cricket. That's something you always see in Europe. Start of the 6th over. And starts with a single. A few people, including Harris, is asking about statistics for this tournament. Leading batters, leading bowlers. I just put the specific link for the stats page on our website in the chat. And Luke also helpfully put the website in there as well. ECN.cricket or EuropeanCricket.com. That's the place you can go to get all of that information and keep up to date. Now, this is in the air, but another one that Lakhani's going to have to do a power of work. Pretty good fielder when he can reach it.
Well, he's got a rocket arm as well. He does well, makes the stop, and then fires upward in. I reckon there's a couple of bowlers that are hoping that he doesn't throw it in at their end, because he certainly does let it throw. But look, I'll say to you, if you're having a weekend and you're a weekend off and you're in the Stockholm area, why don't you come down to the Northbury Cricket Ground? It's been flicked away. Clever shot. There's going to be a chase on here for the fielders. And they're not going to get there. Cuatro carreras. Yeah, come on down because you'll see some of this. A bit of action, a few boundaries, a few wickets. And also, it'd be lovely to see some more new faces around this ground and maybe come and have a chat with me or Maximo.
Yeah, you can. So 50's up now for Stockholm Tigers. Yeah. I'm just happy that we don't have rain issues at the moment. Hopefully it stays that way.
No. And can I just say, if you are coming, if you bring some masala tea and some prontas, it'll be very much appreciated.
True. Well, they're looking after us pretty well with the food here at the ground. Halfway through the 6th over. On the charge. Just gets the end of the bat on this. Sen moves into double figures with that single.
You know what I'm missing? Samosas. I would love a couple of some meat samosas right now. But I shouldn't be talking about samosas because it is International Eat More Fruit and Vegetables
Where are
Day.
you getting
And I
these
have
from?
to say, I was good. I did have a nice bowl of fruit with my natural yogurt this morning. Do you have some fruit this morning?
What did I tell you what I had? We're there actually. This one up and over. It's going to be away from the fielder. We know this one might have gone all the way. I think it has. Yeah, Maximo. How about this for a shot? Stands and punches off the back foot. And this one, I'll slow it down, but it just carries the rope. You see, just over the rope. And so, yeah, nice batting. He's even playing in reverse now.
Isn't it amazing that we can see that after that rain yesterday, how much the grass has grown? We had no issues seeing this rope on the other days, and that one bit of rain in the grass seems to have grown a couple of centimetres. And we, at some point, we can't see the rope.
We're going to have to maybe mow the rope bit. Anyway, just 4 to win now. This one should just be 1. Well, Harris is saying in the chat, well, you can have veggie samosas. You can kill 2 birds with 1 stone there.
We can.
Ready
So
to
come
go?
on, your breakfast. Was it
Oh,
healthy
yeah,
one?
it was some sort of strudel that just appeared. So 64.
How does that fit into to eat more fruit
No, well,
and
you asked me what I
vegetables
had.
day?
You asked, did I have what I have for breakfast? But I think there might have been a little bit of apple or something in it.
Okay,
So, just saying.
you're gonna go with that as part of
I
your
told you
your
about
fruit.
had dessert breakfast yesterday. Anyway, you see the wickets fell fairly regularly in that first innings, didn't they? And no overs, pretty significant. Just the 13 was the top scoring over in the first innings. A lot of single digits.
Well, they're almost there. 60 is on the board, and 3 more runs required. And I should be surprised if it goes beyond this over. It looks like it's going to be Khalid that's going to bowl.
How long will he last?
And, well, it's just the 1 ball. Ball! Ball! Well, that is that. He gets finished with a Maximo down the ground, and it gives a chance, as we wrap up things, for Vinny Sandhu to have his fruit and vegetables for the day.
I will. I do like my
Nice
fruit and veg,
shot.
by the way. I'm a big fan. And I think the Stockholm Tigers are a big fan of match 21 because they do this easily in the end. Best part of 4 overs to spare. The Stockholm Mumbai Indians just need to find a way to put some more runs on the board as they weren't able to put a competitive score up. And it was chased down really comfortably by the Tigers, who looked pretty good, pretty clinical there in the first match of Saturday.
Yeah, I mean, winning with 23 balls to go. It was a lovely shot. A good innings there from Imtiaz. And, well, maybe that thigh pad was hindering him a little. And as soon as he took that off, he was batting very freely and played some very nice shots. And there he was right at the beginning of his injuries. But one man that also impressed me was Arif Hossain, the smaller of the two. Well, this was him getting in the act. That time, that was the very first ball he faced. And then he did get his range right. This was a huge hit. There was more to come as well. This one was pretty good as well. It went all the way over us. And this was where Andres was getting a bit panicky. He thought that ball was going to be thuddering into the cabin that he's standing behind us. But he wanted too many, and this time it was a good catch taken by the duct tape captain. He taking the good catch there. It was Sanjay Mahajan. And there was an opportunity there, a corner bowl, and then there could have been a run at the other end as well. Only just finished.
Pretty close.
Made it in, didn't
You know,
it?
I had my spider senses tingling, but you're right, it's just in. This is pretty well struck. I mean, look, in short, the Tigers hit the ball more often and they hit the ball harder. And when you combine those two things, they just had a better time at the crease. Getting barely into the 7th over in this chase. But we'll get a good sense of what they can do across the board when we see them opening up with the bat in match 22. As you see, it was pretty easy stuff for Imtiaz, who basically whacks it and walks off.
Yeah.
As we have a look at what's coming up, and the second match of the day will start in about 35 minutes, bit of an extended break before the next one because of the early finish. It's really important the Mumbai innings can just maybe take some chances. Of course, they didn't really have the runs. They're hard to bring any intensity, but they need to come out swinging, I think. They need to bowl well. They need to try and take their chances if they are to keep it as something chaseable, and then it's up to their bats to really come to the party.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm worried for them, to be honest, Vinny, because we only just saw 3 batters there, and all 3 looked pretty good for the Tigers. And with them batting first, and they've already had a taste of what the bowling attack is going to be like, I don't think there was anything there that threatened them too much. And this next one, I think they could go on to put a 100-plus score easy on the board. I think they'd be looking around a 110, 120. So it'll be an interesting one. But I suppose the same way the Tigers know what's coming their way, the SMI Indians will know what they've got to deal with. So it's going to be an interesting one. But really, you've got to say the Tigers did look pretty strong.
Yeah, they did. And you see Imtiaz ends up with 28 not out of 15 balls. And he certainly looked in a hurry to finish that one off, which he did off the first ball, the 7th. 2 4s, 2 6s for him. Likewise for Arif Hussain, who scored 23 off 10. And He took a little bit of time to get going, but did hit a boundary as he finished with 10 not out. One thing they can really work on, I think, though, the Stockholm Tigers, is their wides. They delivered 12 wides in the first innings of this game. As far as the Mumbai Indians bowling, though, well, it was Untitled which started for me 1 for 3, but didn't get a second over. And they tried 6 different bowlers. And ultimately, it wasn't a very good time. Not a bad over by Shalar after going for a boundary first ball as well. And Pandey kept him to 7. But yeah, Mumbai Indians, they'll be hoping to improve across the board. There's the confirmation of the result here in match 21, the first match of Group B. It was the Tigers 66 in 6.1 defeating the Stockholm Mumbai Indians 62. We'll be back very shortly in around about half an hour to take you into the second match of the day and the rematch. Let's see if it offers up a bit more of a contest. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, on a Super Saturday. I'm here with Rico Full, and thanks for joining us once again. We'll see you shortly for more cricket action and excitement on ECN. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. And welcome back to Stockholm, and we have one game in the bank already. Still 3 matches to go today on day 6 of this FanCode European Cricket Series. It's the first day of Group B though, and these 2 teams will get to go again in match 22. Once again, it's the Stockholm Tigers and the Stockholm Mumbai Indians who are taking part in this clash. I know that Stefan Gooch is with 2 captains. Let's see what happens at the coin toss.
Stockholm Tigers to call. Tails to call. It's tails. Okay. Good luck. Have a good game. Thank you.
So this time it is the Tigers that have won the toss and they've elected to bat first. I think their captain Farooq Ahmed, he's pretty keen to build a score. Look, they were pretty impressive first up when they had to field first. They did a good restriction job on the Stockholm Mumbai Indians, but I do think that we'll get a better chance to see how they approach batting first and how aggressive they are up front, I think. And the Tigers, for me, I think we'll see quite a few players at the top of the order not afraid to play their shots from the get-go. Stockholm Mumbai Indians, though, okay, they struggled a little bit, particularly with this stick, but it's a great chance for them to try and kind of just build something now the nerves have settled a little bit. So let's see how they go as we get ready for the second game of the day. The news from the toss in match 22 is that the Stockholm Tigers have won the toss. They're going to have a bat. Let's go over to Rico Full as we get ready for the first ball.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandhu, and welcome to you wherever you're watching from around the world. And welcome to this beautiful part of Stockholm. This is the Nordsborg cricket ground, and doesn't it look magnificent? Loving the views there. And you see that we got football, hockey, this cricket happening on the far ground as well at the moment today. And well, I'm going to get information on the lakes as well. I'll tell you exactly what lake that is on the far left of your screen. What I can tell you is these 2 teams are going to be doing battle again. The first one finished 62 to 66. The Stockholm Mumbai Indians really couldn't get their mojo right with the batting, and the Tigers were strong. But look, I think the Indians will be boosted that they know that the man Riaz Imtaz, who scored 20 out of 15 for the Tigers, he's not going to be playing this game. They made 1 or 2 changes to the team sheet. A few of their players have got work commitments, so are not going to be playing the second game. But, well, what does the bat versus ball wall have to say about it? Well, it has the Tigers to score a 98 as opposed to 78, so a 20-run gap there. So expecting the Tigers to do the double in this contest. But, well, maybe I'm going to change. I mean, I was expecting, or I still do believe that the Tigers will bat well in this. We haven't seen their middle order batting. Didn't need them. Only lost 1 wicket getting to the 63 that they required. But without Imtaz there, it'll be interesting. So a bit more pressure on Hossain, and somebody else will have to support him with the big hitting. But I do believe that the 100 score is definitely going to be reached here. But let's wait and see. So I'm still predicting maybe about the 110, 115. The bat versus ball wall says around about 98. So let's see how it goes. Certainly one team that doesn't really want it to go more than around 85, 90 will probably be the Stockholm Mumbai Indians, because they certainly didn't look like, apart from 1 of the or 2 of their batters, didn't look like they were a team that have the strong depth in their batting. It was certainly not the squad they got here today. But I know Singh batted very well for them, but other than him, nobody else was able to get big runs. Well, it's going to be a long, hard shift from our man in black today. Side Riff there at the bowler's end, and he's joined by Usman Afzal, our men in black. And look, a shout out to all the umpires that we've seen in the first part on week 1 of this series. It's been absolutely fantastic and lovely work, and being supported very well by Stefan Gooch as well. And a shout out to the ECN team that are here as well, been doing a wonderful job. Sam Williams, Medadaub, Mars Baiji, Paul Fletcher, and also Diana Oros, the ECM photographer. Hope you've enjoyed and appreciating some of the shots that you've seen coming up on Instagram and Facebook. Absolutely marvellous. As we get ready for the start of this one, I'll tell you that it is going to be Samir Hanker is going to bowl the first one, and he will be bowling to Kaysar Ahmed. There's the first ball of match number 2 between these 2, and it's been flicked away. It's in the air, but it goes all the way, I think. Manos! Arriba, arriba, arriba! It was 6 carreras. And see the fielder says, forget about this. This has gone past me. It goes all the way. So what a perfect start. It's a Maximo off the very first ball of this one. So Hankar coming into the attack and sees his first ball dispatched. And he can get a wicket. This surely has to be the wicket keeper. Singh getting under it. Oh no! Oh no, oh no, oh no. How does this go down? Shikhar Singh. Well, this is going to be one for him to forget pretty quickly. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. The bowler, his first ball gets hit for a massive 6. And then this one, well, it's a big blunder. And can't believe it, the bowler. Hankar could have had the perfect response. And scramble the single here. Asking the question, the umpire not moved at the moment. And doesn't look like he's asking for the replay. No, he's well in, good running, a quick shake of the head. I like to see that. I think that's something that I certainly like to encourage umpires to do. Just a quick shake of the head. It lets everybody around the ground know what the decision is as well. So he just has to put the bowls together as the bowler, Samir Hankar, gets ready to have another go at the man who's got 100 on his back. Ahmed started with a beautiful 6 and then got dropped. Gets beaten. This one outside the off stump certainly gets a fair bit of bounce on this, and I just get the feeling here that the bowler, Hankar, he's up for this. Good delivery, good bit of movement. Left armour once more. This one skids through. And, good variations early on. Yeah, I think the first delivery from Hankar was definitely a real loosener. It's got dispatched to the boundary emphatically for a 6, but then after that he's bowled pretty well. He seems to have just thought, okay, I'm going to have to put my back into it just a little bit more, and he has done so. Now to Hankar. This is a bad one, and the batter should be thinking about, well, it's late. A late call from the strike. Oh no, this is going to go. Well, just for a moment I thought it was going to go all the way to the boundary, because to the left of me is the one of the bollards of the ice cube, and I didn't see the man there, but he does come across, and they don't take what they could have been another overthrow. So that was 2 wides. Good backing up eventually from the batter, Ahmed. Short, firmly struck. Just take the single. And that will be the end of the over. What an exciting one it was. A lot of things happened in it. The score stays at 11 without loss. Well, it should be 11 for 1. And one man, well, I don't know if he saw it or not, but he's usually very kind to the wicket keepers, being the keeper himself. But I think he's going to be probably a little bit critical about that one that went down. He's got a smile on his face. Vinny, you obviously saw it.
I did. Actually, felt more for the bowler than the keeper on that one. Just got pumped for a big 6. And that one, you couldn't say anything except that it was an absolute Dolly Parton, wasn't it? And unfortunately, it's a moment for Shikhar Singh to forget. Maybe bigger gloves, maybe those big novelty gloves or something that you can buy at the circus. Anyway, it's history now. Let's move forward in the game. And Hankar went for 11 in his first over of the series. Time for a new bowler, and it's Shalar who's going to bowl over number 2. Yeah, so no Raz Imtiaz in the lineup this time. You probably mentioned that for the Tigers. That's called a wide.
Seem to like charging at the ball, don't they, these batters?
Yeah, this is another one that, yeah, maybe just a tiny bit of the ball getting the tram line. They have been super harsh, but I will say they have been super consistent on those as well during the series.
Yeah, Usman has been, yeah, that's fair dues. I think the umpires, they have hit straight and firmly, and a good bit of work from the fielder that has been on the ball out here on the boundary. Darshan Lakhani certainly liking his work. I'm liking his headgear as well, and he's got a nice nice bit of hair under that cap as well.
Yeah, he's a good fielder. That's why he's in the key position. So Qasr Ahmed getting an opportunity up the top.
Full of delivery, nicely bowled, and good running from the batters as well. I think the field is far more defensive this time round from the Stockholm Tigers Indians, they seem to be really back on the 30-yard circle. So any hit there out on the offside, it's always a single. The two batters go straight away. It's firmly struck. And on to Long Off, who does the fielding. And I was having a chat with the captain. There he is there. We'll just have a look at his fingers because I was interested to know exactly what the situation is there, whether it is down to do with injury or not. I'll give you some info on that from the captain, like Sanjay Mahajan.
Bit of reinforcement there on his fingers. Next one's a single. So give us the scoop then on Sanjay Mahajan.
So where you got the blue tape, I don't know if you can get him on camera again. Well, he has got an injury to the finger, so that's why the blue tape is there. But the black ones, it's not actually tape. They're like little finger warmers.
Right.
So now the question is, I mean, I didn't get involved with whether he should have them on or not. I just thought, well, if the umpires have not said anything to you about them, you can carry on. Because he was saying, "Why? What's up, Rico? You're saying I've got to get rid of them?" Oh, this is a good throw. Be worth. I think he has his bat down. And they do take the overthrow. It's worth having a look at that again while we talk about it. But yeah, they're just like little. They look like, I remember when my daughter was little and she had dolls and she had all little garments for the dolls and had like little sort of
gotcha.
stockings and things to put on the legs, and it's like ones of those.
Separate issues. One is that I'm not sure if you're meant to use them. The second is, if he's got finger warmers, send them over here. Because my fingers are freezing.
I
got them in my pockets and everything.
I don't think he is supposed to wear them, to be honest, because they're not there for any medical reason or anything like that. This is played well nicely. More work to be done by, well, the man who's got the hot hands at the moment. He certainly doesn't need any finger warmers because he's been keeping his hands warm all the time. And there's Lahani once more in the action.
Yeah, does well. He's a tall man. Has to get down to terra firma. And it is the end of the second over as well. So it's 18 for no loss after 2. As we see the table slowly taking shape between these two teams, of course. We're seeing them in the morning session, the Tigers and the Stockholm Mumbai Indians. We'll get to see Hammarby versus Mashta in the afternoon session. Hammarby, previously known as Solskjaerbaden. We saw them a couple of years ago. And Umeå, which we love saying.
Yeah.
That is the 5th team. They'll be here on Monday. This one in the air, and it's going to be caught. So we do have a catch. And this is Harsha Aital. He bowled a pretty good over, actually, for the Stockholm Mumbai Indians in the last game. This time he stands tall. He is a tall man, Rico, and this ball wasn't getting over him. The first wicket falls with the score at 18.
Yeah, this is a good catch. We've seen a lot of these spilled where they're going over the head. But look, he just does enough. He goes into a good position, just gets off the ground as he needs to, just enough to take the catch. So the first wicket goes, and it's going to be Kusar Ahmed, who goes for 11 of 8.
Yeah, so Kusar Ahmed, he was listed at 11 on my sheet last game. But I think that's maybe because they were always planning to have him open the second game with Raz Imtiaz unavailable. So one batter departs, and another comes to the crease. And this, to me, looks like Farooq Ahmed, the captain, coming in at number 3. Let's see if he can get things moving. It's been a pretty good start without being outstanding, hasn't it?
Yeah.
And the thing is, when I saw the first ball whacked for a big 6, I thought, well, this could be trouble in this innings. But since then, we haven't actually seen a boundary, just a bunch of singles. And now the pressure building to the point that it creates a wicket. So let's see the left-handed captain, Farooq Ahmed, coming out. See what he can do. See if he can move the score along. Still in the last over of this power play.
Yeah, I'm pleased there for the bowler. And, he should have had a wicket in his very second ball, really. Okay, he does get one. So now he's just got to get his line right to the captain, the lefty. Hey, listen, I want to go back to those gloves. I think it's an ingenious idea. Well, not really gloves. Down the leg side, so it won't be out. You know, you have those gloves that a lot of people wear that have the finger bits missing.
Yeah.
I reckon somebody thought, well, look, don't throw them away. I've got a use for them. I'm going to send them over. I'm going to send them over to Sweden, and maybe somebody like the Sanjay Mahajan will buy them. Well, that's what he's doing. So it's all about recycling.
This has gone straight through between the body and the stumps. Look at this. This isn't really solid stuff early on. Wow. Yeah, that could have easily either hit stumps or bounced off the pads and gone onto the stumps.
It's a big appeal. And I think that's got to be the loudest appeal I've heard for a while. He likes to use all his vocal cords, Shakar Singh, behind the stumps.
Yeah, well, he does. He'll be reasonably happy that they were able to get rid of Kauser Ahmed, because that's the man that he dropped an absolute soda. Second ball of the innings. He's gone now.
This one, I think, has come off the upper arm of the batter. Gets a good bit of bounce, doesn't he? I like the bowling of Hankar. He just sort of delivers, goes back to his mark, turns around and does it all over again. There's no messing around from the left armour.
And gets on with it. Just want to say a quick hello to everyone in the live chat, ECN European Cricket Network. If you'd like to put any comments or questions in the chat, we'd love to answer them. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full.
Yeah, apart from watching the cricket, let us know what you got planned for your Saturday. That's a fuller delivery, and he takes full advantage of this. Balle, kinna sona, shaka lagya.
Well, there were two boundaries in the power play, both Maximos, the first ball and the last ball of it. In between, we had a wicket, we had a few singles. In the end, the net result is, I suppose, a power play where honours are fairly even. It's 26 for 1 after 3 overs.
Yeah, nice shot. It's the only one he goes to pitch up and Hunker, and he just gets it wrong. He turns it into a full toss and smashes away. But I think he's bowled well. It's good. Not a bad spell from him. 18 he went for, and like you said, 2 of those came from 2 balls, 12.
Yeah, that's right. He did get his wicket in the end. Now let's see who they go for in the 4th over. That's had Shalar, but he went for a wide then 6 singles. I think they're not afraid to throw the ball around to a few different options. I think both these teams are a bit like that. Looks like we'll be Swapnil Kale. He's going to bowl over number 4. Now we're out of the power play. You're allowed up to 5 outfielders. So yeah, the other thing is when you're in the live chat, maybe let us know where you're watching from. I always like to hear where our viewers are watching from. We know we have viewers from all around the world. It's a super Saturday to tune in as we go to the 4th over with Kale.
He's teasing him outside the off, just keeping this one just inside.
He's got all the luck that the other bowlers didn't get. This is not a good delivery. This one somehow gets away with.
Yeah, that's a wide ball, easily. And this one's been hit pretty well. There's a fielder out there who takes a very good, comfortable catch. And he says, that is out, and it is. And Sakar, he has to depart. He gives it a fair hit, doesn't he? That's the tall man. But not enough to get it over the boundary. Look, goes right back on it. The ball just, I think, stays a little low for him, which means it comes off a bit lower off the bat than he would have liked. It doesn't come right out the middle. But a very good catch taken by the man, looking pretty nifty there with his shades on. And, well, he's giving the decision from the boundary. Sakar goes for 4 of his 7 deliveries.
Yeah, so Sakar not really working out at the top. Couldn't get a lot going. No boundaries in his 7 balls faced in the 7th one. Unlucky for him as he does find the fielder. And it is Dongare that holds on to the catch. So number 4, Arif Hussain comes out. Well, he was a man that we saw a bit of in the first game and isn't afraid to give it a whack. He scored 23 off 10, 2 4s, 2 Maximos in there. So an ideal person to come to the crease, I think, in this situation. But he does come down this time with a bit more pressure on him because they have lost those 2 wickets.
Yeah, and like you said, and we both mentioned, they haven't got Raz Imtiaz to fall back on, who scored 28 of 15, so he's not in the lineup. So it'd be interesting to see how he bats here, and also what other batting they have to come after, because we only saw just the 1 wicket fall in the first match that they won. Here comes Kale to him. Angles it into him, sort of angles into the pads, but nicely played. I said in the first match when we saw him the first time, the first scoring shot he played. In fact, it wasn't even a scoring shot. It was a nice, sweetly timed sort of cover drive, which was stopped. No runs from it. And I thought, well, just looks like he can bat. And there again, you see, just very quick to drop the bat on it. The ball sounds good coming off the bat, and he's very quick to call it and run it as well. So, expecting to see a good partnership here between the captain and Hussain. Kale will have other ideas coming around the wicket to the lefty. It's delicately played, and we can take a single.
Just noticed that we have Shrug watching from Jersey. Or Jersey's
Shrug.
Yeah, Shrug, cool name.
Hello, Shrug.
I think Shrug or
Jersey.
Shrug. I think Shrug though. Watching from Jersey. And didn't we enjoy it watching Farmers from Jersey in the ECL, particularly that memorable hat trick from Ben Kinman. Anyway, hope you're enjoying the cricket action today, Shrug.
Well bowled.
Another one I saw there was Egan, who's watching from Malaga. Well, buenos dias. Bienvenidos.
Muy buenos dias, Egan Dantes. Yeah, he's
Bienvenidos.
a
ECN.
lovely chap. He makes a good curry, you know. Egan.
Para los equipos del
Did you know
sábado.
that? You ever tried his curry? This one's played away, trying to get it in the gap, but this is a nice field set here. Let's take the single. Yeah, Egan. Good cricketer, wicket keeper as well.
Yes, I know he can do it. He can do a bit of everything. Anyway, 4 overs down, and it is 29 for 2. Not a bad over there from Carlo. Only going for 3. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Rico Full. Yeah, thanks to everyone that said hello in the chat. Might have missed a couple there. Got Mehdi, who's watching from Bangladesh. And I know that Yuvraj Singh, who mentioned in the chat that yesterday Jersey also won the T20 match. I know they've got a bit of a rivalry, Jersey and Guernsey, don't they? They really do. I've learnt that. But yeah, we're just happy to see all sorts of cricket going on all around Europe, and we're enjoying our time here in Stockholm at the moment.
We certainly are enjoying it very much indeed. Any plans for tomorrow? You're going to do a bit of sightseeing? You're going to go into the woods?
Yeah, I'll probably go and check out a bit of what it's got to offer. So now we head into the 5th over. And it is going to be Aital who's going to bowl it.
Played out. Nicely, soft hands.
It was.
There he is,
Let's
look.
get to Vinny Fangirl's question. He said, why do they give fake lineups? Well, it wasn't a fake lineup. I think they had Humian Jyoti listed as opener. Yeah, that is a lot of tape, though. I reckon.
It's not tape, I told you.
Yeah, that's what I
The
mean.
little,
Tape,
the
tape
little
and
finger
the finger
stockings.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
There's a few Barbie dolls that have got their leg warmers missing.
I was going to say that, I mean, the lineups that the captains provide at the toss, they are an indication of the batting order. There's many reasons that you might change at the last minute.
They can be pretty crafty, the captains. You try and get a lot of information from them, and sometimes they give it to you, but they give it to you false.
Can happen.
Oh, this one could have been chopped onto the stumps, and it's racing away. The fielder has trouble picking it up. He does get it in the end, and well, decides to hold on to it. He does eventually get it through under armour. That's a slice of luck.
There's a bit of Titanic about this because he doesn't want to let go. A bit like when Jack's holding on to Rose in the lifeboat. I was going to say that Subuj is watching from Portsmouth in the UK. Hello to you, Subuj. Hope you're well. Raja is watching from Canada. Wow, that's a beautiful country as well.
Backs this one in short, and Ahmed not able to make the contact that he's looking for from Canada. Isn't it lovely?
Must be pretty early in the morning in Canada. What time is it? What part of Canada are you from, Raja? Raja Sandhu. I like his last name. I want to say hello to Rubiat Hussain, who I think is watching from Bangladesh as well, asking me how I am. I'm very well today. Hopefully you're good, and hopefully you enjoy the entertainment today. Live and free on the European Cricket Network. Also Pranto Raihan watching from Bangladesh. And Rubiat saying he's a big fan. That's really nice of you to say. Raja said it's 2:17 a.m. where he is. Well, it might be a late night or an early morning.
And this one gets a bit of the body of the fielder. I think it may have shoulder barged this. And that's a car.
He's watching from Vancouver on the west coast. That's why it is so early there. So it's a 9-hour time difference. Have you been to Vancouver before?
I've never been to
I
Canada.
haven't. Beautiful. One thing I couldn't believe about Vancouver is you can just go over the bridge to North Vancouver, and in like 10 minutes you're in skiing country. For a capital city, that's actually quite amazing. This one doesn't really bounce too much, but it does get a fair bit of bat on it. This is going to run down the hill for 4. So the captain hasn't hit everything in the middle of the bat, Farouk Ahmed, but he's getting some good results.
This is a nice shot. He sort of doesn't come up high at all, but he manages to get plenty on this to send it down to that area. It's actually quite an extraordinary stroke. 4 runs.
It's just a drag to bottom edge, really. Hello to Jackson Redex as well, who's watching. You know, Vancouver's very nice. And if you go a couple of hours out of it, you can get to Whistler, which is very famous. Yep. Thanks for illustrating.
There you go.
Also,
Sound effects.
the host city of the Winter Olympics, Vancouver. Last ball of the over.
Firmly struck. He's looking for another boundary. But there is a man out there that he has to make an adjustment. But stops it and keeps it to 1. End of the over.
Yep.
So we move on to 39 for 2.
Not a bad start this from Stockholm Mumbai Indians. We're kind of blown away, but it was their bats which were quiet in the first game. Didn't put a competitive score on the board. There was no real pressure on the Tigers. A bit different this time around, of course. No Raz Imtiaz either in their lineup for this one. Farooq Ahmed at the moment, he's the top scorer with 16 off 9. Yeah, and so I want to say hello to Ali Shafiq, who is in the chat, saying that he plays for Alby Zalmi under 15s. Well, that's one of the great things about Sweden. We love it when the kids get involved. In particular, we saw the Alby Zalmi juniors. They were really excited during the ECL experience, weren't they? We saw some footage of them.
Yeah.
But yeah, hello Ali, and hopefully we see you down here at some point.
Yeah, we'd love that, Ali. Come down. I think they had some, I think it was scheduled a match yesterday. I don't know if it did go ahead eventually or not. Let us know, Ali. Well, I think you may have done some training instead. It's going to be Carly. Comes back on. He bowled very well the first one. This one's hit pretty well. And, oh, well, it goes to the boundary, 4 runs. So the attachments on the fingers don't help when it comes to the catching, that's for sure.
Do you know what it reminds me of? I don't know if you've seen Home Alone, the second one. Do you know what I'm going to talk about? This, and they go from being the wet bandits in Home Alone 1 to the sticky bandits when they're in New York. So he needs to get more sticky stuff on it because that one bounces off the hands into the ground and across the boundary for 4.
Well, one man is
I'm going to call him the sticky bandit then.
You're going to call it a sticky bandit?
Sanjay Mahajan, welcome. You have been named.
Well, this could be another opportunity. It just drops short of the field at Lakhani. Can't get there. Darshan there. Makes a stop though.
I want to know in the live chat how many people get my reference to Home Alone 2 and the Sticky Bandits with Marvin. What's the other guy's name again? Harry. That's right. So it's a bit of an aside. I want to say a quick hello after this ball. Somebody as well. First we'll have a look at Carle. He has done a bit of bowling this morning already for SMI.
Right. Nicely played. And just hustles a bit. I don't think they will. Well, they will take the overthrows. I think this disc come off the batter. And that's what the bowler's saying. Carly is saying to the batter, you surely ain't going to take that one. That's come off you. Right, they're saying, well, it was all accidental. And, of course, if it is accidental, no problem. Just have a look here. I mean, the bowler's not getting out of the way. The batter's not changing his style. It comes actually off the bat. And I don't think the batter should change it. I mean, we see a lot of times batters actually get themselves in trouble and run out by wanting not to get in the way of the bowler. He just kept running down a straight line.
People don't like getting hit either. I mean, yeah, it's a funny one for me. In T10 cricket, I think throw or beware. If it hits the batter accidentally, I don't have too much of a moral issue with that.
This will be called a wide.
Good call. No, but I wanted to say hello to Curtis. He was in the chat. Curtis Botham wants a shout out for Emil van der Walt. You're watching from Adelaide. Well, nice time of their day in Adelaide. I reckon there it'd be about 7 o'clock almost. Correct me if I'm wrong. Oh, is there a bit of an edge on this?
I think from the reaction from Carly, I would say yes. Let's see if you can spot anything. Yeah, definitely.
There was. And so that's why it's hard for the keeper when you get a significant edge. Because it will take it away from the middle of the gloves. So I can't really blame Shekhar Singh for that one. Yeah, Adelaide's a beautiful city. And you haven't been to Australia, have you, Rico?
No, I haven't.
Well, one day, when in the off-season, when we get a couple of months off, I'm going to take you out there and I'll show you around.
He doesn't get hold of this to our bowler. Should take it and does. Well done. It's a good catch from Carly. He knows it's he straight away. He knows that there's no fielders there. Turns around, gets going. Takes a very good catch. And he gets rid of the dangerous Hossain. He's having a look at the bottom of his back on the way back. It was certainly there for the shot, but you see the head goes up in the air, and so does the ball. And Carly finishes off himself. Good bit of action that as well.
Yeah, that was well done. Never easy to turn and go with the flight of the ball. Often you pull up a little bit short. But Carly, he's been really good. And well, you couldn't have more different games, really. Well, really, it's the same kind of a game. It's just the fact that the teams have been reversed. And this time, it is the Tigers batting first and struggling a little bit with the stick. Now, 47 for 3. Yeah, so Adelaide is a beautiful city. And Adelaide Oval, very famous. Now they do play Australian football there regularly as well as cricket. It's had a real refurbishment in the last few years. And it's pretty close to the CBD as well. So pretty close to the city. You can walk across. There's a lot of beautiful gardens there. They call it the City of Churches, Adelaide.
Okay.
And yeah, some really nice buildings. In the old days, they had really short square boundaries. You could kind of see from the street. You could peek through and actually watch the cricket from some places. So this is the end of the 6 over and end of a pretty good spell from Carlo, who does finish with 2 for 11. Score now is 47 for 3, as we finally do have Humayun Kabir-Jyoti out there for Stockholm Tigers getting a bat. He was listed to open, but here he is coming out there at number 5. Finny Fangirl asking me, my IPL player of the tournament so far. I mean, obviously there's more teams, more players. Got to say, Butler was in a real incredible vein of form, wasn't he? But what about that performance the other night, that 210 run opening partnership? We've had a few big opening partnerships lately. When you think about the Czech Republic with 2 players in a T20 getting centuries, which didn't quite happen in the IPL, but yeah, particularly the innings from De Kock was pretty incredible. So there's a few I've thrown at you there. Also, just let me know any other places people are watching from. And I'd like to go into a bit of detail. Some people that haven't travelled as much. No, not everyone's so lucky. Anyway, here's Pandey in the 7th.
Just strikes this across to the man. Well, the Lone Ranger really down there on the leg side. He's got nobody in the ring there at all. Take a single. I think this is where they probably do need to start to hustle a bit with the running the batters, trying to turn these ones into 2s. Certainly not anywhere near the sort of score that I thought they were going to get to this one. I mean, they haven't been helped by no Imtiaz in the side. Hossain goes early. And there's another one that's been played and missed at by Jyoti. So he's had 2 balls so far, hasn't been able to get bat onto ball.
Yeah, pace off has worked, hasn't it? Batters have to make all the running themselves with this kind of bowling.
Just wide of the bowler. Was an opportunity, maybe caught and bowled there.
Like that. He just had to sneak out the way of that one. Another good reason to wear a helmet, even if a spinner's bowling. Protects you from friendly fire.
Swing and a miss. Oh, he's got to get back. He could be in trouble here. He will be in trouble. Adios. Kabir-Jyoti. He's going to go for just 1 of 3 deliveries. He wanted it. I think it was his call. And I think it was definitely a run to be taken there. But Ahmed, the captain, decided, I'm not going. I'm too valuable to try and risk being run out. He doesn't want to go.
Yeah, see, that's where the captain, Farouk Ahmed, just takes a moment to look at the ball. But when you miss it, your eyes should immediately be on your non-striker. And you just need to trust that they know what they're doing. So the time he looks at the ball gives him time to not be running and to be just have time to basically make his own mind up. And that kind of hesitation results in just a real mess. Jyoti gets turned around, he'll never make it back.
Yeah, that was quite funny. It was like the upper body wanted to go, but the legs just stayed where they were. Hit down the ground, watch the bounce on this.
Because when you miss the ball, when you miss the ball and it goes behind you, you don't know where the ball is anymore, right? So, so that's where straight away you need to be looking at the non-strike. And if they run, you just start running, and they would have made it. As it is, it will be a run out, but then the single comes up, and it is the 50 up for the Tigers now. Last ball, the 7th over, coming up to the new batter, Islam.
He's placed this defensively. Slight hesitation. They will run. And, the fielder, realising that the bowler is still lying down.
Yeah. Short cover might have had a chance. And the bowler goes down, the ball goes up. Pandey, though, not a bad over for him at all. He only concedes 4, 7 overs down. The score is 51 for 4. So the shoe on the other foot here, so to speak. But they need to make sure they can keep it down. I think SMI, judging by how they batted in the first innings, they don't want to be chasing too many. And you can chase us around Europe, as we'll be in Prague for 2 weeks from the 30th of May. And we're looking forward to another fantastic tournament there. We have 10 teams ready to go. And then we have a week in Hungary, a week in Austria, and then the 5-week ECS Italian summer. Well, that's starting on the 27th of June. It'll roll all the way through July. And basically, we'll have 4 different locations in qualifying weeks, and then we'll have a Super Series in Rome to finish it off, and we'll determine which Italian club will get the honour of representing that country at the European Cricket League in 2023, the Champions League of European Cricket. Okay, 8th overtime. And it's going to be Cuckledge who's going to bowl it.
Cuckledge to see if you can just keep the good work going at the moment they've done. It's all about, it's been a pace of attack. The batters haven't been able to get after it. This is hit hard into the ground by Islam. I think now here really it's probably all about trying to get Ahmed, the captain, as much strike as possible. Ahmed, I mean, he's going okay. Probably just under two a ball pace, but needs to try and get a few boundaries here now, I think.
Yeah, that's right. Also want to say a quick hello to Mahathir Ahmed, who was saying hello to me in the chat, and hello to Sunil Shetty, who says hello to you, Rico, calling you the Richie Beno of ECN. That's a big rap.
That's a huge compliment, that. Thank you very much indeed. Up in the air. How far is this going? Carlo getting under it and takes a very, very good catch. That is a super catch and a huge celebration as well from Cuckledge. That's nicely done, isn't it? It goes up in the air a long way. Just love the way that he adjusts it. And he just dances around the boundary, gets himself into position, takes a very good and very important catch here. They could maybe keep him to, I don't know, about 75 here.
Possible. You know, Carlo took a really good catch off his own bowling. We had to turn and run with the flight. That time, I was a bit worried he wasn't aware of where the rope was, but he had it all under control, had about a metre to spare. And the most important thing there, he keeps his eyes on the ball, and that is plan A. You need to kind of keep tracking the ball as much as you can. If you get too conscious about the boundary, you can drop the catch. But he does very, very well there. And that's potentially a game breaker, because Farouk Ahmed has led the way in this innings with 23 of 15 balls. He's gone now, and you've got a real opportunity. And how about that for Cuckledge, who picks up a wicket with just his second delivery.
Yeah, well done. And the batters just being reminded, new batter has to go and strike. So it looks like James Bond will go to the striker's end.
Monjurul Akash, the man of mystery, coming out here at number 7. Still over a quarter of this innings remaining. He's facing up to Cuckledge.
Gives it a big swing. It's well stopped by the fielder. Hasn't really got anybody backing up there out on the backward point.
And Shrug was asking me if I've been to Jersey. Well, I haven't actually been to Jersey, but I did learn a lot about Jersey cricket, obviously, you know, following farmers in the ECL, particularly that field, and chatting to the guys. So Jersey is definitely somewhere that I'd love to visit at some point.
It's well bowled, and they're asking the question. The umpire shakes his head.
There's a definite noise there. Definite noise. It's just whether it's the edge or maybe the bat hitting the pad.
It's a good decision. Not
yeah,
the.
You reckon?
Yeah, I don't think the ball is. You can see a big distance between ball and bat. You can't.
I don't see a big distance there.
There's a small distance.
Inconclusive. Next one. I'll give you this one. So, I mean, it's very hard, obviously.
One thing I will say, and this is with my umpire's hat on, is when you got a team like the Stockholm Mumbai Indians out there, they're like appealing a lot. And I think sometimes the umpire is probably going to take that into consideration and say, well, these guys are appealing for anything. So even though they're 100% convinced, well, they're sort of convinced that everything catches the edge. So it doesn't help them. I think I remember umpiring against several teams and players, and especially bowlers, and you know that, well, you know, if this bowler is convinced, 100% convinced he's taking an edge, well, I need to think about it, because otherwise it doesn't appeal. And the same as batters. Some batters, they click it, they nick it, they walk. So when they're still standing there, you think...
But they're a bit like pandas in the wild. They're an endangered species.
I don't very much so nowadays, yes.
Anymore. And I want to say thanks again to Rubiat Hussain for his lovely comment in the chat. And Vinny Fangirl saying, what about Yuzvendra Chahal? I mean, yeah, I'm concentrating on batters, but yeah, obviously having a very good series as well. Periodically following couple of my ex-teammates playing in the IPL, most of the time they spend on the bench. I'm always telling them they're getting more money than me to do less because they just do the occasional social media post, something like that.
12 balls to go. Oh, make it 11. And another wicket down. Big swing, this time from Akash. And he finds his stumps destroyed by Chandra Shela coming into the attack. And he goes, okay, I'm up for a little bit of Jagadevatte. And he knocks them down. Shaba, well bowled.
Shela, the impaler, has this one waxed through the gate. And what a turnaround this is. The comeback kids. Who picked this? Mumbai Indians. Coming right back into contention, 53 for 6.
That's the Stockholm Mumbai Indians, by the way.
Yeah, Stockholm Mumbai Indians. That's true. It's just to clarify, in case you thought you turned on to the IPL. But I want to say good morning to Phil G, who is saying good morning to us and everybody in the chat. Hello,
good morning, Phil.
From you, Phil, and looking forward to seeing you. I'm sure at some point in Prague. This will be there in just over a week's time. Luke just giving a bit of information about the teams we'll see this afternoon. You know, here we go. Our ball retriever's back. She was here the other day.
Oh, there she is, yeah.
There we go. I wonder what's in the bag.
What?
Now we had the Home Alone reference earlier about the sticky bandits. Now she looks a bit like the lady that feeds the pigeons.
Hang on. What she got in the other hand? That's what I'm worried about. Okay, I was going to say I might go over there and
how
ask
close
her.
to our tent is that lady? Someone find out.
You go ask her what she got in the bag. I'm not asking her what she got in the bag.
Shela with the next ball.
It's another good one right up in the block hole. And you can see that new batter pretty keen to get off the mark and get to the safe end.
Surely you're running on that at this stage. I mean, you only got 11 balls left now, 10. Good first ball from Shela.
Shall we send Fletch over to ask her what you do?
He might not come back.
This is a Gundy. And it was dipping. It's a full toss on the legs. It needed to be put away. They get a leg by from it. Just keep an eye on the height of that. I think that's okay. It dips and up, but you need to be punishing that.
Yeah, well, you knew it wasn't above the weights because it does hit him in the pad, I think. Just below the top of the pad. Still, not a lot happening in this innings. What a weird change of events in this doubleheader. This is why I like the doubleheader format. I wasn't sold on it straight away, Rico, but it does give the kind of aggrieved team the right of reply.
Yeah.
So when you see Stockholm Mumbai Indians, I don't think too many people gave him a prayer. There's Fletch in the background there. Maybe we'll have to get him to...
He's hiding. We know where you are.
He won't be hiding if a ball comes over to him. He might be.
Oh dear, this one. He doesn't miss the helmet by much either, really, but it's going to be 4 byes. Very, very valuable runs at this stage of the game.
That's so frustrating. So frustrating for the fielding side. Just Yorks himself. You're right, just misses the helmet. It would have been 5, but it's almost as bad because it's 4. And especially when a team, you've got them on the ropes. You just hate to give them bonus runs, and there's 4 avoidables right there.
Yeah, that's it. That's certainly the way that they've been, the rate they're going at. That's a massive boost. 4 runs from nowhere there. This one's been hit pretty hard, but straight to the fielder. Take the single. So they're creeping up to the 60. Nowhere near the score that, well, certainly nowhere near the score I thought it was going to be. I thought was thinking around about the 110, 120 mark.
Yeah, 59 for 6 off 9. Yeah, I mean, you take that 4 byes off the total, 55 off 9 looks even better, doesn't it? But anyway, could have a low-scoring thriller, judging by what we saw in the first match from the Indians batting. Although, to be fair, the top order didn't really fire. I'm sure they're a bit rusty. Curtis asking me in the chat, have I ever visited the pandas in Adelaide Zoo? Can't say I have been to Adelaide Zoo. And tell me about them. The only pandas I know are in Portugal, and occasionally Lily Panda in the chat. And Abhishek Panda from Landskrona as well.
Yeah.
Some famous ECN pandas. I think there might be more pandas on ECN than pandas in the wild. Based on what I've just said there.
They're no longer an endangered species, perhaps, courtesy of the ECN.
5 to come.
struck well. They run the first one quickly. Think about the second one. There was a hesitation, which is, well, that's why you take them. It shouldn't have been there, but that's the reason why you do take them. You've got to try and accelerate. That's a couple of runs there.
Yeah, Cuckledge rushes here. I mean, they should have just saved this second run for sure. So when it comes back in, he kind of doesn't realise he had as much time.
Good recovery from Cuckledge. Gets a good ball out there outside the off stump again. A swing and a miss from the batter.
Yeah, see when it comes back in. See, it was a bit wide, I suppose. That's why it goes with the one duker.
Oh, that's his goal. Oh, well,
run out.
Oh, I like it. Well, we saw this before in the earlier match. It's the same guy, right? It is. Cuckledge is the one, I think, that took the court on board in the first match. It's almost a repeat of it. It's been bombarded back to him. With this one, you see, that's the same thing. It hits him in the belly, rolls down the arm, rolls all over.
I've got into full wicket-keeper mode then when he's dropped that.
Is that fake fielding?
Yeah. He couldn't decide what to do. I mean, to be honest, I would have turned around and thrown it to the keeper because you could have gone either end. And that way, if he misses the stumps, the keeper can clean up. But yeah, I've just got into full wicket-keeper mode then. I was just saying it at a reasonable volume, but I would be calling run out, run out, run out. I also would have been saying my end because I thought that both the batters were nowhere. That way you get the new batter at the keeper's end. But what a good recovery it is.
I'm looking forward to seeing that again already. Yeah, that was great. Well done to
won't get the wicket to his bowling figures, but he still gets the wicket and he saves the run. But what it does do is it puts the kind of quote-unquote established batter on strike. Shanawazir Rahman facing up.
A big swing and nothing from it.
Can't do anything with it, yeah, so it doesn't hurt him too much. Clever bowling inside the tram line. I say established batter, he's on 0, and he only had faced 2 balls before that, so it probably doesn't make a huge difference.
61, 2 balls to go. And, looks like everybody was wrong about this one. Well, it's a full toss. He hits it pretty well, but he's not going to get it past Lakhani. They do go for the 2. In comes the throw, and this time no mistakes. And well, watch out! This ball is still in the air somewhere. It comes down. He's happy about it. Of course he's happy about it. And, well done also to a man that we've been mentioning a lot. He's been fielding brilliantly out there. Dashan Lakhani. Yeah. That's absolutely right. What a great throw it is as well.
Because it's hard, but the bounce is going to take some of the sting out of it for the bowler, who wasn't going to make the same mistake twice. This time he gets the 2 hands on it. It's a simple run out. Unfortunately for Ashraful Alam, despite what it says on your screen, he hasn't faced a ball at all. He'll be run out for a diamond duck. And the score now is 62 for 8 with the ball remaining. And, well, in fact, looks like this will be it. Oh, well, there you go. God, let me check that last over so we didn't lose any balls. No, we had dot, 2 dot, then we had a run out, a dot, and then 1 and run out off the last ball. So, according to me, that is the end of the innings. And well, that would make sense why everyone's walking off. 62 for 8. And how about that? It's the exact same score, Rico, than we saw this morning.
The very first match.
From the Stockholm Mumbai Indians. Well, if they score the same as they scored this morning, we're going to have a golden ball. It'll be the lowest scoring golden ball ever. You see, it was 6 and then should have been out. It was a real cymbal clanger, wasn't it, from Sheikha Singh? But in the end, it doesn't hurt him too much. They did take some good catches along the way. They bowled well. They're pretty disciplined. Pulled off a couple of runouts as well, even off some drop catches. And ultimately, they're in the box seat to get some revenge. They'll need 63 for victory in the second half of this match.
Yeah, did really well. I think this was the big moment, wasn't it? That catch. It was a really good catch taken on the boundary there. But take your catches. Anything can happen, and that's what they did well. A lot of it was all down to the batting then of the captain. I think Farooq Ahmed realised that he had to stay there, especially when he lost Arif Hussain, caught and bowled. A good piece of action. This was the catch that got rid of Hussain. But once that wicket went down, you thought, well, okay, hello, who's going to score these runs? And this was the run out. And, there was a few of them, wasn't there? And that was an important point. And you could see from the reactions from the captain, he knew that was that was one that was going to hurt them. That was a great catch from Kale. I think he had a great game. He was good with his bowling, and he was very good in the field as well. And talking about good in the field, We had some that went through. That one was unfortunate. And that was Shikhar Singh. And here we go. Here we see the action. Pick up. There's the throw. Could have had him this time. And he says, well, you know what? When it comes to me next time, I am going to have it. Well, first there was this. That was absolutely brilliant. It's bombarded back at him. He couldn't take the catch. And then he thinks, well, I've got a chance to run out. He holds back the first time, says, hang on, I'm just going to compose myself. Here he goes. He says, hang on a minute. I've got it. No, wait. Now I've got you. And he gets it right. It's like playing darts, wasn't it? We didn't go for it first time. We thought, no, I'm not going to panic. He took a deep breath and then he let it go. But if he was smiling then and happy, well, he was smiling again here. Well, this one, and watch for the celebration because the ball goes up in the air a long way. Look, it's still up there somewhere. The fielder who comes into the back. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, I love some of these replays. Well, this is the European Cricket Network, and we are here in Stockholm, the FanCode European Cricket Series. This is coming up to the end of week 1. We've seen Group A. This is the start of Group B, and we've had a wonderful start. It's not been high scoring, it has to be said. The first match between these two the score was 62 put on the board, and well, this time it's 62 put by the other team, and it's the Tigers. They got to that target easily in the first match. We thought they were going to really put big runs on the board, but it wasn't to be. Only Farooq Ahmed, 23 of 15. Arif Hussain, he was the dangerous looking batter, and he wasn't able to get going. There's no Raz Imtaz in the side. He made 28 of 15, and as a result of that, they struggled, didn't they? 62 for 8, their 10 overs, nobody really able to get going. It was a really good bowling display, and let's have a look at some of the bowlers. I thought Swapnil Kale, he was spot on with his bowling. He was helped by some good fielding as well, it has to be said. Shelard, Chandrakant Shelard, 2 overs, 1 for 8, brilliant there from him as well, and 2 overs from Kakledge as well, taking 1 for 5, fantastic. But all the bowlers bowl well. I mean, the only one, Hankare, was a little bit expensive, but again, I like what he did. He bowled sort of over 1 and over 3 when he had more of the recognised and aggressive batters in. So did really well. And look how things started and how they ended up. Well, it's some nice patterns coming up in these win probability ones. I think 1 or 2 of them could go in one of the galleries that they have here in Stockholm, or maybe the underground. I hear that the underground in Stockholm is one of the known as the largest art gallery in the world, because the underground, or the metro as they like to call it here, is just covered with photographs. Well, 1 or 2 of those probability ones will look good on there as well. Look quite dashing, as well as some of the pictures that we've got of Stockholm. There's some of our backgrounds here. Going back to this match, the Stockholm Tigers, amazingly, look, the bat versus wall thought they'd get to 98 and win 98 to 78. Well, that hasn't happened. I was saying they're going to get to maybe over the 100 mark. That hasn't happened. They get to exactly the same score that the Stockholm Mumbai Indians made in the first match, 68-2, and lost a wicket more for 8. That's a big surprise. So you have to say that the Stockholm Mumbai Indians would fancy themselves here to knock off the 63 and win this match. Well, if they don't, well, as you heard Vinny Sandhu saying when we saw this score in the first match, if they don't do it, it'll be the lowest score that will be defended in an ECS. So we could see history in the making. Well, join me, Rika Full, and Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandhu, when we come back to see if that is going to be the case or not. We'll be back in about 10 minutes' time. Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to the Nusbury Cricket Ground here in Stockholm, the capital city of Sweden, where it's all about the European Cricket Series. And, well, we've got another low-scoring match for you this time round, as opposed to match number 1 between these two. It is the Stockholm Tigers that have been contained very well by the Stockholm Mumbai Indians. 62 they've got on the board, which is exactly the same score that the Stockholm Mumbai Indians scored in their first match. They were not able to defend it. It was reached easily in, well, with 20-odd balls to go by the Tigers. And we expected the Tigers batting first to put a bigger score on the board. It's not to be. And like Vinny Sandhu said about the first match, if the Tigers are to defend this, it will be the low score that has been defended in ECS. So let's wait and see how it goes. Certainly, two men that will be hoping that things go differently and they can level the series in this derby between these two teams in Stockholm. It's going to be the striker, Dahej, and he's out there with Darshan Lakhani, who showed some good hitting ability in the first match. They also have the wicketkeeper Singh, who I like the look of as well, and I think they'll be hoping that between them they're able to do it. Here's that good tight field again with that slip in to Ulo comes in. Just over pitches this one slightly. They'll take the single. Ulo bowled very well in the first match. He came on to bowl the first and the last over. Will this go into the last over? Are we going to have a dramatic finish to this match? In the air, shouts to catch it, but there's nobody there. And they've got this attack in field. So the man who would normally probably be in that position and cover on the 30-yard circle is inside stopping the single. I like that. I don't mind it at all. I think that's a victory for the fielding side. So both batters, Dahej and Lakhani, off the mark. This is swung hard, and they'll take the single as it bobbles away to the fielder. And of course, singles, you just keep going at singles. You're almost home. So every time you get an extra or a loose delivery that goes to the boundary, it's a win-win situation. That's, I think, what you've got to be focusing on here. Just saying, okay, don't do anything crazy. Just take the singles, and when you get a chance to hit a boundary, you do so. That's a nice shot from Lakhani. Plays it lovelily straight down the ground. Doesn't get as clean as contact that he wanted, but enough of it. 4 runs. Valuable runs. And you see Darshan Lakhani just now composing himself as he just walks away and says, okay, keep it together. The bowler awaits as a very interesting field on the offside. And oh, that's unlucky. It's going to race away. It's going to be back-to-back boundaries. Well, the first one was a legitimate shot. This one is very, very fortuitous. And Jyoti is trying to stop this one and can't do anything about it. Just have a look at that field there. You see that man has got another one coming into that cordon. Very, very close there out on that offside. But Ulla this time, like in the first match, hasn't really been able to get that ball where he wants to. So he's going to change his approach. He's going to come over the wicket now. And this is being thrown very hard. It's going to be 4 more. Cuatro carreras más. Que genial, que forte. Este hombre Lakhani. Well, that's been hit pretty firmly. And, well, the fielding options taken by the fielder here to try and stop this one. I'm glad he doesn't get anything on it. If this hits his foot, it was going to break it. And, it was not the way you want to be stopping this. This is Rahman. And if that ball catches his foot, I think that would have been the last of his series. End of the first over. 15 without loss, and a good time to welcome back into the commentary position Vinny Sandhu. What a start.
Yeah, nice to be back. Well, what am I watching? It's almost like they've all swapped clothes,
yeah,
isn't it? I mean, we're literally watching the same game,
yeah,
but the team's reversed. So, yeah, surely they're not going to fall over and lose from here. Stockholm Mumbai Indians in a great position to win their first match on ECN in their 8th attempt as we get to the second over. And it's Ahmed Ashraful Alam who will be bowling it. Yeah, so we're going to see history one way or another. We'll either see the Stockholm Mumbai Indians winning their first match on ECN in their 8th attempt, or we'll see the lowest score defended ever in over 2,000 matches for T10 on ECN. But still, just got a feeling could be a twist in here somewhere. I think Lakhani holds the key.
Short, and doesn't get it as much as he would like to. Does Dodge, but he manages to get the single, and that puts the Lakhani on strike, who's hit 3 boundaries already. Powerful shots as well. 2 of them were. One was a bit of a unlucky one, which the keeper, Jyoti, couldn't do anything about. So here we go. I don't think he's going to change his approach, Alam. He's going to still attack the stumps. And Lakhani, he doesn't change his approach either. He still wants to attack the ball. This will be a single.
Bit of chat in the live chat at the moment about the teams coming up, and we're going to see Hammarby versus Mashta. Hammarby are a side we saw previously who were called Solskjaerbaden. That was back in 2020. Now they've joined the Hammarby kind of multi-sport club here. A bunch of sports represented in that club, such as football and ice hockey. So let's chat to their captain, Mohamed Munir, a little bit just at the toss. And then also, Mashta are a team we've seen have some success. And then last year, ended up top of their group, actually, just ahead of Djurgården. But it was Mashta who ultimately wouldn't make it all the way to the big dance.
So well bowled. So joining the dots up here now. So after quite a fruitful first over for the Stockholm Tigers Indians, this one they're struggling to get away. It's tidy stuff from Alam. Can he finish it well? Only 2 runs off it.
Yeah, Mashta, like I said, they topped their group last time, but they went down to Huddinge in the semi-final stage. So he finished 3rd in the other group. Huddinge and Albizalmi ultimately would contest the final. So that should be a really interesting afternoon of cricket.
Plays out to one of the many fielders out there on that that offside corridor, if you like. And that's the end of the over. Only goes for 3. So it's a good comeback, good fight back. It's 18.
Yeah, so
the board
gives us a chance to have a look at this Group B. So I just mentioned Hammarby and Mashta that will be going head-to-head this afternoon. The only other team is Umeå, who, as Luke correctly pointed out in the chat, only won 1 of their 8 matches last year. Although, they weren't the worst. Their net run rate at the end was minus 1.573. It wasn't even the worst net run rate in the tournament, but they just had a knack of finding a way to lose. That was the issue. And some of those games that they lost were hard to watch. They actually lost a golden ball to the Foreign Royals at one stage, 70-70. That was fairly low scoring.
Well, Akash comes into the attack and starts with a wide ball. I mean, they've gone with Akash here. I would have probably, I know it wasn't his best over from Ulla. I would have gone back to Ulla because you need wickets here. You need to try and get a wicket, and Ulla, I think, is a wicket-taking bowler. But they've obviously opted to have Akash to bowl here, Mundiral Akash. And up in the air, uppercuts it, will get a wicket, and he does. The batter can't believe it. He thinks he's got a free hit here, but I suppose that's the advantage of really stocking up the offside. I mean, it would have been a wide ball, but it gets rewarded with a wicket. Definitely would have been in wide, I think, here.
I think it would have been. Again, he decides to go after it, and he goes to his own demise, makes his own bed. He goes after it. It's very hard to control that shot. That's the thing. And so, yeah, well held down there. Look, there could be something afoot here. I do think Lakhani, he holds the key. But, judging by the batting we saw earlier from the Stockholm Mumbai Indians, there's nothing kind of assured about this chase. And I've been waiting for this one to go down for a while. The lowest defence, 63 at the moment, is the lowest total defender. It's been done twice, once by Men in Blue against the 11 Stars in Barcelona last year. It's also done by Decathlon in Greece, in Corfu against Forge. So, is this the day that it goes down? Stockholm Mumbai Indians won't be hoping it is, because if they don't chase this down, not only will they be in the record books for the wrong reasons, they'll have 8 consecutive losses without a win on the European Cricket Network. Anyway, new batter, Shekhar Singh, is in.
Yeah, Singh looked in good form in the first match. He was the only batter that really contributed any real runs, and got to 18 of 7 balls. He was the one who was caught and bowled brilliantly by Sen.
Yeah, well, it's like the ball caught the fielder with that one.
Chips it away, but doesn't get enough on this to beat the fielder at fine. So it'll be more pad than bat, so leg by signal. So yeah, tense moments here, because I think these are the 2. They need 2 wickets here is what the Tigers will be thinking. If they can get those 2 wickets, they can really try and put the squeeze on. The Stockholm Mumbai Indians know that, well, a couple of good shots, a couple of good overs from them, and they've got victory. Bowling here is not so good. That's a tremendous stop from the fielder. Not only does he stop it, but he manages to keep the ball in his hand as well. He's still down. I suppose he may have just winded himself here. Look, here's the dive. That's oh, what a great stop that is.
Yeah.
And his shades come off, and then you can see he's just holding his side there because, well, this ground we know is rock hard. It's solid. And,
Jyoti looks like he's giving him CPR there. I don't think it's that serious.
He's giving him a rub.
He's just
He's giving a bit of a rub down.
Clear.
Now they're pulling him up with the same arm, so that's
He's right.
He's okay.
That's good effort though. I mean, trying to defend 62, you better fight for every run. And he was flying there, wasn't he?
Great stop.
And talked about how this ground's fairly lush, but also it's hard underneath. That's part of the reason it drains so well as well. Despite having a fair bit of rain, not last night but the night before. We just lost 1 hour of play yesterday. But yeah, I think the fielder found out how hard it was right there. So it's going to be the man of mystery, Manjul Akash, to continue. He's into the side for this game. Wasn't selected in game 1.
Delivers another wide, which is not what his captain wants from him at the moment. The captain needs wickets. Farooq Ahmed.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you'd hate to lose this. I mean, a bit like you mentioned Umio last year, losing some games they shouldn't have lost. This is one SMI should not lose at all.
What's this one? Well, he gets away with that one.
Yeah, this is the kind of one that I feel is fine, but it's kind of the sort of one that has been called this week. Tell me if you think it gets any of the line. Yeah, I think that probably, if you're looking technically, I think it grabs a bit of the tram line.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Probably was a wide, but gets away with it. Akash, last ball of his over.
And that's nicely played. This will race away. Fielder will get to it. It's the same man that was down and out earlier. Gets the throw in. They take 2 runs.
Let's have a look at the end of the power play, and it's 24 for 1. And, you see here, once again, you see that cats get a bit breezy. And have a look at this. Stockholm Mumbai Indians, they have really shot into contention, haven't they? Through the 8th over is where they've intersected, and since then they are heavy favourites. It's kind of an interesting story of how the game has played out. Yeah. Kept thinking the Tigers, well, they'll get away at some stage, but they never really did they, in the first innings?
No, interestingly enough, though, look, at the 3 over mark, I mean, the Tigers were 26 for 1. So here we see the Mumbai Indians, they're 24 for 1. So at the moment, it's very even. And this man, he played a huge part in the first match. Bowled really well, did Rahman, and he's coming on to bowl here now. So this is the little storm, if you like, that the Stockholm Mumbai Indians have to weather.
Yeah, the splits are really interesting about that first innings you were talking about. There were 39 off the first half, only 23 off the second half. And during that time, they lost 6 wickets as well. So it's been an interesting point in the game where Shanawaz Rahman comes on to bowl. Almost drags back onto the stumps. French cut, and he's lucky to still be there.
Never mind, just make an adjustment to his field. On there, the leg side, he wants the man at square a lot closer to the square side. He's too far behind.
Simon says hands on heads. If you looked at that last ball before that one, where it was inside edge and it went perilously close to the stumps.
Well, that's exactly where I want you, he says, and that's why. Oh, that's a good bit of volley. Well, you love it when a plan comes together, and that came together absolutely perfectly. You saw the bowler, Rahman, moving the field a couple of balls ago, and this is being crashed straight into his hands. He hardly has to move. A good technique there on the catching as well, and that's a big wicket, and that certainly keeps things interesting because that's a big man to get. Singh.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, that's a game breaker because that can easily burst through the hands and go for 6, Rico. But he does stand tall, does take a very good catch. And Shaker has to go for only a couple. And guess who? It was Kauser Ahmed that takes the catch. And it keeps everything under control this time. So now we will see Swapnil Kale. He's another key batter, isn't he? For the Stockholm Mumbai Indians, coming in at number 4. It just has a weird feel about it this game. I mean, they are fine as far as run rates going as well. Ahead of where they need to be. They need less than a run a ball, 38 off 39.
It's about batting positively, though, isn't it? It's about saying,
they have been positive. But, I mean, that's a good shot. Just absolutely couldn't have picked out the fielder any better. And an excellent catch. So a wicket for Rahman, who continues.
Good bowling from Rahman. It just he sort of goes forward, and then I like the way he goes back to his bowling mark. He just goes in reverse. He doesn't even turn around. He just keeps his eyes focused on the money. Here he goes again. This time he's playing with that wide line, and it has been called.
And this is something they probably can't afford to do this time, is bowl a bunch of wides. I think they bowled a dozen in the first game, the Tigers. They just don't have that many to play with this time.
Good bit of bowling, and the wicketkeeper gets in the action as well. He's asking the question. Let's have a look. And does that foot go up in the air? And it did, but the bails came off.
I'm not even sure.
A bit later, so not out.
Nice thinking from Jyoti. Want to make sure the batter's completely kind of sat behind the line, but no, won't be out.
Well bowled. It's a really, really good over. Absolutely brilliant. Just 2 runs from it. Gets the wicket. Keeps his team in the hunt.
Yeah, sure does. So 26 for 2. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Rico Full. Well, it's all about making history on the European Cricket Network. I mean, no one's ever done quite as much cricket as we've done and the type of cricket that we've done. But right now, you're going to watch some history because either the Stockholm Mumbai Indians, they're going to chase this down and they'll win their first ever match on ECN, of course. And that's after they played their first match over 2 years ago now. And the other thing that could happen, or I should say, if they don't chase it down, we'll have a new record for a best defence because no one's ever defended 62 or less. The record at the moment, 63. So history in the making right here in match number 20.
Poised as well, isn't it?
Yeah, so long way to go. It's going to be Shaurav Sarkar. So going to continue with the spin attack. Bowling over number 5.
And, just a little bit too short there, but be interesting to see where this one was played from. I think he's played it right from in front of the stumps as well. So I think that the bowler will be encouraged. Look, he steps right across. So that will encourage the bowler, I think, here. If he can fire a quicker one in, get it to skid through.
Had the length to do that.
It's a nice tricky shot, and that's, well, it's a good stop from that infielder. I think it probably had enough power to probably split the 2 men on the boundary.
I think it probably would have gone for 4 if this isn't fielded. That's an excellent piece of fielding. And yeah, I think it's the captain, Farooq Ahmed, doing the job there.
Oh, this time I think he's going to go. Yeah, the finger goes up straight away, and this is excellent wicket keeping from Jyoti. He knows he's got his man straight away. This is fantastic, Vinny.
Yeah, the Swedish national team keeper. We have seen him doing a good job for the national team before, and that one is out. And yeah, the umpire not needing to go to the review. I like that because it is pretty clear. We'll slow it down just to make it really clear to you guys. But you can see that nothing gets down. The heel gets down, the bat gets down, but it's too late. The bails are off, and Joti, the fastest hands in Sweden, he knocks off the bails, and so
huge wicket now.
Yeah, 28 for 3, and we talked about Lakani being the key. Well, he's gone, and suddenly the Stockholm Mumbai Indians. Well, you know, when you haven't won any matches, it does get in your head a little bit. Right now, they'd be wondering, surely we're going to chase this target of 63, but you know, nothing's for certain at the moment.
It started so well for him that first over, went for 15, but since then, the bowlers have got back on top. They took a bold move to go with Akash to bowl the third over. It worked. They got that wicket from a shot. You thought the ball was going to go to the boundary, but put it into the hands really of Ahmed. And, well, big moment here. You can see that they're feeling the pressure, the batters. He's just having a look around. Carly is out there, and now Leach comes out. Oh, gets beaten by a beauty.
To give you an idea, the Stockholm Mumbai Indians, they played their first match on ECN on 15th of June 2020, Rico. That was 705 days ago, and that's how long they've gone without a win. So they've never had a win, and so it could be an opportunity here to break their duck, but certainly making hard work of it. Cuthbridge, well, let's see if he can move the needle at all. Carle's still there at the moment, but got to be feeling the pressure, these two, because they don't want to lose another wicket or two. Last ball of the 5th over.
Oh, and he goes for the big shot, just manages to get it over Rahman, who's in close, putting the pressure in there on the onside, gets a single. It's the end of another over. Another good over for the Tigers. Only 4 runs off that one from Sake. Picked up the wicket as well. 30 for 3 at the halfway point.
Yeah, so 15 off first over, like you said. Since then, we've had 3, 6, 2, and 4. So, I mean, they only needed about a run a ball after that first over. But you see 3, 6, 2, and 4. Those aren't run a ball overs. Only the third one of 6 was, and that was helped by a couple of wides, believe it or not. And now they're going to go back to Shanawazur Rahman.
Yeah, just wondering whether, I mean, the game with Rahman here, I would try at this point with only 30 on the board. This is where I would have tried somebody else. This is maybe you go back to Ulla, who didn't bowl the best of overs. Oh. Saving Ulla for the last, maybe if it goes that far, may be dangerous.
You have to disagree with you there, because you might not get to a last. I mean, I think
No, I'm saying not save. What I'm saying is don't save. They've got the mindset of saving Ulla to the last. I think you need to use him before Zafar Ulla.
I think it's just keeping it tight what's been working. And Rahman bowled it over in the 4th and only went for 2. So I think it makes sense to bring him back here in the 6th. And they like to bowl Rahman and Saka in tandem anyway.
Gives this one a bit of flying. It's well struck. Gets fielded. They think about 2. It doesn't happen. The wicketkeeper's all over the place.
Well, he went to go back up the bowler's end. He wasn't expecting 007 to launch a long-range missile. But luckily, Joti, he gets there just in time and makes sure there's no extras. Oh, not running there. What's going on? I mean, geez, got to be a few nerves around it. Let's just say, I'm no body language expert, Rico, but they disagreed on whether there was a run there or not, I think.
Yeah, very much so. Carly is saying, come on, you got to take these. And he's absolutely right. You do got to take them. They need to see. They don't necessarily have to think about boundaries. Just need to keep taking the singles. This time they will run.
Take the one.
Oh, well, a big error from the fielder.
Yeah. Only concedes 1 though, better than giving away a 4. But talking of giving away runs, I think Shrug mentioned, talking about those 4 byes in the first innings. I said that could be costly. Just an unnecessary 4 runs. I mean, still, they haven't been hurt too much on the scoreboard. But yeah, and Peter Handley, he's saying what I'm thinking. It looks so easy on paper. But when you're out there in the middle, pressure is a funny thing.
Well, does he take these first time?
No.
He doesn't take it first time. He takes them on the way back, but that still may have been enough. Oh,
We still may get him. I don't
that's
know.
what I mean.
Let's get it super slow here, and we'll try and get the first time the stumps get knocked over. This would have been out, but he air swings. I've done this. It's so embarrassing. Look, he actually hits him the first time. It doesn't knock over the bail. He's still out, I reckon.
Do you
Look,
think?
look.
Let's keep an eye on the foot. The foot is down there. Let's have a look at it again. It's going to be very close.
Well, Sam, I'll tell you why. I noticed a bail get dislodged here, and he's going to be gone. I'll show you why. He misses here. See, the bail's up and the foot's up.
Yep.
So it's a really good spot by the off-field officials. And so Jyoti, well, he does swing and get fresh air, but he gets just enough of the bail to stump the batter, and that's yet another wicket. The pressure is on, and everybody's feeling it. Stockholm Mumbai Indians, they're 34 for 4.
Yeah, they're certainly. I mean, this is where you just, I think, as a skipper of the Stockholm Mumbai Indians, you just say, right, I'm going to send somebody out there who I know doesn't feel the pressure, who can give the ball a fair crack, and say, look, just go out there, play your normal game, and just get me a quick fire 12, 16 runs, because that'll be enough. That'll get them home.
I think
at the moment they're all coming out. They're too cagey.
Well, you say
they're
that,
really
but
cagey.
it's not like they've gotten out blocking either. I mean, that's an attacking kind of a stroke.
Yeah, they're just, the mindset is.
I feel like this is on here. I've been waiting a long time for this record to go down, you know. Been waiting a long time. There's a few times we've been close. Yeah, most recently in Portugal. But this one at the moment, we almost saw 60 defended in Portugal, but almost being the key. And Jyoti, well, he is a very good keeper, but he forgot plan A. Got to hit the stumps. He does actually brush the stumps.
He does. You see, he's trying to do what good keepers do, and all good keepers are so good at just nip the bail off, but he misses it. But I think he rubs it enough to eventually.
Yeah, I think he kind of it's on the as his hands are going past. So he flicks one stump, and then as the hands are going past, then the bail's dislodged. But yeah, I mean, you talk about just looking neat. I mean, when you got to rush, you just got to smack him as hard as you can. That's your best option. Anyway, so Rahman with another wicket, and let's see what Hankare can do with the bat. Get away with this. So end of the over. 6 overs down, 34 for 4. The heat is on. Mightn't be that hot. Good call by the umpire. Currently 11 degrees, but out there in the middle. You talked about go find someone that's not feeling the pressure. Well, I think you're going to be coming up with nobody then, Rico, because I think every single one of the Mumbai Indians, they'll be feeling it. But I get what you're saying. Get someone out there, maybe play a few shots, maybe someone from a bit lower down. But
you've always got. I mean, you always got in your side. I mean, when I've been in positions like this where you've done all the good work. You've skittled the team out, and then your top order batters are letting you down. I think you've always got one or two there. Maybe they're primarily bowlers in your side, saying, "Look, just finish it off." And you want to just say, "Look, I'm going out there. Let me go, Skip. Let me go." And if there's anybody like that in that side, I think that's where the captain says, "You know what? Okay, go." And you just need somebody, whether it's your normal number 11, number 10, who's saying, "Look, I can do this. Just let me go."
Depends.
This is where you say,
reminds me of
go.
someone in class saying, "Well, any volunteers?" And everyone just looking.
you could have that. You could have that.
Maybe.
But I think all teams have got one that says, "Yeah, look, I can do this. I can handle this."
Got to say, I'm happy they brought Rahman back last over. He only concedes 4. Now they go back to Saka. The spin twins continuing. And we'll see just a single. Let me just check this run rate required, which is ballooned out. I say ballooned.
It's about
just over 7.25,
something like that.
Yeah, 7.2 at the moment. What a good game. And suddenly, according to the win predictor, it's 40-60. So they're backing the Tigers to be able to defend this. Anybody got the golden ball tingle?
Golden ball tingle?
Anybody?
Well, I reckon there's a few tingles out there at the moment. A few shakes as well.
Andy won this one.
What the fielder has messed it up. They will get 2. I mean, they should always have been going for 2 there. But then the fielder, I think it was Rahman who's done so well with the ball.
You see, a 2 feels like a boundary at this stage. Having this kind of a game. Somehow he kicks it, and then he somehow drops it, even though he's holding on to it. Don't know how it's even possible. More work for him here.
Let's see what he does this time. And it's to get there.
Wow, really taking their time. They're too hesitant with the running between the wickets. Just have a look here. There's always a run here. And it took a long time to get going.
He's looking, you see, he's going back to what you were saying earlier. When you're the striker, if it goes behind you, you go with the non-striker score. You don't need to find the ball.
Or if you don't know where the ball is.
If he says go, you go.
That's one where he just doesn't know where the ball is. Doesn't matter.
You just got to go.
Going under your stumps.
I know it doesn't seem like a lot, but this is the first bit of hustle we've seen from the batters for a while. Down the ground, will be fielded. Another single, but this is better. They're starting to get something from every ball. They have converted a single into two. I mean, there's pressure out there for the fielders as well, of course. Every time the ball's coming their way, they know they're under pressure in this tight match. So put them under more pressure. I think both these batters should be running quick the first one, just to apply pressure. And asking a question, and it goes, the finger goes up, yeah. I mean, the umpire thinks long and hard about it. I don't mind that at all. I'm a big fan of the umpires taking their time to give the decision. Have a look at this, I think. Where does this pitch? Pitches right on, it hits. I mean, you say, oh yeah, the thing he was thinking there, and I'm glad to see that was this going to drift past the leg stick?
Yeah, I mean, my feeling was, I know what you're saying, for sure, but yeah, I mean, I think it's hitting in front of middle. He's holding the bat up, but that's the oldest trick in the book.
Yeah, there's no bat there.
I think it's out. My instinct says it's out. I know what you're saying, and you've got to account for that angle. But I think it's not like it hits him on middle and leg even. I think it hits him pretty much dead in front of middle stump, and I think that's a pretty good decision.
Yeah.
But just a little bit of the ball has to flick the stumps as well. So yeah, I've got to say I'm on the umpire side for that one.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you. I'm with you. I think the umpires needs to, and he does. That's what I liked about it. He looked at it long and hard, and he thought, yeah, that is gonna hit, in my opinion. And he's the man in the best position. So it's 39 now for 5. We've got a ball to go in the 7th over. And Saka, well, he's come up with the goods for his captain as well. 2 for 9 so far.
Last ball the over.
Goes for a quicker one, and it's straight at the fielder. No run. That's the big news there. End of the 7th. 39, 5 down. Runs required going up. We're almost getting to around the 8 required per over. You just get the feeling, Vinny, that if anything's going to happen, it's got to happen in this over. The two batters, they're having a bit of a chat with each other. While they're having a chat, we're just going to leave this out there for you.
Yep.
The golden ball. I mean, all time, it's 18-11 to.
It's quite amazing. If you go back to the golden ball, even last year, or going way back to 2020.
Here we go. You can see there.
You can see here. I mean, the batters had a very good start. I mean, 7-3 after year one, if you like. The golden ball being in action. But how about 2021? It was 11-3 to the bowlers and 4-1 this year. And everyone was saying at the time when we first brought it out, the first 5 were won by the batters. And they were saying that's way too easy, but clearly not. And I still think that we'll see that even up again. After 20 of them, it was 10-10, an absolute even split.
Yeah.
So heading into the 8th over, let's see what happens here, because this is going to be super interesting.
Well,
24 required of the last 3 overs.
Team captain is out there as well. He's hoping that he's able to steady the ship. And it's Sanjay Mahajan. Well, I say steady the ship. I've got some info from you about ships, and this could be quite fitting here. Up in the air, it's an opportunity. The wicketkeeper, he finds it and he takes a catch. It's another one. Oh dear, and it's Kuklich who has to go. And well, Jyoti is doing all the celebrations. Now, how about this? Well, at the height of its empire, Sweden built the largest warship called the Vasa to symbolize its power. It was so big and heavy that on its maiden voyage in 1628, it sank less than a mile out of the dock. Well, is this the equivalent of the Vasa, the Stockholm Mumbai Indians. They surely thought they were going to get their first victory here. Through all their hard work in the field. Now with 6 wickets down, 39 on the board, it looks more likely that the Tigers are going to be the ones making history here.
It does look like it, doesn't it? I mean, where does that leave the Stockholm Mumbai Indians as well?
Oh,
they chase this down. I mean, they did all the hard work. Again, I hate to harp on the 4 buys. Take that off total. They'd love that at the moment. As we see, it's going to be Dongare who is going to come out and bat now.
Islam got a wicket off his very first ball. In once more. This up in the air, couple of bounces.
First two overs they were 18 for no loss. We've had a wicket in every single over since. So in overs 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, we've had a wicket. So there's been no chance of a partnership. As a captain, Sanjay Mahajan, who's out there now with Donagre. And with the ball is Shahidul Islam.
Big swing and a miss. Jyoti takes it cleanly. Keep an eye also on behind the wicket. I mean, third man is pretty wide. Looks like he's out of the circle, but there is no fine leg. He's got a square leg, orthodox, mid-wicket, and long on back. Takes a single. Aja, says the captain. Mahajan. Now, Dongare goes on strike. He's 1 of 1 so far.
Yeah, now, look, Donagre wasn't the worst. He scored 6 not out in the last game, so he can hold it. Let's see if he can put something together with his captain. Facing up now to Shahadatul Islam.
Well struck. Bubbles down to the fielder. No mistakes and gets a good throw in to the keeper's hand. Intelligent bit of fielding from Kaswar Ahmed. He doesn't want to throw it to the bowlers then where it could. Where he doesn't manage to handle it cleanly.
What a low-scoring thriller this is, Rico. Last ball of the over.
Goes for the shorter one. And it will just be a single. Bowler looks disappointed, but he shouldn't be. It's another great over. It's only 4 runs, so that rate just keeps going up. It's another wicket as well. He's bowled well here, and the score has moved on to 43. And it's 6 wickets down. And before we go back to this match, what we got coming up next?
Yeah, so this will be a really interesting afternoon with Hammarby versus Mashta. A lot of people have these guys right up the top of Group B, although we'll have to see, won't we? And I can tell you the news from the toss. Hammarby, they've won the toss, and their captain, Mohamed Munir, has decided that he wants to have a bat. So we'll see them batting first. And yeah, Mashta, we'll see some familiar names there, including Shahid Mustafa, who we're likely to see behind the stumps for them. The other one is Sher Ali, who we saw for Sweden, typically opening the batting for them in the ECC. So plenty of action this afternoon. Match 23 coming away in about half an hour right here on the European Cricket Network. Join us for more exciting action from Stockholm.
Back to this one. And the game for Ashraf Alam, who bowled that very impressive second over after the first went for 15 from Zafarullah. He bowled a very good second, only 3 runs from it. I wonder if they would have been better off sticking to him to bowl the last and maybe giving Ulla this one. I don't know, but in he comes. It's pace though, and I think pace, they'll prefer the pace because there's always a possibility of an inside edge that goes to the boundary. You can play your shots a bit more freely. You haven't got the wicket keeper, who's been fantastic, by the way, Jyoti, breathing down your neck.
That's the kind of ball which should easily sneak through unless the keeper. And he gets down, he blocks that one with the leg. Going to be crazy as a keeper. You've got to love getting hit by the ball. So now we've got 20 off 11.
Alarm goes for the short one. It's up in the air and they'll run. The fielder comes in. Pressure moment, but no pressure there from Mr. Calm. Zafarullah and taking the catch, making it look easy. It's another wicket that goes 7 wickets down. Capitan has to depart and he's not able to see and take his side to victory. A victory that has eluded them for so long.
Yeah, and that was a pressure moment, wasn't it? It was going to give up a run. But you know, it's all about removing the batters. And unfortunately for the captain, Mahajan, doesn't have a great day with the bat. 4 off 9 earlier, then 2 off 6 and gone. The decision to bowl Ashraful Alam in the 9th pays off. 43 for 7 as Harsha Aital comes to the crease. Well, Sandori, I think in the chat, saying that maybe Jyoti is his man of the match, despite Jyoti getting run out for pretty much nothing, I believe. See how much he scored. He scored 1. I mean, it's a fair shout. I mean, we don't often see people getting it just with their keeping, but you know, think about some of the stops he's made, some of the stumpings. He's been instrumental. The high catch as well. You know, he's been a bit of a difference maker. But anyway, this game isn't finished yet. We could still have a hero, Rico. 20 off 10 now with three wickets remaining in hand. You just can't see it happening. But Aital, who bowled pretty well today. Let's see if he can do something with the willow. As we'll see Ashraful Alam steaming into him in the 9th over.
Plays this cleverly, just not risking the big shot straight away. Plays it out, takes a single. So Athiel gets off the mark. Don't hug it. Back on strike. There's 3 balls to come in this over.
I mean, a couple of boundaries changes everything here. Don't forget, a couple of boundaries changes everything. But I mean, we haven't had a boundary since that first over where we had 3 consecutive 4s. They're the only 4s in the innings, Rico.
The other ones we had off one player, and that's why that was such a big, important wicket. And it's been nicely played, safe hands. In comes the quick throw. The wicket keeper again, Jyoti in the action, takes the, destroys the stumps and then says sorry umps and picks them up. Smashes them down this time.
Delicate about that, but no, that's the other thing. Defensive fielding pressure. I mean, that's the kind of ball. If it sneaks through and goes for 4, you can lose all your momentum.
Yeah.
So yeah, credit to the Tigers. They've been on the hunt. They were kind of the wounded Tigers, weren't they? After they only posted 62. Oh, they're big favourites now to break a record that has stood for over a year since we first saw that 63 defended.
Yeah, well, it was International Dangerous Species Day yesterday, and the Tigers, well, they bounced back. They're saying, well, we're in no danger. We're still here, and we're finding they looked in danger, didn't they? The way this match started, with them being skittled out.
We knew it was kind of on, though, based on what we saw from Mumbai Indians with the bat in the first half of this.
Well, you didn't think it with the start. I mean, I know when you
but the
came
15
into
off the first over, that means they've got 30 off the last 7.4.
Dot ball.
Not getting any better, is it?
Huge gold dust is a dot ball.
I'm going to read out the over by over scores. 15 off the first, including those 3 boundaries. We haven't seen a boundary since. Then we've had 3, 6, 2, 4, 4, 5, 4. This one is 2 with the ball remaining. So, wow, things really grinding to a halt.
The other impressive thing is the extras. Only 4, 3 wides.
I said they had to get that under control, and they have, hey?
And 1 leg by. Slower delivery, hit pretty hard. And well, there's the misfield. Unfortunately, it's been well backed up. Isn't that great fielding? I mean, little things like this is about basics. And that's Qaisar Ahmed. Even though he knows the fielder is more than likely to field this without any issue, he still backs up Akash. And Akash misfields it. But look, there we go. This is what you're taught to do when you're a youngster. And that's why. And it was cheeky, but it was nice. And it saves the boundary.
Probably over-attacking, but certainly it was well backed up. And now we go to the last. They need 16. I wouldn't put your money on it, Rico, the way that things have gone. And have a look at that. Talk about the highs and lows. I mean, that's a bit of the old 1929 stock market crash about that. It's fallen off a cliff all the way through this innings. And so, yeah, now they are very, very favoured to do this, the Tigers. And, wow, that's a very interesting win probability graph. And that's what it's more about, rather than at a point in time. You can see how, as the game went on, who was kind of favoured has changed. And that one does give an accurate representation of that, I think. All right, here we go.
Surprise here with the option of the bowler. They haven't gone with the Zafarullah.
I prefer a douche in the last over. Well, a bit surprised, but let's see what happens. 16 to win in the last.
Played into the ground, and will they try for 2? No, they won't. They'll just take the single.
And a bit like when men in blue in Catalunya, when they defended 63, they held the 11 Stars to 52, and they won fairly comfortably in the end. And this looks like a similar scoreline at the moment, if I'm honest. Need a boundary.
And, well, they don't get a boundary. He plays it onto his own stump, so Ithiala has to go. It's more misery, more disappointment as the 8th wicket goes down. And it's a wicket for Rush. Just a real painful and, you have to say, sorry sight really for the Stockholm Mumbai Indians. Nothing really has worked for them, and they will just think back to sort of about 40 minutes ago when they were on a high, the way they finished the innings, restricting a very strong Stockholm Tigers team to 62, and then 15 coming off that first over. They thought, yeah, we're in, we're finally going to get a victory, and it's all gone downhill from there. 48 now for 8.
Shalar will be the new batter. Let's see how he went in the first game. He just was in at the end. He made 1 off 2, so yeah, batting low down. Yeah, the other time we saw 63 defended was in Greece. I think I mentioned that in Corfu. It was Forge who only managed 56, chasing the decathlon target of 64. So here we go, 4 to come.
And it's another wicket, corner bowled. And 2 in 2 for Dush. And it's another.
So we've seen everything else. Are we going to see a hat-trick here? And he has the right approach here, doesn't he, Shalar? And no, it's not his fault. The batters haven't done their job, really. And a simple return catch for Dush. It came from the clouds to bowl the last over. We thought they might go back to their openers, Afarullah. No need. And now suddenly he's on a hat-trick, and he's got the number 11 to bowl that. Well, as it will be Shalya Pandey coming out to bat.
It's been that sort of match, isn't it? And I think it's a sort of match that a hat-trick would be a fitting way to end it. And it's that bowler there, Asif Fadush, who has the opportunity. He probably won't. I mean, I don't know. I'm pretty sure he's taken hat-tricks before in his cricketing career, but what an opportunity here as the number 11 makes a slow, lonely walk out there. Shalay Pandey, I don't think he expected to be putting his pads on or being anywhere near his pads for this match. Well, there he is. He's going out there with 3 balls to go. With the thing is, though, it's 3 balls to go. It's not impossible. 3 sixes. He won the match. It's as simple as that.
Well, this will be the greatest comeback ever if they can do this.
Hat-trick
15
ball.
off 3.
And it's not a good delivery for your hat-trick ball. You thought he'd attack the
Oh, was this wide?
stump.
This one to me goes over the line. I mean, I know it might be beyond him anyway. But have a look.
Yeah,
that's wide. They missed out. It hasn't gone inside. And it's half a wide because he thinks about it and then he changes his mind.
Yeah, you see that the non-striker is sort of giving it to the umps and say, come on, that's got to be a wide. It wasn't. And this one goes all the way through. And, well, it's this is going to be, well, it is. It's a stunning, amazing comeback. History has been made. The lowest score to be defended was before 63. It is now 62. And it is the Stockholm Tigers that have made that history. A ball to go in this match.
Well, history in the making. Here's the last ball.
And just nicely played out into the offside. So Pandey will get a run to his name. He'll be 1 not out of the 3 deliveries he's faced. But it's all about the Tigers. It's been a sensational victory. There's been a number of key contributors in the Tigers team that played their part in that. I think the bowling of Rahman was fantastic. Also Sakar. And also, you've got to say, the wicket keeping there of the national team keeper, Jyoti. He was absolutely fantastic. He was fired up. What a great win. And, well, when you win 2 matches in the style that they have, first of all, chasing down 62 in the first match with ease, and then defending 62 in the second, well, that's going to do your confidence a world of good.
I mean, you never would have thought it after the first over where we saw 3 consecutive boundaries, including that one, which was a bit fortunate. I said they'd have to fall over to lose. That's exactly what they did. And they had to take their chances, didn't they? The Stockholm Tigers, if they're going to do it. And this was a pretty good one. Again, any of these, if they burst through and go to the boundary, it's really going to hurt you. And that was the kind of effort we saw all the way through this defensive 62.
Yeah, because first of all, he does the fielding. to stop the boundary, and then he takes the catch to again stop the boundary and get the man out. That was the important part there, wasn't it, in the game? And that stumping, that was huge. That was the one they needed. That was Lahani, and he was the key. 17 he went for of 9, but if that was an out, if he could have stayed there, anything could have happened. This was the LBW, and the umpire thought long and hard, decided it was going to go on to hit, and well, what a match it was. And there's Jotty again in the action, and this one goes a long way up in the air. But that was the other thing as well, there was no mistakes. It was, once again, you have to say, a very clinical performance. I think I used that word about them in the first match when they were in the field. They did everything right, and that's exactly what they did here as well, Vinny.
Yeah, they're incredible. And in the end, it wasn't even close, was it? Fairly comfortable winners by 13 runs. Well, that's something like 20% less than their total, believe it or not. And coming up, we have matches 23 and 24 this afternoon. Starting in 15 minutes, it'll be Hammarby versus Mashta. Looking forward to this one. Two pretty high-quality teams. And let's see how they go in their first hit out. Will the bat start swinging straight away, or will they take a bit of time to get into it? Look out for Khalid Mahmood and Farhan Ali listed at the top for Hammarby. That's for Mashta. I do like their captain and wicketkeeper Shahid Mustafa. He's normally a pretty good player. And Sher Ali, I mentioned him, national team player. He listed to open up with Waqas Haider. So join us for that one. Like I said, we'll be back in around about 12 or 13 minutes to take you into the afternoon session. Well, it's quite an incredible scorecard, and the kind of thing of nightmares for the Stockholm Mumbai Indians, who were really in the box seat, weren't they, to take the points here in match 22, chasing only 63. They are now, unfortunately, on the wrong side of the record books.
Yeah, records are there to be broken,
total,
aren't they, Vinny? And this one has been broken, and unfortunately, the Stockholm Mumbai Indians, their record of not only in the European Cricket Series takes another dent, but they go into the record books for the wrong reason.
Yeah, they sure do. 17 for Lakhani. He got the only 3 boundaries of the innings. They all came in the first over. An absolute drought. You see, it was all up. They never needed to go back to him. All the other bowlers taking wickets. 6 bowlers taking wickets, 3 of them taking a couple. And really hard to pick a favourite out of there. I would say, yeah, for me, Jyoti, as good as anybody for a man of the match shout, because his wicketkeeping was super important, especially because all the bowlers, they did kind of contribute fairly equally, I would say, to that defence. Real team effort from the Tigers. Tigers hunting in packs. In the end, it was Saka, I think, that they gave it to for his 2 for 9. And, well, looking forward to the afternoon session. Hopefully you are too. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Plenty of great cricket action coming your way on a Saturday afternoon in Stockholm, Sweden. Hope you are enjoying the action as much as we are. We'll see you shortly on ECN for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to a Super Saturday of action here on the European Cricket Network. It's Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN with you, and we head into the second half of the day, and it's our first chance to get a look at two new teams in this tournament at least. It's Hammarby versus Mashta. I know that both these two teams, they are pretty competitive, and I think we'll see some quality cricket this afternoon. Let's go out to the middle where Stefan Gooch is with two captains and see what happens at the coin toss for match number 23.
Mashta the call. Tails the call. Heads. What are you going about? Okay. Good luck. Good luck. Cheers.
So it is Mohammed Munir that wins the toss for Hammarby and says that he wants to have a bat. And look, why not? Now, we haven't seen them as Hammarby before, but we did see them for Stockholm just 2 years ago in the ECS. Early days of the ECS actually. So, and I had some success on that occasion, just dropping one game along the way in the preliminary stages, but I do expect them to come out and put their foot down early on, and it'll be great to see them. I know a lot of buzz about their team. Let's see how they go in this year's tournament. But Mashta, they've got some good players of their own. I'm looking forward to seeing Sher Ali again. We saw him for the Swedish national team at the ECC. I think he's likely to open the batting. He does really give it a thump. And Mashta, they've gone close before. They've got to the final stages, never quite got across the line and raised any silverware. So they'll sense this as a bit of an opportunity to show what they can do out there in the middle. So Rico Full is going to take you through the first stages of this one. The news from the toss here in match 23. It's a Group B clash, and Hammarby, they are going to bat first after winning the toss. Plenty of cricket going on here in Sweden today. Rico, it's great, and let's get ready for another match.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maximo. Yes, great it is, and well, this is great as well. This is the Nosbury cricket ground. What a lovely image that is. Loving that this drone footage here of the whole pitch there and the ground going up and beyond the sight screen, and behind us there is the woods. Remember, here in Stockholm, 30% of the city is to do with water, lakes, and we've got the Baltic Sea around it as well. And then another 30% is all about the forest and green areas. It is a magnificent place. It's a beautiful city, and the cricket's been pretty good as well. We've had the start of Group B today. We started with two very low-scoring thrillers, didn't we? It was the clash between the Stockholm Mumbai Indians and the Stockholm Tigers. The Tigers victorious on both. We also saw history being made in this one. Well, Hammarby versus Master. Master expected to put 106 on the board and win quite comfortably, I suppose. Again, all to do with what's happened in the past. It is a debut for Hammarby, but I am told that they used to be called Susbogen and finished second in Group A in 2020. So you have got players there that have played T10 cricket before. So I don't think, though they're a debut, I think there's a number of players there that are not debutants to the European cricket scene. Speaking of scene, you can see there that the umpires, Usman Afzal and Said Arif, have led the players onto the field of play. Once again, thanks very much to the intro from Vinny Sandhu. Looking very nice. Every time I see him wearing that suit, he just makes me think mango lassi. I don't know why. A mango lassi would be beautiful right now, actually. We've just had a quick spot of lunch, nice bit of pasta. So thanks again to the Federation here, and particularly to Azam Khalil and Aman Khan Zahid that have been looking after us here, and all of the other volunteers and organisers, and also the groundsman. That's kept this ground looking absolutely beautiful. See plenty of activity there, and to see the teams, the two teams from Stockholm, the Mumbai Indians and the Tigers, there after their match, just congregating together and sharing their thoughts on what was two low-scoring games. Well, this one, the bat versus Paul Wall, thinks is going to be anything but. To get ready to start, the two batters are out there, and it's going to be Khalid Mahmood to face the first ball, and Farhan Ali is the non-striker. You just see, just in the bottom of your picture there, the bowler just doing his warming up exercises, ready to come in and bowl the first ball. And it's an appeal straight away, and a very quick shake of the head from the umpire. And saying, nope, this one is not out. A lot of noise out there at the moment here. Two teams wanting to make a good start here. Here comes Amjal. And this is hit down the ground, just dropping. Dipping before the fielder. Firmly struck, but no run. Giving the ball a bit of a polish. That's Wakas Hader doing the fielding. Raza looking for a breakthrough, looking for an early scalp. Looking to be the first player in his team to take a wicket in this 2022 edition. It's nicely played, straight to the fielder, but the batters have good understanding between them. They go straight away. Fielded by Sher Ali there. Top names in this lineup here. Master Wakas Hader in 2021 scored 206 runs. He's certainly one to watch out for. Oh, this is a huge swing. Nothing from it. Once again, as soon as the ball is bowled, a lot of noise, a lot of buzz. And Sher Ali, I mentioned him as well. He scored 203 runs in the 2021 edition. So they certainly got some big names, some big hitters in the setup. And this one is very close to the edge. And they're certainly up for it. The wicketkeeper making plenty of noise. Shahid Mustafa, the captain. Oh, there's a buzz around this ground at the moment. You certainly can hear it. And plenty of supporters have turned up to watch this match as well. And gets this one through as well. And that's the end of the over. And what a good one it was as well. Only the one run from it. A lot of swinging and missing from Mahmood. So one at the end of the first. So Khalid Mahmood not quite getting to the pitch of those ones really. It's a good angle from the bowler from Raza though, getting it right across him. Mahmood is looking to play straight to a ball that's not there. Ali, not off the mark. Bit of talking there from the wicketkeeper. Talking to Saheed. It looks like he will be the next bowler. Bit like that from Shahid Mustafa. He's just having a word in the ear of the bowler. Just saying, okay, this is what I want you to do. This is the field that I'm giving you. Just encouraging him to follow up that very good over. So, Kambar Saheed, bowled the second. Bowled into Mahmood. And Mahmood has a big swing at this. It was a short delivery. They have got the field set for that shot. Comes in from a long way. That is Hamid Suleri. After the rain yesterday, it's turned out to be quite a nice day. Coming into the afternoon now, of course. Well, that's short, and this one has been launched into. Fielder comes across and can't do anything about it. That's 4 runs. It wasn't a good delivery. It's too short again from Saheed. And this time, Ali, he waits for it, rocks back, and he gives this a fair bit of welly as it makes its way to the boundary. Nice shot. Sticking with that slip in, but if he doesn't get his line right soon, that will have to change. It's short again, and this time it's gone over the slip. Well, he probably would have been better off in the third man position. And I think that's gone for 4. Yeah, thank you. That's nice from the fielder. Always like a little bit of honesty. Yeah, he's in the slip position, and this lobs him perfectly. And then Winula has to chase after it. Does get the foot onto it there, but I think at that moment when he's made contact with the ball, he's also in contact with the rope. So sticking to a very short attack in terms of the length of his bowling. He's got to get this pitched up. The left armour, and he gets it pitched up, and then loses the direction. So he's not the best of starts here from the bowler, having all sorts of problems. Kuba Saeed just feeling the pressure slightly. Short again, asking the question, but probably would have gone over the stumps, and also definitely pitches outside the line of the leg stick. There you go, see, that can never be out. And it was the batter that would have been concerned. That could have left him in a bit of agony, but he seems to be okay. He's got a fair bit of this. There's nobody out there, and it's going to be 4 more. 4 carreras más. Eso es muy bueno. Not the best again. Bit of bowling. It's just too short, and hasn't been able to adjust his line. The only time he's got it right, really, is when he's gone too full outside, or down the leg side, I should say. So after the first over went just for 1 run, Saeed here has gone for 14, and he still has a ball to go. And Mahmood, well, he's in the mood for another short ball. Let's see if it's going to be. It is, and it's been hit away, and this time, oh dear, it's gone past Wimula. You know what we say? Listen to me and Vinny. We always say, watch the spin. Plenty of spin on this. You got to be prepared for this. He's not prepared. And Haji has to go and chase that one from behind the boundary. It's a very, very good second over. So after a very quiet first, 19 have come off that one in total. So it's going to be 20 without loss. So they're up and running here.
I mean, what a great ball to sit down. I mean, watch out for the spin, watch out for the spin. I'm going to tell you, for all you fielders that field in that part of the field, always keep your body the left of the ball, and you won't get surprised by that. And this is Group A, and gives you a look at what the teams will be doing, or the top 4 teams in Group B, who they'll be playing against. As I know that Albi Zalmi were certainly in very good form, weren't they? Chirika second, Ninchaping third, and Intiska fourth. So of course, you know how it works. The top of Group B will play the 4th of Group A, and so on. As we get ready for next over, this is Sher Ali. And well, this one could be out. I think he will be out, you know. Wow. Called a leg by. Am I seeing things? I know the bails are slow to drop, but have a look at this, Rico. And I think he's gone. Definitely when the ball hits the stumps, he's gone. Wow. Getting the exact moment of impact there. I thought that when he hit, he's definitely out. He's gone.
Yeah, he's got to be gone here.
Yeah, so he will be out. And what a good piece of keeping that is. Probably not the best bit of running between the wickets. Shahid Mustafa will be the man that is going to enjoy this good news, and he's out. And the batter can't believe it, but he's going to have to go. I don't think even Mustafa was convinced that he had him, but he did have his man. And well, once again, my eyes, they're still working at 41 years of age, because I picked that even if no one on the field did. And so the first wicket goes down.
What was amazing was there was very little appealing or even hope from the fielding side here. They just never seemed to win it. I mean, the umpire there, he said no. Yeah. And it didn't look like he went for the review, but he obviously did on the walkie-talkie. And there came the bad news for the batter. And it is bad news because he needs to. He's been given his marching orders, and he's Probably going to be a little bit cross that he's had to go that way, but that's
I
the way
think
it
he
is.
offers his bat to the new bat. He goes, no, I'm fine, thanks. So
Yeah, I don't want that bat.
it will be Hassan Mohammed who's coming in at number 3. So 20-1 the score. What a good piece of fielding, I suppose, by Shahid Mustafa, who's the captain and keeper of Mashta, a team that did ultimately finish 3rd last year. They were disappointed, though, I think, not to make the final. They finished top of Group A and then got through quarterfinals okay. But yeah, ultimately they would fall. Actually, top of Group B, I should say. They got through quarterfinals okay. And they fell in the semi-finals to Hüdinger. So Sher Ali, he's a man you might remember from the ECC, where he opened the batting on occasions for Sweden. Certainly one man that has no trouble getting the 3 digits across his back, 786. Pretty significant number culturally. Here he is bowling to Azam Mohammed. Pretty good ball on line. Oh, once again, we have another shy at the stumps. This time it misses. See. Just a little push and run. I think he's just home there. So let's see if Hammerby can recover from that wicket. I suppose it's one that's kind of given away. I do know you want to be attacking with the running, but can over-attack as well. Steps across, tries to launch this one. Gets absolutely nothing but fresh air. Speaking of air, the wind has picked up a little bit, hasn't it, Rico?
Yeah, it certainly has. He's playing around a bit. We can pick up a fair bit of it. Get the microphones around the ground as well. So it has picked up.
Yeah, but not too bad, actually. Currently up to 12 degrees. Nice fine weather. Bit of cloud cover around. So beats him outside the off stump. So Sher Ali don't see him bowling too much for the national team, but at club level, gets through his overs and gets a nice bit of outswing there as well. And I've got to say, Shahid Mustafa is another really good keeper. I've seen some keepers today already. All right, so 2 balls left in this power play. I think I can have a crack. Farhan Ali with the bat. Wants to. He launches offside. Doesn't quite carry. Out to the mound on the boundary, just a single. These 2 teams, a lot of people have them 1 and 2 in Group B before a ball's bowled. But, yeah, I mean, this is a chance to kind of set the tone for the week and basically establish yourself as the big dog.
Doesn't it look smart? I do like the look there of
the sleeveless sweaters,
the shirts and those little sleeveless sweater. Looks very smart, actually. I'm liking that look.
Last ball of the over. Charges and gone, and it's not a great shot. Might have been a slightly slower ball from Sher Ali Azam Mohammed. He went walkabout and he'd never come home, as he is a victim of Sher Ali's clever bowling. And that's the end of 3 overs. It's 22 for 2.
Yeah, he's bowled really well here. This is a really good slow ball. He's delighted about it, and you can see he's a bit of a duck the fatte celebration. He has well, no issues about celebrating and just letting the batter know where he's got to go. And I don't actually think that's a send-off. I think it just that's the celebration. And, he'll be okay with that. The one thing that was interesting there for me, Vinny, is that where he ends up once he's bowled. I mean, he's quite a big guy, isn't he? And Sher Ali. And he ends up standing almost right in front of the umpire. So if he's going to get any LBW appeals, or if he's going to be a slight nick behind, the umpire ain't going to see a thing.
Yeah, I noticed
like a sight screen.
I noticed that the ball before. It's not ideal. You just need to make sure he gets off the pitch. Just a slight adjustment required. So Hammerby losing a couple in the power play. Heading to the middle overs now. Hamid Saleri is going to come on with some spin. So they're slowing things down straight away in the 4th over. And Sundori thinks Sher Ali's a pretty good all-rounder, and I agree with you there. Middle left arm spin. Saleri gets one past the bat. Don't think there's an edge on this. Still very bright start this by Mashta. A lot of chat about Hammerby coming in to this group, because we didn't see them last year, but Mashta saying, well, hold on a second. We did top our group last year. Just had one game where they couldn't get it done on finals day. Once again, you see Mustafa, very quick hands. It does this little trick, and I used to try this, where you quickly jump to the left, hoping the umpire won't call it a wide. See how quick he is to get across, but rarely works. Still worth trying, though.
Tricks of the trade, as they say. This is a nice looking shot. It's beautifully hit out on the covers, but there is a fielder out there. Waits for it and does well. No mistakes from Asif Lon.
Raj is asking who was the winner and runner-up last season. Well, Abu Zalmi, they ended up being the winners despite only winning 3 of their 8 group games and finishing 4th in their group. They were the winners. And Hudinger, they were runners-up. Hudinger, the team that actually beat Mashta in the semi-finals. But because of the qualification criteria for ECS this season, it's done on the T20 performance last year. As this one is a full toss and it's going to get the treatment. It's going to be 1 bounce, 4 runs. Not a good ball, and Hakeem cashes in. And he smacks that one to the cover boundary. Good batting. And the result is 4 runs.
Yeah, he hits it sweetly at the middle of the bat. He waits on it. That's the other key. He doesn't rush it. He doesn't go right across it. Waits for it and then punishes it. And gets his just reward, 4 runs.
Next ball gets straight through him. Slightly quicker one from Soleri. He's a clever bowler. Yeah, so the reason it was done on T20 qualification is because they didn't have time to do a T10 qualification this year that involved all clubs, and they wanted to give all clubs an opportunity to qualify. And so in the end, they felt it was fairer to do it on the T20 standings from last year rather than in the ECS performance from last year, because that would exclude certain teams that didn't qualify for ECS last year. So there's a bit of debate about it, but one thing is for sure. There's a parallel T10 Swedish Cup competition which is going on, so everyone will have the opportunity to play some T10 cricket. And speaking of T10 cricket, doesn't get much better than this. Launched over mid-wicket, Maximo. And Farhan Ali, yeah, he's enjoying himself out there now. This one just angles in, and he helps it over the leg side, helps himself to 6 runs.
Yeah, good shot. There's not been too many today that have found its way over the boundary on that side. But he gets plenty of this one, gives it a good old thump, muscles it over the boundary. So it seems to be following that pattern at the moment, where we're getting a sort of a tidy over, then an expensive one, and then a tidy and expensive. That's the sort of pattern here.
Yeah, it has been so far, hey.
Yeah.
Well, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me is Rico for. Hope you're enjoying your day. Yeah, just explaining a bit more about how the teams qualify for ECS this year. It was based on their performance in various T20 competitions and longer form competitions last year. But there will be the ECS and also a Swedish T10 Swedish Cup kind of happening parallel to this. And how it's going to work for ECL qualification is that the winners of the ECS series and the winners of the North and South Swedish Cups, they will compete for ECL qualification. You see the ECC is also a tournament this year that we're looking forward to. And so, let me sort that for a second. But yeah, as far as the ECL goes, which is the Champions League of Club Cricket, there'll be four clubs in the running for that. So again, one of those clubs will be determined as the winner of this Stockholm series. So plenty on the line, Rico.
Not on the line, and it's nice to see, I think, the variety of players also. From we saw from 10 teams in Landskrona, now we're going to see 10 teams here, this Stockholm area of Sweden.
Nice line this is. Yeah.
One thing that we're seeing here is how it does seem to be that the strength really, from what I'm seeing so far, seems to be a lot in the bowling and the fielding department. And that sort of sums up, I think, Sweden when we saw them in the ECC, and also, I suppose, with Al Bazami when we saw them in the ECL. So that seems to be the strongest strength there. And that was well seen for those first 2 matches we saw here today in Group B. It was all about how good these teams seem to be in getting results in low-scoring games. Yeah,
handling the pressure. Wow, this is a pressurised shot. This is going to be blasted. A little bit short from Atta. And so Farhan has been warming up, and he's almost waiting for this, isn't he? It's about hip high, and he shoots from the hip, 6 runs.
Very good shot, and there's 1 or 2 players that are playing on the other pitch. They're getting a bit worried now because, well, he's starting to get into his range, isn't he, Ali? And they're thinking, well, I don't quite think I want to be fielding in the point or the covers because there's a few kookaburras flying our way.
He's enjoying it so far. Next ball coming up. And this is kind of block hole delivery just outside the off stump. Rare dot ball at the moment. Breaking the pattern a little bit because potentially this could be an expensive 5th over. Yeah, but I know that it's a good thing that we have so many clubs in Sweden. I was just thinking about how many European Cricket Series we could run here. We could probably run about 3 months of ECS cricket here because there's so many clubs. Once again, outside the off stump.
Yeah, not just the clubs, Vinny. I mean, also you sort of gifted with the light hours.
Yeah,
at
true.
certain times of the year.
Yeah, it's exactly right. At the moment, the sun's coming up about 4 in the morning. It's going down about 9:30 at night. Beautiful long days. It's been a pretty good over in the end, despite that Maximo. He's only gone for 7. Last ball of it coming up from Atta. Not too much on this. Mustafa realises he doesn't have to throw, so had the batter scrambling. But Farhan Ali survives, and the score at the halfway point is 42 for 2. At the moment, I'd say fairly even. Maybe slight advantage to Mashta, because I do think these two teams, especially with the bat, have a bit more firepower than we saw this morning in the low-scoring shootout as we head into the second half of the innings. Yeah, so Raj is asking about the Huddinge team. Are they playing this season or not? Well, they're not playing in the ECS. They'll be playing in the Swedish T10. So they won't be in the televised portion of the tournament, which is a bit disappointing because they did come runners-up last year, Raja. But what happened was because there's only 10 teams available in the ECS here in Stockholm and also down in Landskrona, it was decided to do it on T20 performance last year just to open up to all possible clubs rather than kind of have the same clubs returning automatically. But yeah, that's because it's so early in the season there wasn't a chance to do a T10 qualifier before the ECS to qualify it like they did last year. Hopefully I've explained that well. Here's Sohail Khan for over number 6. Tosses it up. This one gets banged, but Ida has it under control, just a single.
Yeah, watches the flight on this one. It was a bit leg side-ish from Khan, his first ball. So he'll be hoping to try and redirect the flight more towards the off or just outside the off stump. That's where he wants to be. More or less where the gloves are there of the keeper, Mustafa. Well, that's not where his gloves are, and that's a Gundy ball, and it gets put away for 4. And it's a long chase there from Saheed.
Yeah, see, bowls an off spinner first and a leg spinner second. I'll keep you guessing, Sohail Khan, but the issue here is it's ill-directed, isn't it? And it's fairly simple put away for the batter. That leg spinner got outside the leg stump, and it would never come back. So Helix wondering, well, maybe are we going to call cricket from 6 AM to 8 PM? Well, we could. Don't know if we will. I've got the crew in my ear saying that's not going to happen, but how we can do it, probably need some more people. I mean, you know, one of the things that I would love to do, and it'll happen one day, the 48-hour T10 marathon. We start on Friday night at 5 PM. We finish on a Sunday evening, and we play 24 matches straight.
Yeah.
That'll happen. Okay, now this is high in the air. Now it's pretty high. I think it's been called a no ball already, so it actually doesn't matter. And now they're looking for the run out. It did seem like a good call because it was very high.
Yeah, it's a very good call.
You see, even though, yeah, I mean, there's no doubt about that because it's about shoulder high, and he hadn't actually advanced. I thought he advanced a bit, but yeah, no doubt about that. Good early call from the umps, and now this becomes a free hit, Rico.
Yeah, it's turning out to be another expensive over, and this is hit very well. Straight to the fielder, though.
Your fielding has been a step up, I've noticed so far in Group B. Hey, so, okay, if we had to do 48 hours straight, how long do you think you'd last before you dropped out of the commentary?
It depends what you're feeding me and giving me to drink, I suppose. Oh, that's gone. That's great bit of bowling. Well done to Khan. He's had his problems, and then he gets that one right up there. He draws the batter out to this, doesn't he? And Ali takes the bait. Now he comes, and then he gets that movement away, and good bit of keeping there from Mustafa, and well done. They needed this wicket. He was looking very dangerous, wasn't he, Farhan Ali?
It's a really good ball. Just watch it turn and bounce, and he tries to put a fair bit on it, doesn't he, Sohail Khan? So the previous leg, he wasn't the best. This one was a good one, and just lured the batter out of his crease, didn't it? So smart bit of work by Shahid Mustafa behind the stumps as well, and is the third wicket to fall. It's 52 for 3.
Yeah, look, what I would say going back to that, I mean, this is probably the perfect country you could do it in, because don't forget, in the most northern part of Sweden, you have that natural wonder called the midnight sun, where the sun just doesn't really sink. It stays up there all the time. So you could have from, well, any time between May and July, creating a 24-hour of daylight non-stop. So this is the place you could do it.
Yeah, well, this is the sort of place you do it. I mean, we could use lights as well. That's another way you could do it. But they do have lights here that could assist. Look, during the night, even in the summer months, it does get a bit darker. I wouldn't say it gets very dark, but probably a bit too dark to play cricket. But, I mean, imagine that. Here is Sahal Khan to the new batter. Not a bad one to Arslan Ali. The left-hander gets off the mark with a single. 6 overs down. The score is 43 for 3. So from here, if you can go to a ball, you can get to 101 here. Anything kind of 90 plus, I think, is pretty competitive. Yeah, go on, Rico.
Yeah, I was going to say the only thing is I wouldn't want to stay in the ice cube. I'd probably want, a nice little cabin.
That's true.
And heated cabin.
But
and then I'm okay.
You might be more likely to fall asleep. Imagine if you're just roasting your toes.
You wouldn't. I'll have a fridge. Be plugged in. I'll have some strawberries and cream because it is.
We'd have to drop at some point, though, wouldn't we? I mean, you'd be hoping for a rain delay. You could just grab a quick nap.
But I don't think you would. I tell you why I don't think you would. You'd be too excited about the games.
Yeah,
you'd want to see him. Yeah. Because I think that's what T10 does.
I want to see the players.
It's like sometimes occasionally when I go back to Kartima, because there was 3 of us there. We either had Corey or we had Rhino around, and he said, "Okay, you don't take the game off because you may not be on air, but you're so gripped by what's going on." And I think it would be the same.
That's true.
You just wouldn't sleep.
It'd be nice to have a charity element as well. Something we've been thinking about. Maybe for every Maximo, a certain amount goes to charity. One day anyway. Here's Arslan Atta with his second over. Mustafa go and clean up, doesn't throw. They've done well to keep things under control here, Mashta. And they've just picked up a wicket when it seemed like a partnership has been getting away. They have 4 overs to go. This total could be anything. If you do really well in the field from here, maybe you can keep it to something like mid-70s. If you bat well, though, you can easily get 100 plus. Good game this, match 23. Pushed a bit too wide, and so that one will be called.
Yeah, it gets called. Atta, he's missing the numbers on the back of his shirt. So he's just Mr. Nobody.
Yep, he's just a blank.
He's blue. He's going to call him Blue. Why do we call him Blue? I tell you what, if he was bowling at Landskrona, you wouldn't see him. You just wouldn't see him. You just see the white pumps.
Yeah, the batsman doesn't really see this. That might have been the funniest thing you've said all week. And it just slipped under the radar then. But you're exactly right. He wouldn't be seen at Landskrona on the blue pitch. Yeah, nice little surprise. Maybe he could paint his face blue, wear a blue hat, and just pop out, lie down the pitch and jump up and bowl. This was a little bit short, but didn't really get up. Yeah. So batter misses out on it. It'll be a leg by, I believe. Wait for the signal. Yes, leg by given.
Yeah, leg by. Signal by Usman Afzal, and he's been wearing some. No, this is interesting. You got Arslan to Arslan, Atta to Arslan Ali.
Yep. Well.
Oh, he's out. Oh,
what happened?
He's been bowled. This one has hit him on his. I think it's hit him sort of almost on the box. Forget his padding is onto. I think this is hit him in the box almost here.
Oh, that's
goes
what's
up,
happened.
Hits his bat, and then look at the bail. It wobbles a little and drops off. Well, this is going to go down as bowled. But,
I couldn't work out what happened.
How unlucky are you there?
And he's unlucky that actually knocks the bail off. And yeah, that's that's unbelievable.
That is so unlucky.
I mean, yeah, number one, I saw it hit his body, but I thought it's impossible that could have gone onto the stumps. And now I realise here it's gone to the bat on the follow-through or the gloves. And geez, that's just knocked the bail off. Well, Arslan to Arslan. And it was a bit weird what happened, but it will be the 4th wicket, just like that. It's 56 for 4. And those are the kinds of things, Rico, you'll only see them right here on the European Cricket Network.
Oh, he's so unlucky, isn't he? Arslan Ali. It's bowled by Arslan Atta. And, funny when I say Atta, because Atta is like saying flower in Punjabi and also in Hindi, I think. Atta. And you know what you need Atta for? Alu Prawns. I'll tell you what I could do with a few of them now here because that wind is picking up. It's getting cold. You can see that on the back of the shirt of blue. Certainly he's playing around, but it's a swirly wind. It sort of keeps changing direction.
Yeah, it does.
Look at the flags at the back there, you see. It gives you an indication. Wind is starting to pick up. Well, this is a one-handed swipe at this. It goes to the boundary. And one hand comes up. Look here. There you go.
Yeah, just the force of it. Aftab Ahmed is a new batter. He doesn't waste any time. Yeah, you're right. It's the top hand that stays on the bat. But it is a boundary. Atta has one more ball in his spell. Hopefully you're enjoying the action so far. I do like these two teams, what they bring to the table here on a Saturday afternoon. Last ball for Atta. Charges, but can't reach it. He looks around, but he backs away there.
Oh,
there we
this
go.
is clever. This is really clever. He's looking, first of all, for the wide. It was never a wide.
I think they're not counting the
they're not
run.
going to count this one?
Well, here's the thing. Let's see.
I think
you have to, because how does Mustafa throw the ball? Does he throw it, keeping the ball in play?
No, he's looking for the run out. So, yeah.
You think he is? I think he may be just rolling it back to bowler's end, because he never tries to really hit the stumps. I think that might be a good call. It comes down to the intention of the keeper. Anyway, interesting one. I actually think I agree that one's probably dead.
It was interesting. You normally don't.
Because he looked at the bowler and threw it away anyway, which tells me he's not really trying to keep the ball in play.
We are in Sweden. What do you think Sweden chances then here in this the ECC? They have got Netherlands, Denmark, Hungary, and Finland in their group.
This is for the ECC in September. I think Sweden and Denmark, they're getting closer and closer. Denmark normally have the wood on Sweden, but they did beat them in T20 cricket last year. Look, the Netherlands, obviously, they'll be the ones to beat, but we'll have to see what sort of side the Netherlands bring.
Now only one team goes through from each group.
Yeah, exactly.
And of course, they go into the finals week where England will wait
to
join
they will be
them.
waiting.
And in Spain, look,
Spain. See, have a look at this. Look at Mustafa. See, he sees that the bowler's not watching, so he's just rolling it back to get ready for the next over. I think that was the intention, but I mean, I still would probably wait for the call. The other thing is we didn't hear if over was called.
Yeah, that's
if
the
over
thing.
was called, then it definitely wouldn't be. If over was called, then the ball's automatically dead. So there's no issue with that.
Yeah, over was called, and that's the point I was trying to make to you yesterday when we were discussing the other one. This one's been hit pretty hard, and it's going to go all the way. Balle, 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 manos arriba, que grande, que guay, eso es 6 carreras.
Nice shot over the offside. Opens the shoulders, no problem at all.
Yeah, nicely hit from Hakeem.
Yeah, I think you're talking about yesterday. You're talking about umpire signalling and thinking that kills the ball.
Yeah.
Well, yes and no. This has gone leg side this time. Fielder comes in and grasses it. Well, it wasn't an easy one for Islam Ali. And that's good running by the batters to hustle back for 2. Look, that is pretty much straight to him, but he is coming in. I don't know whether he had to come in as far or as quickly. I think he probably did. In the end, he just can't get his eyes level and it pops out.
Yeah, it's just couldn't get himself steady, could he, to take the catch?
I don't think an umpire signalling deliberately makes the ball dead. That was the thing we were debating yesterday. There are certain times the umpires should signal when the ball's dead. But just because they are signalling doesn't make the play dead. But one thing that does definitely kill the play is when the umpire calls over.
Yep.
That's without question.
Yeah, for sure.
Because, you could be signalling byes just as the throw's coming in, for example, and then they might be able to get an overthrow. Not if I'm keeping, though. Wouldn't allow it. Next ball down the ground, just be 1. Here's Atta. He's finished his bowling duties. And now, well, they're going to try and overthrow. Mustafa's going to have a pop, and he's going to get another run out. Well, this is a really good bit of keeping and backing up. And in the end, he'll get half a run out for this. But I don't mind the running either. I know it might sound a bit crazy, but they would have got Hakeem on strike. But this is pretty alert stuff from Mustafa. Just have a look at this first up. Okay, the throw comes to the bowler's end. So the keeper backs up the throw. And, yeah, you see. And then, you see, the throw comes back. And then they say, okay, well, I'm going to make you hit him. And that's exactly what Mustafa did. So he's happy. He rips off his helmet.
Yeah.
And, that's another wicket. So 73 for 5 now.
Yeah, I like that, Mustafa. Get in and tear the diana मेरी फोटो हालेना खींच पहले अपनी helmet ला लमा अपने बाल साफ कर लमा हुन खींच दे. Yeah, he says, don't take me pictures yet. Let me take me lid off. takes his lid off and sorts out his hair and says, right, now you can snap away. That's a good bit of work, actually, really good bit of work. It's all about anticipation, and that's what he does there and does it really well.
Yeah, and so at this stage, just over 2 overs remaining, but you know, you can see why they were thinking about going for that one. But yeah, it is a wicket probably they didn't want to lose. Abdul Hakim going for 12 off 11. And the best thing about Atta, he gets half of that run out credit. Next one beats everybody, and it will be the end of the over. So pretty good stuff by Mashta at the moment. I feel like they're slightly ahead in this game, but still plenty of cricket to come in match 23. It's 72 for 5 after 8.
Yeah, I think the run out, I mean, unless I've seen it wrong, I think the run out was actually, Hakim is still there. I think it's probably Aftab Ahmed that goes, which is why I thought, well, maybe it was worth taking the risk. Maybe my eyes are deceiving me.
Yeah, I think they might be, because that's Aftab Ahmed who's facing up to the next ball. So, see the Solari delivering his left arm spin. He's done for now. Here's Sher Ali coming back for the ninth. It all happens in the ninth. This one's off the splice. They want to. I don't think they're going to get it.
Oh,
yeah, watch out.
Ooh,
there's the big
you
bear.
feel that?
Yeah, I felt it. That one might have registered if you're in the Stockholm area. Sher Ali loves to throw himself around. He's a real entertaining cricketer as well. Just wait till you see him bat in the second innings. He won't be afraid to give it a real thump. Wow, this is going to be trouble for the batter because he's picked out the deep point. He gets a fair bit of that, doesn't he, down there? But he did pick out the man on the boundary. So it's a fairly kind of innocuous delivery. Goes after it. It was kind of in the slot, wasn't it? And nice catch by Azif Lohan. And if you want to know how windy it is, I'll let you know, because look at this. Oh, timber! Hopefully there's no damage, but that just shows you the wind has been picking up.
Hopefully there was no person at the end of it either.
Yeah.
That's what I'd be worried about.
Exactly.
But yeah, that wind
Someone's
has
out
really
to lunch.
picked up, hasn't it?
They've left the camera on their own. No, it's, I'm sure that'll get sorted out as soon as possible. No, you don't see that very often. I mean, it's not the windiest. I mean, it is kind of, you see the flags in the background. It is fairly windy, kind of favouring the batter hitting down the ground at the moment. But yeah, I didn't think that was camera blowing over kind of wind. Okay, the next one is going to be a single. So yeah, the score now 73, halfway through the ninth over. Sher Ali entertaining us. 6 wickets down, Hammarby. I think they'll be a bit disappointed they haven't made more of this. Just a couple of, I suppose, calculated risks they took, which weren't necessarily bad decisions, but just backfiring on them. Now this one is a slower ball. It's going to hang in there a long time. It won't go to hand, just a single. That makes it 74 for 6 off 8.4. Apologies for that slight loss of graphics. Maybe they were blown away as well in that gust. 8 balls left. Now it's going to be pedal to the metal time, Rico.
Yeah, he's such a good bowler though, isn't he? I mean, it's the first time I've seen Sherry bowling. But he gets the ball in the right areas. I like his variation. Nice work there. He's backed up well with his fielders as well. Get 2 here. It's a good running, good hustle.
Yeah,
but yeah, Sher Ali, I just like the way he's getting the ball. I mean, he gets it to swing away. He gets someone to come back in, gets the slow ball. He's got it all, really, isn't he?
You don't see him bowling much at the international level. More of an opening bat, attacking bat. But yeah, he's bowled well in this game. This one is in the air, but it won't carry. This time they're happy just to trot through for a single. And that's the end of the ninth over. It's walking 6, 77 for 6 as we head into the last. And Sher Ali, I think he'll be pretty happy with how he bowled. I think he's going to end up with figures of 2 for 8 off his 2 overs. So that's pretty good going. Probably the best of the bowlers so far. I think we'll probably see Ajmal Raza coming back. He only conceded 2 in the first. So I think he'll probably bowl the last. Other good performers, Aslan Atta, 1 for 12 with his 2 overs. Sahel Khan also picking up a wicket. So, yeah, I mean, could be a Grady 80s kind of a score. Seems like it at the moment. will be Anjamal Raza to bowl the last. Bookending innings with his left armers. First ball is dragged away, but here's a fielder down there. That's Islam Ali. That cleans up. Just a single.
Yeah, they've done well now. There've been a couple of, the over 2 went for 18. Over 4, Soleri went for 13. And then he saw Sohail Khan for 11. Soleri again for 11. But other than that, it's the other overs in between have been really low. It's the pattern this match has taken. It's been very strange. It's been a fairly good over where you've got double figures of it, then followed by a quiet one. So just to recap, so 2, 18, 2, 13, 7, 11, 7, 11, 6. And of this one so far, just a couple.
7, 11, 7, 11. Well, while you're there, you can pick me up a packet of crisps. Oh, slow ball. And how does this miss? Mustafa is hunting something.
That's a little faint appeal. The umpire says
he wasn't very convinced, was he?
No, he
Mustafa.
just says
Let's have a look. Ooh, interesting.
Nah,
I think he's all right.
He's all right, yeah.
Think so?
Yeah. He was back okay. The umpire not impressed, having to go sort of stop that again.
At this stage, the way Willow is swinging, you probably don't mind him staying there.
Yeah, they're struggling at the moment here just to get into the 80s. So halfway point was 42, so it always going to be, looked like it was going to be an 80 something. And they're not there yet.
Yeah, true. All right, 2 to come here. There's that slower ball, and now I think he's going to be run out, and he will be. So he double pumps this a couple of times, doesn't he, Mustafa?
He said, "I'll just get a little closer, just to make sure."
Won't get a great view of this, I think, thanks to Asif, who he had a good view of it. I think we can probably see though, and he is well short. Yeah, plenty of time. This is where I think you're just asking for trouble if you're running on this, because there's no way he's missing. He can even cheat and get an extra couple of steps. He'd probably better to hold your crease.
He throws him the dummy first up, doesn't he? He says, "Here you go, I'll give you a chance."
Gets even closer.
Yeah,
sneaks a bit closer to the goal.
Not a good one for the batter. You're running to the danger end, and the wicketkeeper's got the ball in his hand, and he's got
exactly.
And
he's closer to the stumps than you are to the line, so it's not a great feeling.
Yeah.
Anyway, clever slow balls. I like the top and tail skills of Anjamal Raza.
I think that was a case of the batter there saying, "Look, whatever happens, even if I don't get there, at least another batter will get to that end."
That's true.
And make contact with the ball if it's not me. And I think that's probably not a bad shout. They're still trying to get into the 80s with the ball to go.
Left-hander here, Sadat Siddiqui does kind of counter the off-cutter. Here we go, last ball. Yeah, and see left-hander making a difference. This one eats up the fielder and goes for 4. Well, they could have used him a bit earlier in the over, couldn't they, Hammarby? But they will finish with 83 for 7 off their 10 overs. And you see, this is the difference left-hander makes, and it's over-pitched this time as well. A rare mistake from Anjamal Raza, cashed in by Hammarby's keeper, Sadat Siddiqui, and comes out number 9, finishes with 4 not out. And so they will finish with a total of 83. 84, it'll be an interesting chase, I think, for Mashtart. They'll fancy themselves to get there. But again, they do like to hit big and hit from the get-go. We know that can implode, especially early in the series. As we have a look back at some of the highlights, 2 teams new to this FanCode European Cricket Series. A lot of familiar faces. We had some big hits first up. A bit of Jekyll and Hyde in the first 4 overs, wasn't it, Rico? Ultimately, I think, came very much in the balance at the halfway point of match 23.
Yeah, it's definitely worse. It was the runs were swinging around and roundabout. Swinging around the way this wind has been swinging around. But runs were coming and going. Sometimes there weren't many, sometimes there were some. And this one, well, watch out, watch out. There's that top spinner around, and how many times have we seen that? But this one was excellent work again from the keeper. Really good. Nobody really knew or thought there was any danger there. Only the keeper himself, Mustafa, and he did really well as well. And then there was some really good bowling. I think certainly one of the pick of my bowlers was Shir Ali. He really bowled really well. Very clever bit of bowling from him. And a few did get hit. A few went to the gaps. A few went a long way. But they always found a way to get the man in the air. I mean, this one was a rocket strike. A few runs went down that way, and it was all early on from the batting of that man. We saw him getting out there, but he batted really well. Ali while he was there, but then getting stumped. Clever bit of bowling from Khan, you have to say, and then this one is an unfortunate way to get bowled. Ball sort of hitting the pad onto the underside of the bat, and then just giving the stumps a little kiss and the bail coming off. They did find a way still to keep the boundaries flying at times, but one thing they weren't able to do, and this one was not given in the end, the over had already been called, so it didn't matter. But yeah, they just didn't get the acceleration in at the right time, did they? As we said, they were 42 for 2 at the halfway point. And they had plenty of wickets in hand. You saw even the way that it finished. They only lost 7 wickets, so they could have had a bit more of a push, maybe have been perhaps a little bit more creative. And that man there taking his helmet off and saying, "Take me picture now." He was very good, and this is where the wind came in. Oh, that made me dizzy. And hopefully that's going to be repaired during the short interval that we have here. But when they did get the chances, in general they did take them. And this, well, after Ahmed did get himself run out there, but I think that was so he could get Saluri at the other end. A new batter comes in, and that new batter just needed one ball to get them into the 80s. 83 they finished, courtesy of that boundary right there at the end from the wicket-keeper batter. But Siddiqui comes in, gets one ball, puts it away. But Imran there just used up a few deliveries late on. 5 off 7. But the start wasn't bad, was it? Khalid Mahmood, he played some nice shots before he got run out. And Fanam Ali, he got stumped brilliantly by Mustafa. Good bowling from Sohail Khan. But then you needed something to happen. And it just didn't. He didn't get that flurry of runs. Abdul Hakim couldn't really get going. He went almost a run a ball. 16 from Aftab Ahmed before he sort of selfishly ran himself out just to try and get Uller at the other end so somebody else could come in and play a few shots. And it was only one ball needed for Siddiqui to hit a boundary and get the score up to the 83. It has been a low-scoring affair. Anything can happen, as we saw in match number 2 here today, a low-scoring one. This one looks like it could be the same, so will this go down to the wire? It's going to be interesting. 84 are going to be required if they can register their first victory here, Master. They are probably a team that a lot of people are talking about and saying that they are probably one that could go all the way this year. Well, we'll have to wait and see. They certainly look good with the ball. They had plenty of variations and options there. Let's see how they fare with the bat. But what I can tell you is that the win probability is saying that they are 75 to 25% favourite to go on to win this one. Join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandhu, as we come back for the conclusion of match number 23. Hello to you, our global cricket family, and welcome back to the Mumbai cricket ground here in Stockholm, where we've got a, well, I think we're going to have an exciting conclusion to this match number 23 here in this FanCode European Cricket Series, Stockholm. You've seen that Hammarby, they've gone out there, scored 83, so they've got themselves into the 80s. It was a topsy-turvy type of innings. And 1 minute the batters looked on top, and then the bowlers came back hard, and that's the way it went all the way through the innings. And Master, they'll be hoping that they can knock these runs off. They're certainly going to be relying on 1 or 2 key players. And just have a look at the openers that are out there. As Aftab just gets these fielders in the right place. Just wanted to make sure he has everybody exactly where he wants them. Khalid from the boundary also talking to him and saying, maybe move your, well, you're moving the fine man very fine. That wind still picked up just slightly here, so certainly a bit of a chill factor. As we get ready to start, here comes the first ball of the reply. It's short, up in the air, but it may get a wicket. It's the bowler himself that goes after it. Oh, it pops out of his hands, and then he nearly, going through it seconds on round, headbutts the fielder that's come in from the 30-yard circle. Well, this one, it was ended up bad anyway. Could have ended up a lot worse. Goes a long way. And just keep an eye on this. It pops out of his hands and then almost runs straight into the knee of a big fella. You don't want to mess with that big fella. That's Azam Mohammed. You crash into him, and I think that's your match over. He survives, and so does the batter. Ada gets off the mark and is lucky to do so. Ali now on strike. Plays the first one fairly cautiously. Rico Fool here. And alongside me in the commentary position is our very own Mr. Maximo.
Yeah, thanks, Rico. It's good to be back, and should have a really interesting chase on our hands here. This is somebody that I'm always looking forward to seeing. Sher Ali does have a no-nonsense approach to batting. He just likes to slam the cricket ball out of the park, normally from early on. Here he is facing Aftab Ahmed. This time, he lets it go. Maybe hoping to be a wide, but I don't think it is. He just backs away slightly. For the decision, it'll be a bye. You see, he just kind of is looking for something on the stump, so when it's not there, he kind of gets what we'd, in baseball we'd say, locked up. He's just kind of out of ideas.
He just freezes, doesn't he?
Yeah,
just
freezes.
Freezes and
freezes
then
the batter.
wakes up again.
Just get off strike. Maybe knew the keeper was going to miss it. Easy single. And full toss this time. Yeah, this is Waka Sider out there. So, I mean, mashed up. They had a pretty good series last year. Just that one game on the finals day that Nauru, they went down to Hüdinge. But they played quite well throughout the group stages. They finished with 5 wins and a washout. 11 points, same as Jorgården. This time Shirley is happy to take a single, so he's being a bit watchful early. Probably knows, okay, it doesn't have to go too crazy, considering this is 84 they're chasing, not 184. So they can just kind of settle in. If they don't get in wicket trouble, you'd think that they're going to do this, but Hammarby will be throwing everything at them. Last ball, the first over coming up. Not a good one. I think that's the change-up. But it goes horribly wrong. Well, if you're going to bowl a wide, then certainly get your money's worth, if she does here.
Yeah, you're right. That is the change-up. But you see, it just keeps going and going. And, swinging away, but no real pace in it, so no issue with the keeper to make the stop. Sadat Siddiqui. And well, he makes a big overcompensation here.
I would say that he's getting some good movement. If you can average out those two, might be in trouble. The batter. Look at this, really goes pretty quickly, about halfway down the pitch, and really swings out. So, still not a disastrous over. It's gone for 6. And Aftab Ahmed just needs to try and get out of it now with a dot or even just a single. It will be the latter, as Ahmed will push. He'll move to 3. He'll retain the strike. 1 over down in the chase. Chasing 84 for victory. Mashta are 7 without loss.
Yeah, I mean, even though he had a few control issues there, it doesn't end up being too bad an over. Maybe just getting a little bit too much swing there, that new Kookaburra. And you see, it ball's pretty new, and he always got a fielder who's giving it a good old shine. And,
I mean, how much shine does it need?
Well, that's right.
It's only been an over.
Yeah, that was was really giving it some work there, the fielder. Well, he says, okay, I've shined the ball for you. And the bowler's probably thinking, well, let's see how it was swinging big before. Don't know how much he's going to swing now.
Maybe he's trying to unshine it, shine the other side. And ball's pretty new. The power play, as now we are going to see second bowler. It'll be Mohamed Munir, the captain, to bowl. So yeah, the power play is so important. They'd want something like, let's say, something 20s, 25 or so on the power play. They'd be happy with that. Mashed up. Once again, hello to Phil G in the chat. Anyone else? Might be a good chance to do a lurker call out. Haven't done that today. If you are watching in the chat and you don't normally get a chance to participate in the live chat, if you're watching the broadcast, please get in the chat now and say hello to us. Let us know where you're watching from so I can say hello back. And here, was an outswinger. It's missed by Siddiqui behind the stumps. He's decided to make the attacking move of standing up, but he can't deal with this one, and a bye to start the over. I want to see who's watching from furthest away as well. Let us know where you're watching from.
Furthest away, okay.
I know that Phil G's watching from the Czech Republic. That's far, but not that far.
So how far are you?
Yeah. Okay. How far away from Stockholm are you? And we'll have a bit of a competition. All right. Bit of keeping this time from Siddiqui. Just keeping Sherali on his toes. Haven't really seen the best of Sherali yet. Raja Sandhu's got a good one straight away. Vancouver. Helix thinks he's watching from the moon, but I don't believe you, Helix. Because, although, I don't know, is there a way to have the internet on the moon? If you went up there these days, they probably will. You probably could watch ECN on the moon. So he's got some good ones here. Hello, Greg, who's watching from Indiana in the USA. This is in the air, and is it going to carry? I think it is. And it's dropped, where he makes a meal of that. After Ahmed, who thought he might get a rest out there after bowling the first over. But he gets back into the action, and this is a chance to remove Sherali, and it's a chance that goes down.
Well, I tell you what, he's like he's taking this catch with the ball Kookaburra coming from the moon. It's like a meteor that strikes him as he goes down. Yeah, opportunity, you got to take him early on.
This one is wide, and a cartwheel to boot. Let's have a look at this again.
Yeah, that's very nicely done, isn't it? It's just showing his flexibility.
I like it.
Here we go, a bit of rock and roll for you.
I'm going to mark the landing here. Yep. He pretty much sticks it. If you can land on your feet and not fall over, I would have given extra points for that, for Siddiqui, though. Now this next one will take something on the way through. I think this...
Is his helmet on the keep? I think he's taking the bullseye.
Yeah, no, well, this is an edge. Yeah, let's have a look at where it hits him.
I'm sure this is a lidder.
Yeah. That is exactly why you wear a helmet, because that one would have got him right in the beak. And in the old days of keepers not wearing helmets, keeping up to the stumps, which until, let's say, 10, 15 years ago, it was pretty common. Wow, that would have been a real ugly situation. And well, this is ugly for the bowler. This is a little bit short, and it's going the journey. Maximal! Well, that ball is travelling. And they missed Ali early in the over. And at the moment, he's making them pay.
Yeah, he's not the man that you want to give a chance to. Now maybe he'll just think, okay, I might as well just open up. And, well, that one was right in the hitting zone for him, wasn't it? It just set up nicely.
I want to say hello to Yamir, who's watching from Kashmir. Also, I saw Greg from Indiana. I think I mentioned Raja from Vancouver. Vinny Vango's watching from Vinnyland. Well, I suppose that's in my heart. Oh, and tries to knock this down the ground. End of 2 overs at 17 for no loss. Entertaining stuff at the moment. And after the first over went for 7, the second one goes for 10. Okay, so I think Vancouver would be the furthest so far. I'm going to have a look. And this would involve me getting on my computer, so give me a second.
I think the moon is further.
The moon is further, but I'm not accepting that at the moment. Otherwise,
Okay.
it's from another planet.
So today, then it is the Tigers. They've won both their matches, so they're right up there at the top of Group B. The Stockholm Mumbai Indians, we thought they were going to finally get an ECS victory. It wasn't to be. They needed to get 63, and they weren't able to. So they're yet to register points on the board. So one of these two teams will, after this match, temporarily go into second place.
So Stockholm to Vancouver is 7,400 kilometres.
Okay.
To Indiana, USA, it's about 7,000. So at the moment, Vancouver's winning.
Short edge. It flies over the keeper. Nobody's going to stop this as it disappears under the sight screen.
Yeah, well, that's the reverse V right there. It comes down just inside the field of play. So 4 more to the total. And they're getting away a bit now, Mashta. Yeah, to Kashmir is about 5,000. And look, Helix, if you are watching from the moon, I'll let you know. It's probably a little bit further than that. It's about 384,000 kilometres. As the next one is cut away and well cut off, actually. Could have easily got through for a boundary, but it'll just be a single.
Yeah, this is a really good stop because the ball's pretty low. And he's got to be getting down pretty quickly, pretty sharp, and he does. And keeps hold of it as well, which is another result. Just
okay, I think we have a winner now because Lily Panda has popped up.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that she's going to win. If I know my geography. Once again, there's that little step away.
Yeah, steps away, takes himself away from the ball, you see, and just clever bowling.
He's already batting on leg stump, so that little skip away is pretty unnecessary, to be honest. I think when he looks back at that, he'll say, okay, hold on. I'm either going to start on off stump and do that, or I'm just going to stay still. Yeah, I think we have a winner. We're about 17,000 kilometres away from New Zealand. And I think we were talking about antipodes, or the points in the earth that's the actual other side, because James, who works in our office, was basically, when we were in Spain, in Malaga, he found out that he was almost, well, there was a point exactly opposite side of the earth from where he was born, so he went there. He was born in Auckland. So it's the end of the power play, 23 for no loss. Kind of the power play I said they needed. I said 25, 23 is okay. Almost lost a wicket, but didn't in that one, Master. Yeah, so if you look at antipodes, you can look up where you were born or certain parts in the world. You can see what's on the absolute opposite side. So I was born in Perth, Western Australia. I think mine is somewhere in the Caribbean. So
that's not bad. Not a bad swap.
I think it's in the, most of them are in the water. There's quite a few. I think it's only 30-something% of the world has an actual land antipode. It's a nice little thing I didn't really think about until James brought it up. Yeah, so actually it's only 15% of land is antipodal to other land. So there you go. I'm getting some geography facts. Rico looks bored. Right, do you want to talk more about International Eat More Fruits and Vegetables Day?
I thought for a moment I was back at school again, and the teacher would turn around and points at me and says, "What's the capital of?" And I'll say, "Oh, no,
you
it's
might
not
be
me
old,
again."
but you're never too old to learn. Okay. So
yeah, you have to learn something new every day. I'm all for that.
All right. Here's Rashid Kazi.
I don't want to go back to school. I didn't like
School was a good time.
School was okay.
Did you have fun at school?
I had a lot of fun at school. Too much fun. That's what the teacher always used to write my report. You're having too much fun.
I won't say
you're here to learn.
I won't say I always put in my best effort. That was the only thing. But when I was interested in something, I would. And my school was pretty big on extracurricular activities like sport and music. So I did have a pretty good time at school, I got to admit. Yeah. So we just got a slight technical issue while we wait.
I reckon you were pretty good at doing the old colouring at school, because you're very colour coordinated, aren't you? I mean, I do say, can I take this off for a minute? I want to see the colour of the jacket. I see you, and I just think, I just see mango.
It's actually not that cold anymore.
Did you see the moths come out there? Did you see that? The moth.
There you go. I feel like I'm going to take off now, like Batman. But yeah, Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Ford on a Saturday afternoon.
We should have a poll on the chat to people that say you should take your kid off or not. I'm talking about your jacket, of course, nothing else. I reckon you make me feel colder than I actually am when you keep your jacket on.
Why wouldn't you have another layer on if you had one? That's the thing. I'm going to take it off in an emergency.
I don't know.
Use it as a pillow.
Vinny Fangirl, let us know. Should he be wearing his jacket or not? I don't think he should. Well, this one has been clubbed. Watch out wherever you are, especially if you're anywhere near behind us. This has been clubbed hard. This is a cracking shot.
Well, if it was a playing card, it'd be the 6 of clubs, because you're right. And he leans back, and he absolutely smacks it. And Rahel Khan's just popped out for a little weekend stroll, and he almost wears that one. And this is the danger if you're not going to get Sherry. And they had the chance to get rid of him, didn't they? He just muscles that one out of the ground. And welcome to the crease, Rashid Kazi.
Play down to the onside.
Also, I want to say hello to Imtiaz Molla, who's watching from Papua New Guinea. Now, that is...
Now, this is interesting. Come on, bring it up.
You like Papua New Guinea?
Yeah, how far?
It won't be as far as New Zealand, but it'll be close. It is about 12,500 kilometres. Yeah, but I've always wanted to go there, actually. They're doing good things, PNG and cricket, you know.
It's not out. And, well, you saw there that it was Ali saying, come on, we need to take this one. You get me back on strike. And you can see on strike.
Not the worst shout, but I think it's climbing over the top.
Yeah, it's always on the way. And
also,
I think it catches the gloves, doesn't it?
Yeah, it also doesn't hit his leg, which is another good reason not to give it out. Yeah, it was a funny one, wasn't it? I want to say thanks to everyone that told us where you're watching from. It's great to get that kind of interaction with the viewers. This one's full toss, and it's adios pelota. This one's out of here. Maximo. It's Heiner's turn now. Full tosses have not gone well for bowlers in this game, and he resists the urge to try and hit across this one. He goes through the line, over cover, says Carreras.
Yeah, I like this. This is a nice shot. It's a proper, some people say it's a proper cricket shot. It certainly is. It's a nicely executed 4 runs, or 6 runs all the way.
Go in the same direction, but this time he's gone straight through. This is not a good result.
Oh dear,
oh dear. Well, that's the captain.
He's just checking his nose is still there. It's still there, don't worry.
No, this isn't good. This has burst through the hands. He says he's all right. He's being tough. This is a chance, but just to give us a good idea of what happens. I think it takes a bit of the fingers on the way through, so it slows it down. Ultimately, it's the noggin that stops that one.
Yeah, Mohammed Munir is feeling it. And... so is Rashid the bowler, because you know what happens when the catch goes down, the next ball goes to the boundary, and this one does go. The umpire just checking how far. I think this will be 4. He's just asking the fielder, let me know, give us the nod up. And I think you don't know. I think that is 4 runs, you see it there. 4 carreras más.
Yeah, so a 4 to finish the over. And so, yeah, it's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Fulk. There you go. Well, you asked for it. There we go. I mean,
the Mango Lassie's come back.
I did go to the effort of... You got something on me?
Yeah, you got a few insects.
The moths. Anyway, it's great to have your company. And look, this is one thing I will say. If you are watching on YouTube, please like the video. Give it a thumbs up. Subscribe if you haven't already. If you are subscribed to our channel, you can join us in the live chat and tell your family and friends about ECN, because our audience is growing. It's growing steadily all the time. But anything you can do to spread the word about us, obviously it keeps the lights on and keeps the cameras rolling. So, you know, it's a rare thing where you do get all this kind of free entertainment. It costs a lot behind the scenes, of course, but we couldn't do it without your support. So spread the word if you're enjoying what you're seeing on the European Cricket Network. Okay, here's Hakeem Abdullah, who's going to bowl over number 5. Starts with a half tracker. It's pulled away. It's a long chase for the man. And, well, I think he's done this, Been interesting to have another look at this one. I'll get back for a couple. Again, it's the flying karate kick style. This is fine. That's fine. Yep, no problem there. And, that was Azam Mohammed who was able to come up with the unorthodox stop out there on the deep square leg boundary.
Yeah, good. Bit of good teamwork there. Stronger together, as we like to say. Well, I'm a beat. The field have been. This one's up in the air, and only the bowler's going to be the one that can get to it, and he can't. That's another one that goes down where they keep dropping him, Sher Ali. And you drop him, he just keeps punishing you.
Yeah, they haven't held their catches at all, have they? I think it's going to come back to bite them, Hammerby. That one, he drops it upwards, but he just can't quite get the extra step in to pull the catch off at the second attempt. As you see, wearing the S. Ali jersey and not able to remove the other S. Ali as the next one is a swung and missed at. But I was going to say, Lily's saying in the chat that it's one of the few competitions that she'll win. Greg's asking what the temperature is today. We're at our maximum at the moment, which is 13 degrees. It's not too bad, actually. Just don't mind an extra coat if I've got one. Yeah, goes leg side and goes pretty good this time. Well, you're more likely to catch that one on the other field because that one's out of here. Hyder goes big, Maximo. At the moment, you'd say Mashta. Last year they got so close, and at the moment in match 23 they're in cruise control and they are flying in match 23.
This is a beautiful sweep slog, goes all the way over, beautifully timed and was well appreciated by his teammates as well. And Hyder, well, he's accelerating well. And then you see here he just tries to take the single and say to Ali, there you go, you can have a ball and then I'll have strike again. I don't think Ali will want to be running this one. Let's wait and see.
Some more responses. A very creative audience. We've got Mike here. He's lurking in the clouds and he's named a very specific kind of cloud formation. Anyway, this is the last ball of the 5th over and it'll bring up the 50 for Mashta. Also the 50 partnership. It's been a really competent start by these two. Helped by a couple of, I suppose, gifts in the way of missed chances, but that's 5 overs down and it's 50 for no loss. A few people thinking we've got a bit of a Rashid Khan lookalike as well for Hammerby. Keep an eye out for that. Didn't strike me straight off the bat. Hello to Ali Shahid, who's watching from Pakistan. And hello to Emil van der Walt, who is asking, what are the beers like in Perth? Well, I'm actually one from Perth, Emil. And I think you mentioned earlier that you're from Adelaide. I think that was mentioned. But, yeah, I mean, not too bad. Australia's funny. It's got different beers in every city, really, for the most part. They'll have a different favourite. And they're sometimes quite, let's just say, vociferous debates when you get in, say, an Australian team. And everyone's saying, no, this one's better, this one's better, this one's better. And the more you have, the less kind of coherent the arguments get, typically. Anyway, let's go to the 6th over. It's going to be Azam Mohammed to bowl it for Hammerby. They just haven't found the hammer in this inning so far, have they? Oh, not a good ball. That's going to be a no ball. And how far you want it to go? Well, I think this has gone for 4 first up, but we'll check it.
Yeah, well, you said he found the hammer. Well, that's a bit of a hammer, and it dropping down on you. Well, it almost was a hammerhead.
Yeah, that's just a gift, isn't it? And this one bounces. Where does that one bounce? Let's have another look.
Close to it. Watch it.
Here we go. It is 4.
Just before.
Yeah, just before. Much easier when you slow it down. Thanks to Andrus and the guys from Super Productions. And, well, speaking of gifts, there's a 7 to heaven. And a free hit coming up for Hyder, who's overtaken Sher Ali now. He is moved quite
7?
briskly.
I thought we said it was a 4.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Thinking of 7th.
It's been a long week
already, aren't you?
Well, it was deserved to be hit for 6, but it will be 6 now for the ball because the next one's a single. I get excited. Anyway, Yuvraj is saying, asking me what my favourite IPL team is. What if I told you it's the Deccan Chargers? Went out of business over 10 years ago.
I was going to say, is that why I've never heard of it?
Oh, yeah. I liked the Deccan Chargers. But it's unfortunate. They were bottom of the first series. They won the second series. All right. I don't know. Has this hit his leg at all here?
Well, the bowler stops the appeal, so
yeah.
I think this catches something.
I think he hits it. Look.
Yeah.
Yeah, he hits it. That's why. That's why.
He said I hit this.
Yeah.
Normally,
batters say that even if they haven't hit it. But that's one that if Sher Ali had given out for that, he would have been pretty annoyed. Now this one is hit as well, and this is a long, strong one from Hyder. But watch out, that one has rattled. That one has rattled the camera tower, and it's come back on the field. And this one looks like it might not go the distance. The ball did though, and watch out. I think that's Andres up there. Well, he caught one in the head the other day. At least this time he's watching, and he hopefully gets out of the way of that one.
Give us a thumbs up. Let us know you're all right up there. Come on. Give us. Let's see if he's still there.
Yeah, come on, give us camera.
Can you hear
camera
us?
2. Is Andreas all right? There he is.
There he is.
He said he's fine.
That's good.
He's a little bit scared though. That only makes sense. That was a big hit, wasn't it?
That was huge. That's the biggest so far. That's the biggest. Look, it doesn't surprise me that this ball is out of action because it's clobbered the scaffolding where the cameras are attached to, and also where Andres is up there. And it did go rolling back, but I think it had a chunk of it missing. Here it goes again. And just, well, we heard the clunk. And then you'll see the ball return pretty quickly. There's a vibration as well. Look at that. That is quite amazing.
It didn't even shake that much when Sher Ali dived before. It was close, though.
And then the ball comes back and the bowler says, no way I'm bowling with this. It's got a bit missing.
Yeah. Anyway, I think we're good to go. A bit of the beer chat. A few people talk about how good Australian beer is. And I will say, I don't mind saying this. You know, I like spending my time in the Czech Republic. Will be next week. The Czech Republic beer is better.
What attracts you to the Czech Republic so much then? Just the beer? This one's been laid out.
Oh, it's the heart of Europe. It's one of my favourite destinations. It's going to be a bike. It's through everyone. And here's something that some people might not know. I don't know how that's missed, but that's not the greatest keeping, if I'm honest, because you need to be in a position to field the ball. Even if it's hitting the middle of stump, that's where your gloves should be. You don't want to get up and appeal, because if it's bowled, you don't have to appeal, really. It'll be obvious. So it'll just be one down the ground.
Yeah, what not a lot of people
here's
know
the thing, is that if you have too much head, as you say, or too much foam at the top of a beer, in Australia, they'll say, that's crazy, you have to pour me a new one. But in the Czech Republic, they do that, and they do it deliberately. They think that's where all the taste is. And I've got to admit, I've been converted on it. This is a big swing from Hyder. He's impressed me in this innings, but he misses out on that one. It's the end of 6 overs. The score is 65 without loss.
Yeah, they're doing okay, aren't they? I mean, the one thing, though, that Hammarby will have to learn quickly is you got to take the chances when they're there. Both these batters have been given opportunities. And at the moment, Swakas Hayden, I've been very impressed with his batting. He's hit the ball very well and clean and straight. And certainly it's Sher Ali that's struggling to keep up with him at the moment.
I'd love to go to an alternate universe and find out the 4% chance. Or see one of those games play out where somehow Hammarby pull this off. It'd be an epic collapse from here. Though we have seen that kind of thing before. I want to say also hello to Biplob, who's watching from Uganda. So we've got this viewership from all around the world. Khan Ali saying, please carry this league on all year. Well, good news for you, because we will. We plan to go all the way through to December. Last year we had over 1,200 matches on ECN. All right, so start of a new over. This is almost a miracle catch. Oh, he stuck out the hand. And we needed the old sticky fingers there, didn't he? Because this one almost does stick to the right hand. Have a look at this, Rico. He takes a couple of steps to his right and almost intercepts it.
Yeah, would have been a good one, wouldn't it? I think that's Azam.
Would have been a brilliant catch. Naveed Rahman continuing. So it's just a case that they didn't put enough of a score on the board. I think I mentioned, we'd see a bit more firepower from these two teams with the bat than we saw this morning. And this is a very good example. This is just too short, and this one has a license to fly. And that one is out of here. Takes him 6 closer. This is just too short, Rico. It's on a tee, and he says, thank you very much. I'll drive that one out of the ground.
Yeah, it's been good, clean hitting from both of these batters. Hayder has impressed me. He's just taken charge of the situation as when both these batters were on 13 balls played. Well, it's an opportunity, and this time it has been taken, but you'd have to feel it's happened too late. So Hayder finally does go. He's eyeing up another big shot here. Just gets a little bit cramped inside of his crease. Ball goes up in the air, and finally the catch gets taken. But happening too late here for Hammarby.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a little bit late on that, but still, Hayder impressed us with that display of clean hitting. He's just in a hurry to finish things off, but he has to get out of the way now. Not before hitting a very nice 41 with the bat. And with that, the score is 72 for 1. 4 big sixes for Hayder and 2 fours in that innings. And we'll get to have a look at Hamid Saleri at number 3. He's a guy who had a pretty good series last year. And yeah, on his day, can be very, very destructive. Just a dozen required for victory. We've got Curtis in the chat saying he's watching from Mars. It's funny, what's the furthest away place that you can think of? I mean, you could watch from another solar system, maybe another universe. I just said I wouldn't mind travelling to the universe where I see the 4% of the time that Hammarby pulled this one off. But yeah, right now, they're 2 clean hits away from finishing it. Saleri, what's his approach going to be? His first ball of the series. Just carefully knocks it into the leg side for 1.
Yeah, just wants to get off the mark. Doesn't want to hear Rico making any duck sounds at his expense. So that won't happen.
Careful one, and that's the shot of a man that knows he'll be facing up if he gets a single. So Sher Ali will move to 25 with that. And with 7 overs down, the score is 74 for 1. Quick hello to Sunny Sakali, who is showing a bit of support from India. Love to all of our Indian viewers, and love to all of you, no matter where you're watching from around the world. Match 24, the last match, I should say, of week 1 coming up, and it's starting in around about 35 minutes. News from the toss. This time Mashta have won the toss. They've elected to bat first, so they get the chance to set the pace, and I like that when you reverse the innings. It just gives the match a different feel.
I'm always of the opinion where I don't think we should have a coin. When you got these back-to-back matches, don't have the coin toss. Just say you bat one, you bat one.
Yeah, I agree. I got to say, I do like that. It gives them, gives both teams a chance to chase and both teams a chance to set a target. So I wouldn't mind that. As a, it would stop the next toss. So
the only toss you have is to decide who's going to call the first one.
Yeah, or you could just say, if they're playing each other twice anyway, the first team listed bats first the first game, and then it's reversed. So it'll be a 1 hopper down to Khalid Mahmood. 1 run, and so Saleri gets another chance to face.
Listen, you know what it is.
Hello to Minas Khan, by the way, who's watching from Cyprus.
Hello, Minas.
Every chance we'll be back in Cyprus later in the year.
Well, we had a good time in Cyprus, didn't we? Well, this one's gone a long way up the air. He's trying to hit it to Cyprus, and it just keeps on going. It goes all the way over. 6 carreras, manos arriba, Vidro. Eso es 6 más. Well, he's saying, well, we may have had one of the openers. Hayder has gone, but Shirali's saying, don't forget me, I'm still here. And, doesn't hit this cleanly, but goes down to 1 knee and gets enough elevation on it.
Right, just 4 runs required for victory now. Next one crashes into the pad. Yeah, so Hammarby, they'll get the chance to field again. I think that they'll want to do a lot better with the ball in particular, taking their chances, Hammarby. This one could be it, and it will be it. I think this one's gone all the way. Maximal. And so, just like that, it's all over. And it's pretty comprehensive, Mashta. Last year, they topped the table after the group stage, finishing 3rd overall in the end. But they've sent a message here, haven't they, in their first match. And the win predictor, for once, I would say, is absolutely spot on. 100% Mashta as they take out the victory. Not a good time to put it on as well. In the end, they win with 14 balls to spare here in match 23.
Yeah, he's batted very well, hasn't he? So, in fact, he's they don't even have to have a look. I'm going to put my neck on the line here and say, well, there he is. He's the player of the match there. He was outstanding with the ball. when they're in the field, and then he sees his team home with a good knock. It's nice to see that Soleri is the one taking all the applause as he's coming off, holding his bat up high, saying, yeah, thank you. It was a great knock from me, 1 from 1. And it's Diana Horace there. She's taking a picture or something. Maybe she's just taking a picture of Andres there in the tower, saying, yeah, I'm okay now. Thank God that's over. But this is how it started. Yeah. It could have started well. It could have started with a wicket.
Well,
it wasn't to be.
We're asking everyone where they were from. Well, Hammarby, they were from the land of missed opportunities, weren't they, early? Because they did have a few chances to get rid of these openers. Well, a bit of acrobatic stuff from Siddiqui behind the stumps. And then, well, nothing too pretty about this, except for the fact that he was wearing a helmet. Otherwise, that would have been lights out time. But then we saw the openers going to work, and it was Haider and Sher Ali that really made light work of this chase, especially after those catches went down.
Yeah, and there were some big hits as well, weren't they, to all parts of the ground. I like the way that these two batters hit the ball full and straight. That was the other thing. Oh, talk about full and straight. That one was full and straight into the mush.
He could have used a helmet as well, I think, unfortunately, Muhammad Munir. Anyway, he's a tough unit. He'll be fine. But yeah, once again, I think, with these better teams, I think the 100 plus is probably more like the par score. We talked about at the start of the week, we thought about 110 would be par, but just the batting hasn't been up to the mark so far. That one was dropped upwards by Hakeem Abdullah. Couldn't be caught on the second attempt. And yeah, the Maximos started flying. A few less than ideal deliveries as well. This one was only 4 in the end. There's a no ball plus 4. And this one, probably the best of the lot. Well, this one made the earth move, Rico.
Yeah, wait for the shake. There we go, a bit of a wobble, and there comes the ball. When you might as well put it in the bin because they had a big chunk of it missing. That could have been a great catch. And there was a catch towards the end there. And that was after still Haider kept on hitting big. But, looking to try and get to a 50 quickly. This one was the one catch that was held and the one wicket that would be the one to fall because that man there, Sher Ali, decided, okay, it's time to finish it in a hurry. That was one. And this one, well, another beautiful shot out on the offside. It went all the way for 6. And that was that.
Yeah. And just like that, it was all over. Sher Ali with 37 not out. Almost catching up to Haider, who top scores with 41 in the end. And we'll see these two teams go head-to-head very shortly in the last game of the week. But this time, it'll be matched up. That will get the chance to bat first. So I think Haider and Ali, it makes sense for them to go out there and try and keep going. Soleri as well. He's a pretty important player for them. I just do think they do have a good, well-balanced side. They are potentially going to go all the way this time. Of course, there's plenty of competition around, including Hammarby, who'll be keen to get their first points on the board. They certainly don't want to go 0-2 so early in the series. And we did see a bit of life out of them at times, particularly Farhan Ali. I think with the bat, he'll be a key in the chase. So we'll take a quick break. But before we do, we'll just take you through the scorecard of the chase. And like I mentioned, Haider, 41 of 25. 4 Maximos for him, and same with Sher Ali, as he scored 37 not out on the way to a fairly comfortable victory. We had 7 extras in there. They brought it up with 14 balls to spare. As far as the bowling went, well, just the 1 wicket, and that went to Naveed Rahman, who conceded 9 of his over. They did try 6 different bowlers, apart from Kazir Rashid, who went the journey. None of them really were too bad. So I think Aftab Ahmed, he was the key as well early on, but he couldn't quite get that wicket, could he? End up with none for 12 of his 2 overs. So we'll have a quick break, Rico. Back for the final game of the week. Don't go too far. Back in about 25 minutes for the last game from Stockholm on a super Saturday. And thanks again for all your interaction and your friendly banter in the chat. It's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Back soon for more ECN action. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Stockholm in Sweden for the final time this week. It's match 24, the end of a very exciting week of action. Of course, we have tomorrow off, but we will be back Monday for the start of week 2. And today has actually been the start of Group B matches, and we've really enjoyed them so far. Had a low-scoring thriller. We've seen records broken already in Group B, and we're going to finish today with another exciting clash between Hammarby and Mashta. I'm sure that both these captains, they'd love to win the toss. Let's see who wins it. Stefan Gooch is with the two captains.
Okay, Hammarby to call. Heads the call. It's tails.
We'll
Okay. So, good luck. Have a good game.
So Shahid Mustafa has won the toss for Mashta, and this time they'll bat first. So it's kind of fair, I guess. Each team's had a chance to bat first, and each team's had a chance to chase this afternoon. And I do think I'm looking forward to seeing Sher Ali again. I think he's living a bit with the ball as well as the bat. Let's see if he can get his bat doing the talking. I've always liked Mustafa's work behind the stumps, but Hammarby, we know that they've got a few good players as well. They weren't afraid to kind of change up their options as well. And look, I think we'll see kind of something a little bit better from them, particularly with the bat this time. I don't think they're top order quite five, but they'll have to chase in this one. So the news from the toss in match 24 is that it will be Mashta, last year's third place team, and they'll be batting first. And we're going to go to Rico one more time. Rico, let's rock it out here to finish week 1 in Sweden. It will be Mashta batting first. Let's get ready for the first ball.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo. Yes, we're ready to rock and roll, but for the last time this week anyway, until Monday, let's take another look at this fantastic location. Well, this is the host. It's the Norsbury Cricket Ground, and it looks absolutely fantastic, and it's nice to report that we've had another good day here today. We've been lucky with the weather. It's starting to warm up a tad as well. The sun is starting to put its hat on as well for us. And looking forward to this last match here today. It's the match number 4 of Group B, and it's going to be Hammarby versus Master again. And it's very similar to the first match of the day, where the two teams, they both had the opportunity to bat first. And well, maybe this time Master will do what I expected in that first one. I certainly expected that the Tigers want to go out and score big runs when they got the opportunity to bat first in match number 22. But it didn't happen. But maybe it will happen in this time. Master, well, they are expected to get past the 100 score here. That's what the bat versus Paul Wall tells us. And Hammarby will struggle to get there on 86. Well, that's all based on maybe the timeline. Well, it's a victory there for Master to add on to that. And, of course, Hammarby are making their debut. Didn't start well for them in that first match. They batted first, 83 for 7. And Master, well, they knocked the runs off really easily, didn't they? 86 for 1, winning by 9 wickets with plenty of balls to go as well. And that's why I think we're expecting a big score here. But will it be, or will it be very similar to what we saw first up this morning between those matches between the Stockholm Mumbai Indians and the Stockholm Tigers? Well, we'll wait to see. I just get the feeling that maybe, that deservedly so, that this week will finish on a flurry. Remember, it's the last match until we come back here again Monday morning. So we will have a bit of time to rest up and recharge our batteries tomorrow, and maybe take an opportunity to go into Stockholm and look at some of the marvellous features that it has, some of the architecture, of course, and maybe visit one or two of some of the museums. Around 100 museums. And as you know, per capita, it has more museums than any other country in the world. So here we go. The start of the final match of the week. It is going to be match number 24. Match number 4 of Group B. Openers are ready. On strike will be Wakas once more. And also Sher Ali is on the striker's end. Sher Ali just practicing a few shots with the imaginary ball as we get ready to go. Here we go. Let's do it again. And this one is not a good start. It will be a wide. And here comes the call from the umpires. Yeah, it just gets under the keeper, but does enough for it not to go all the way. Have Aftab Ahmed. Well, that's a better one, a good reply, and almost knocks over the stumps. Hader, well, he likes to bat one way, doesn't he, Wakas Hader? Certainly entertained us with some thrilling shots. On his way to 41 of 25 in the previous match. This one that he misses out on. Maybe just sometimes this happens. I think he's just trying to take off from where he was. I mean, he did eventually get out, didn't he? But he's trying to get into that rhythm straight away and maybe trying to force himself to. Probably just needs to take a couple of balls to start back where he was from the beginning before he feels that he's back in that the groove he was. Just trying to force the issue a little bit too much here at the moment. Well, goes up in the air. Fielder getting underneath it. This is the big moment, and the catch has been taken. A huge moment. Well, he didn't want to learn. He didn't want to listen. Did Wakas Hader. He wanted to go after it. He felt that maybe he was a little bit invincible, perhaps, based on his first innings. But he will go, and he goes for, yep, you got it. He goes from 41 in the first match of just 25 deliveries to a 0 of 3. Not a good end to his Saturday, so he's going to have to sit out for a long time to see just what is going to be required from them when they go out in the field of play. That's a big wicket to get early, isn't it? And who knows, maybe, as we said, this match will follow the same as the first two between the two Stockholm sides in the derby this morning. Early wicket and a good one to get. Aftab Ahmed strikes. And it took a good catch, didn't it, under a bit of pressure. And Arslan Ali made no mistake at all. That's exactly, if you like, what the doctor ordered. If you're Hammarby, and now they've just got to keep it up, keep it going. Yeah, it's interesting though, isn't it, how these matches can, from one to another, be so different. The same two teams, no real changes in the lineups, and yet a batter who was hitting every ball out of the middle of the bat in the earlier contest between these two. Well, started cagily, and when he did get bat onto ball, he was out. Back to the action. That's a nice start to the new batter. Full straight. Suleri does get off the mark. Hamid Suleri is the number 3 batter. Waste no time getting off the mark. It's a good Yorker-length delivery. First up, not wasted on a new batter. And now it's time for Ali to take guard. Sher Ali. Not out batter in the first match, but as we know, it means nothing. Doesn't matter what you did before. Matters what you do here now, and this one is not that far away from the man at third. The bowler wanted and expected more from the fielder. Let's take a look. It certainly was up there long enough. And no, I don't think. The only thing maybe he could have tried to do better there is to smother it. Farhan Ali. And if he could have smothered that, tried to stop it going through to the boundary. But it's 4 runs, so starts with a scratchy 4. That's Sher Ali. Ahmed once more. And this one's been up in the air. It's another opportunity. It's 2 wickets in the over. Both the openers have gone. Both men that was instrumental in getting the runs on the board first time round have gone. And it is Aftab Ahmed to do the damage. Well, after getting the sneaky boundaries, goes to flick this one over out on the leg side. Doesn't get the timing right. It goes more aerial than anything else. And a very good catch taken there. And I think that's Azam Mohammed that comes in to complete the catch. What a start. 2 wickets down in the first over. It is 6 for 2 at the end of the first. And what a time to welcome back into the commentary box Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, what a turnaround. Well, I saw a comment in the chat, Harris talking about the swing being insane. What about some swings between the two teams today that we've seen in the double headers? I mean, this morning we saw the Tigers all over Mumbai Indians and then basically collapsing in their second innings. And well, not quite a collapse yet, but still, like you said, both openers that looked so dangerous the game before, they are both removed in the first over. And look, credit to Aftab Ahmed, who I thought bowled pretty well without getting a wicket in the last game. He took none for 12 off his 2 overs, but he does get 2 big scalps early. And well, tell you what, could be a sneaky timed out chance at the moment because the new batter looks like the captain, Shahid Mustafa, taking a long time to get to the wicket. You can understand why he wasn't expecting to have to face up so quickly. He'll be at the non-strikers end because it is the end of the over. So that is the circumstance where there's a court dismissal, but the new batter will go to the non-strikers end because the second over is about to be bowled.
It looks like he's wearing an old Bobby's helmet, doesn't he? The old policeman, London policeman.
Oh, I think it's a good look. And Mohammed Munir, who caught one in the chops earlier, he's going to bowl the second over.
Firmly struck. And, good bit of fielding. It's bobbling around. Gets right behind it. Doesn't let it get through him. But Hakeem Abdullah.
But Mashta are a pretty well-balanced team, and Soleri had a very good series last year. So we have seen a fair bit of him provide some handy left-arm spin as well for Mashta.
Good delivery right up there, right in the block hole, and just Mustafa just getting right behind this one and sort of nudging it into the gap on the offside to take a single.
He scored a really good 66 not out against Uruguayan, which were those two teams, Uruguayan and Masha, they were kind of top of the tree in their group last year. That's the one time he really shined with the bat in 2021. But I mean, does average 24 with the bat, striking at 164. So you can understand why he's a key player. They've elected to bat at number 3. Can also open the innings if required.
Drilled hard through the gap. They have got the sweeper there intelligently. It's almost like they've got the field perfectly set to these batters. They know where the shots are going to be played. If it does get through the inner ring of fielders, there's somebody there to tidy things up.
Yes, I mean, don't want to waste a good start. Remember, learn from the Stockholm Mumbai Indians earlier today, who were in a real winning position and then squandered it. At the moment, Hammarby need to make the most of these early wickets.
No, that's not a good ball. It was Gandhi and it's been put away. Ball, kin, Sona, Shaka, Lagya.
Yes, gets to free his arms here outside that pad, and that's a confidence booster for Shahid Mustafa. He's a pretty good cricketer, does a handy job behind the stumps, and not wasting any time as he brings up his first Maximo of match number 24 off just his second ball faced.
Yeah, you get a feeling that this is an opportunity, isn't it, for the other batters to go out there and score some runs. It must be difficult when you got the likes of Haider and also Sher Ali that normally do consistently perform. Others probably don't get a chance, so this is an opportunity. Just trying to dabble this one. Doesn't get enough onto it. That's Mustafa, the captain. That will be the end of the second over. And the score moves on to 15 for 2.
Yeah, so going pretty well at the moment, 15 for 2. And let's see if Hamby can keep it going. That's the thing, just kind of thrown away with loose delivery in that over. I mean, you don't mind sixes being hit off what I'd call, good balls or challenge balls. When good shots down the ground or something, but that one outside leg stump wasn't so good. You can see that if Mashta can win this game, they'll go clear at the top of the table by 2 points at the end of day 1. And Hamby, they'll be hoping to get their first points of the tournament.
Firmly struck. Fielder has to come into play. Does well. Good work. And, releasing the ball early as well. Not even allowing the thought to enter in the minds of the batters to try and take the second.
Yeah, I mean, the fielding pressure is important, isn't it? Especially late in the day, maybe getting a bit tired.
This time, it's straight at that fielder that's enclosed on the offside. I do like that. He's sort of like the short cover fielder. Just there to, well, stop those and any cheeky singles being attempted. Slower delivery, but ill-directed by Ahmed. And wide ball signalled.
Yeah. Very interesting partnership, these two, because they can really hurt you. But, you know, Mashta, very interestingly, still 58% predicted to come out on top here despite this shaky start.
Strikes this out towards mid-wicket and gets the big foot on it. Does Ahmed. That's Azim actually, Azim Mohammed, the man who took the catch. Oh, this is a rash shot really. He doesn't really need to do this, I mean, Soluri. I think he's probably just getting himself a bit under pressure. He knows that he's had, well, that's the 6th delivery that he's now had. Only on 4 runs, but it's too early to be playing a slog across the line.
Yeah, it wasn't a good shot, was it? And then let off the next ball with the wide. A bit all over the shop at the moment. I think maybe this wind picking up has had something to do with the bowlers losing their control a little bit. What do you think? Been pretty good though, after Ahmed, all things considered. A couple of balls left in his spell.
It's a nice looking shot. It will be stopped before it goes to the boundary. Do well. So I'm playing some nice shots along the ground, but with the field set the way it is, they're not getting the reward they would like. Not getting the boundaries, just getting the singles. Mustafa, he's hit the ball pretty well. And he hits this hard into the ground, thinks about the single and has to be sent back. That's the correct decision there. It's a good call from Hamid Soluri, saying no skip, we're not going here. And a nice tidy over again. Good spell of bowling from Aftab Ahmed. It's done very well. Taking those 2 wickets, the 2 openers, and he finishes on a tidy 2 for 11.
Yeah, so the 2 early wickets, but just building through the rest of the power play. No boundaries in the 3rd over. And so yeah, Ahmed will finish with figures of 2 for 11 off his 2 overs. Once again, well, welcome to all of you, no matter where you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. See the 3 power play overs, 6, 9 and 5. And now we're going to see Hakim Abdullah bowling over number 4. Let's see if he can break this partnership with some slower stuff.
Yeah, Abdullah. He has the luxury now, of course, to spread the field. To be fair, actually, Vinny, I mean, you look at the power play, there were a lot of nice shots played there, and bearing in mind that only 2 men are outside the circle, they had them positioned perfectly.
Yeah, true.
So here we go. It'll be Hamid Soluri. Just get the feeling he's feeling that he's got to play a couple of big shots here. And he tries straight away, and he misses the straight one. Goes right across the line, and it's timber. Siddhi ball sigi, miss hogi, shot Maria Ganda, Bapas. Agia Banda, yeah, wasn't good. It didn't look good. And he even held the pose, what makes it worse for Diane Horace to take a few pictures there. And, well, this one is a case of boom, boom, boom. Another one bites the dust. Adios, amigo. You got to go.
Yeah, and once again, pays the price for going across the line of a fairly straight delivery. Yes, Larry just took the bait, didn't he? Didn't wait to have a look at Hakeem, and he is gone. So there's that 3rd wicket, and the little partnership is snuffed out before it could really get going. Mashta 20 for 3.
Yeah, just sensed it, Vinny. I just sensed that he felt that he was chewing up too many deliveries, that he was not getting or hadn't hit a boundary. And he's not going to get another chance anyway. Not in the contest here today. He's got to make his way back. As we get a chance now to see the kind of depth that Master have in their batting lineup. As another batter comes out.
So pretty good when you get a wicket very first ball. Now we will again vital cog of this middle order for Mashta. They're a side that won 5.5 out of the 8 preliminary games last year before going down in the semi-finals. So hitting a and winning the bronze final. So, all up, they had 6 wins out of their 10 matches and a washout.
Well, I was asking the question, and I think quite rightly so, the umpire saying it's going down the leg side, and I could clearly see that from here. Look, the legs don't really move too much.
Yeah, I mean, you say clearly, sneaking down leg side is what I'd call that.
Yeah, I meant I could see clearly, as in, yeah, you see the angle of the ball as well.
Too close for comfort, though.
You certainly try and get it straighter, that's for sure. Well, Habibullah. Oh, he's got him. Went for the shorter one, and I think there's a bit of bottom of the bat here from the Awanullah, and he needs to go. Haji on the back of his shirt. Well, Haji Parji, he's got to go. And yeah, look, he just clonks it onto the stumps, but he's not looking at all. Look at the head. The head has gone early, and it's as simple as that. We always say, any youngsters watching out there that want to be up-and-coming bowlers, bowl straight, bowl at the stumps, and you'll always get your reward.
It's an easy game. If you're Hakeem, just rocks up and do his first 3 balls, crash into the stumps. Always feel for the pacers. Always running in off a good distance and trying their hearts out, often getting no reward. Hakeem's just coming and rolling the arm over, and he's got 2 for none. So 20 for 4. Mashta in some serious trouble now as Asif Lyon comes to the crease. Okay, once again, unsure of the bounce in the pitch. Nawi Muller has to go. I want to say a quick hello to Maiden Waters. Hope you're well. She said that she's just come back from her cricket presentation night, so hope you enjoyed it. Thanks for spending the late night with us. What would it be? I think she's in New South Wales, I think, so I think it'd be 11:17 p.m. So it's very sensible of you to be back before midnight. What better way to
father or something here?
I'm just saying. Where do you think you've been, young lady?
And I feel for your daughter already. This one's being played out. Oh, you got it all to come, buddy. You got it all to come.
Don't want to know.
It's all right when they're this age. Speaking of daughters, let's say hello to my Sonia. She's got a few exams going on at the moment at university there in Alicante. I hope it's been a good day. And I think she's got a free weekend for a change. No handball, so make the most of it. Oh, this. It's lazy also from the keeper. I mean, this. It misses the stumps, but I think you got to take this in the glove and take the stump in.
Yeah, and the thing is, actually bounces onto the stumps, so it would have been out anyway. Except it bounces onto the base and it does knock the bails off. Look, see, don't know if we got that again, but it actually bounces off his pads onto the stumps, and well, should have been taken. You're right.
Yeah,
regardless,
so that's Siddiqui. Maybe it's one of those expecting it to be bowled, so the batter gets a life, and now he's got to make it count. I have to say that apart from the 2 openers, not in this match, but we saw them bat well in the first match, haven't really seen anything to say to me that once those 2, the likes of Sher Ali and Wakas is out, that then somebody else can come out there and get runs on the board.
Bit short of batting maybe. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full. I've got the shirt on now instead of just going with my jacket. This is my cricket bat and ball shirt. Some people ask me about sometimes. It's Italian, believe it or not. It's an Italian designer that made this shirt.
It's a very nice shirt. And I must admit, the first time I saw it, I thought they were bottles of vino. And it's only when I got a bit closer, I thought, okay, right.
Maybe at night that's what it turns into.
I like it.
No, but yeah, taking a bit of a turnaround here at the moment. I know what you're saying. I mean, Mashta have shown before that they can bat deep, but like I say, I think maybe some of the batters haven't had a lot of cricket yet. And this one, he's going to go down the ground. He's going to go pretty good. He's nailed this one. Maximo, the captain leading from the front, and he sends this one out of the ground.
Yeah, I get the feeling that the captain is probably sensing that perhaps he may not get too much support from the batters he has left. So if there's any runs to be scored, any runs to go on the board, that is going to come from his bat. And that's a nice shot from Mustafa. This time played out onto the offside. Good bit of fielding there. That one just pops up. Isn't it nice that the sun is coming out here as well? And that's quite fitting because it's that time of day for some maybe strawberries and cream, because it also is International Strawberry and Cream Day. I like that.
Isn't that nice?
Yeah, but there's one better than that, and this is one that I certainly will be drinking to later. Maybe me and you will have a cheeky one as well. It is the day of the Water of Life. You know what that is? It is World Whiskey Day.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so
Well, might have to sneak one of those later. No work tomorrow.
I think that's a very good idea. And this one, it gets lucky. It drops into no man's land. The man at square is the other side, more on the 45, so gets away with this. So it is as if Lorne that's out there at the moment. He's got to put a partnership together with his captain.
I say, quick hello to a few more people in the chat after this ball though. Oh, is this a chance?
It's certainly a wide, but yeah, it'd be interesting to see if the foot stays.
Real tough one.
wonder
The,
if the foot
the
does-
keepers here are pretty good this week. This is one look that if you get that really in your gloves first time, then maybe you can grab that. But that's probably a quarter chance.
Oh, this one is an edge as well, and it goes straight down. Does this go? For a moment, I thought it went onto his boots and up.
Well, it does go to his boots, but it goes down. Do you remember that one from ECC last year?
Yes,
that
I
always
do.
caught between his feet?
Yeah.
And then just kicked away? That was such
Yeah.
a weird bit of cricket.
He sort of did the bunny hop, didn't he? And we thought, what's he doing? Why didn't he just pick it up?
It was so strange. But anyway, got to say hello to Okin Manus Okin, who's been enjoying the commentary, and that's very nice when we get those comments. We do appreciate it. We love what we do here.
Well played and good. I have to say that certainly from what we've seen today so far, I mean, I know we've seen a few catches that have gone down, but in terms of the general ground fielding, it's been pretty good. So Group B, what we've seen from 4 of the 5 teams, the ground fielding has been really good. There haven't been any clangers that have been going through the fielders or anything like that. So
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it's been a lot better. I've still seen a few go down for sure.
yeah.
But I mean, it's very early days, isn't it? So here's the man that did the damage in his first over. Abdul Hakim took 2 for 2 when he bowled the 4th. He's coming back to bowl the 6th. No surprises there.
He's got it's quite an interesting action, and it's probably quite difficult for the batter to pick because every so often he pushes the quicker one through. And the thing about the quicker one he pushes through is it's normally shorter, but it doesn't get any bounce. It doesn't get a lot of bounce on it. So batters rock back and find themselves trying to deal with the ball that's sort of around about the knee roll height. And Lorne is going after him, misses out on that one.
Yeah, you see this one, he tosses up a bit more. Does change his pace a fair bit. Hakim Abdullah.
Oh, and it's easy as that. He's standing there. I'm not sure what the batter is standing there for. He's once those barrels come off, buddy, you've got to go.
Yeah,
You've got to start
He
walking.
doesn't hear it because it just flicks the stumps, you see, and he's hoping for the best, isn't he? But he's going to get the worst news, as if line. It just flicks the off stump, and off come the bails. And so, well, he disturbs the furniture yet again. Abdullah, 3 wickets all bowled, and Mushtaq go from bad to worse now. It's only the captain propping them up. He's got 18,
Yeah.
and he's got over half the runs at the moment. And now we'll see an 7th batter actually for them coming out, as Mushtaq have fallen to 34 for 5.
Yeah, so it looks pretty similar to what we saw from the opening 2 matches today, Vinny. That teams heavily reliant on the top 3 batters. You get them early, and then it doesn't seem to be too much resistance from the tail. The middle order seems to collapse pretty quickly. And let's see if we're not quite into tail territory here now, so maybe one of the middle order batters can provide some support for the captain. Left-hander, that certainly makes things a bit more interesting. It's Ajmal Raza comes in. Good delivery. I'd love to see that. When a new batter comes in, the bowler doesn't waste the first delivery. And the wicketkeeper is fast asleep here. And I'd love to see the full replay of this.
Yeah, you're blaming the keeper. It wasn't the best throw, to be fair.
No. Keeper is asleep. Watch the full. Look at the keeper here now. Keep an eye on the keeper.
Right.
He's having a nod. He's doing it's siesta time. Look, he's saying.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll give you that much.
They said, oh, hang on a minute.
All right.
Yeah, he's
Okay. Maybe I was defending him.
just had a little snooze, a little cat nap.
Didn't see him looking away. Oh, he's looking at over there. There's not much going on. Anyway, next one, just a single. Doesn't cost him too much. There's a few people in the chat that would like to have a whiskey with you, Rico.
Would they? Oh, any
Lily
time.
would like to. Maiden Waters saying she had a sensible night, just the one. Well, that's very smart of you.
I'll have more than one, but it's no work tomorrow. I'm looking forward to a lie-in tomorrow. It's been a while. We've been, of course, we travelled.
So much
when
daylight
we finished
as well.
in
isn't there?
Landskrona.
So much daylight. Make sure you have your curtains sorted.
Yeah, there's a bit of a discussion going on here.
I
Not
think
sure. It
we'll
might be just to do with if it's over or not.
No, not yet.
Not quite. One more to come.
This over. I'll read it out for you. It's gone 1. Wicket to 1.
How do you like your whiskey? There you go. Here's a question. How do you like? So it is, just to remind you, it is World Whiskey Day. Whiskey, as we know, it's the water of life. It literally is the water of life. How do you like it? Me, depending on the whiskey, just normally on the rocks, or maybe a lot of people say whiskey, it should be whatever the amount of whiskey. So let's say you have 2 fingers of whiskey, 2 fingers of water.
Yeah, but some people will say you're not meant to have it with water at all.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking the question. I wonder what's the actual?
After 6. I got to admit, I like feeling the texture change if it's on the rocks from when I first have a sip and the ice hasn't melted a little bit. That's just my personal. But what I will say is, I don't know where you keep getting all these days from. There must be 1,000 of them because every day you've got like 3 or 4 different international
there's always
days.
a day of something.
The other thing is, I'm going to say well done to Abdul Hakim, who takes 3 for 7 off his 2 overs.
Superb.
So now can they mount some sort of counter-attack against the captain who's on strike to start the 7th? Shahid Mustafa, he's the man that has to do it, I think. Rashid Kazi is going to bowl it. Let's dance. Just 24 balls left in this innings.
He's running nowhere here. Now has to run back.
I tell you what, we don't do this very often.
Go on.
But
what don't we do?
Why don't, in the chat, you can ask us absolutely anything.
Ooh, that's
and we'll probably answer.
Yeah,
so Saturday afternoon, end of a week.
We'll always have an answer.
It can be as off topic as you like. I think it'd be quite nice. Could be quite nice. It's pretty nice as well, but picked out the fielder, didn't it? Ask us anything. Can be cricket related, can be non-cricket related. Something about Rico, such as, I don't know, I won't even lead the witness, but get creative with your questions. I know that Lily's there, I know that Maiden Waters is there, and anyone else, you don't have to be a regular in the chat, just jump in. ECN European Cricket Network. Here's Kazi.
He's up in the air, wicketkeeper should get there, and he does, and he has to just accelerate slightly. That's Sadat Siddiqui, and does well. Nice catch taken. Has to get that dive in. I think he needed the dive. I think otherwise he would have been off balance. So another wicket goes. It's time for Raza, the left-hander, to depart. So captain stranded further. Another batter comes and goes without really contributing to the score. Good catch there and nicely taken. Shabash, as they say. And well done indeed.
Yeah, so fantastic work there. And, yeah, again, called it, and in the end, he nails it.
New batter comes onto strike. And Rashid. Rashid on the back of his shirt. Spun well, wasn't he? Oh, well, this one, it's a bit of a nothing shot. I think this is all about, I think the new batter's come out there and the captain's probably already said to him, okay, look, let's talk about this. You need to get bat on ball, get me on strike. So that's all he does rather than actually follow through with the shot. He just puts the bat on it, plonks it. Luckily for him, it hits the middle of the bat quite nicely and gets a single. So the captain back on strike now. How long does he wait before he goes into total destructive mode? Oh, he's out. Oh dear. Because I think they're just going to check if this touches the foot. I'm pretty confident it does, because I was about to say, you don't want to stick your foot out there, young man. Well, he does, and he gets lucky because he's going to get a wicket. Well, this is when you're having a bad day. I think he just,
It's a funny one.
Get a bit
well,
on
he's
the...
appealed, so he's short.
Yeah.
So I don't think there's
Look
anything...
at the base of the foot. I think he just...
This one doesn't show
you
us
see it from
much.
that angle. We'll have to go back to the other
The
angle.
thing is, it'll be umpire's call, because if the umpire thought it was, then it'll stand. Because if he thinks it's not, yeah, see, does it go? Yeah, I think it'll be out. It's been given out now.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I mean, very hard to tell because it almost hits the back side of that foot from that angle. Anyway, when your luck's out, your luck's out, isn't it? And Mustafa, well, he's got blood on his hands. Not his fault, though. Accidental damage to his partner, who can't believe it. Sohail Khan's got to go, and now it's 40 for 7.
Yeah, Kazi, the bowler there, getting lucky. Just gets a little touch on it.
So 7 wickets down. You see this one again. I mean, this is what I would say. The bowler straight away appealed, and there's normally on those, it's just sometimes it's down to, you ask the fielder if there's a touch, or the bowler if there's a touch, and if they say there is, then you've got to go. But I think the right decision's made. 40 for 7 then.
We'll have another go.
Never seen 2 of those in a row.
You know what? It wasn't that far. It's this one bounces it. There we go. Have a look. It hits into the ground. He's out of his crease here. Look, if that one drops on the stumps, it would have been another. But I think he watches that all the way to be safe. Well, not a lot happening here.
Yeah.
40 is on 41 on the
41,
board now.
Yeah, after 7 overs. And this is what we're going to see on Monday. We have the day off tomorrow, and we'll enjoy our day off. Hopefully enjoy yours too. But make sure you join us on Monday morning, because we'll have Umir, who will be here for the first time, taking on the Stockholm Mumbai Indians. Well, the Mumbai Indians will be really keen to get on the board after throwing that one away today. And then in the afternoon, we're going to see Hammarby versus the Tigers. So join us from Monday morning on 7 a.m. from 7 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe, and 12:30 p.m. in India. First random question going to you from Gokul Srinivasan. Tell us about some of your interesting moments during your young age cricketing days. I mean, did you play in black and white back in the day? Or
No, in white.
maybe? Okay. Here's the next over.
What can I tell you? I'll tell you one of my earliest cricket memories. And it's quite a good one. And I think I've told you this before. So playing cricket in school, when we used to use the bins as the wicket.
Oh, yeah.
It's a nice looking shot. Are they finally going to beat that fielder right there? They are. Well, there's not a lot that have gone through Arsenal Alley. But this time it's been played sort of backward a point. And even Arsenal Alley can't get to this. 4 runs, welcome 4 runs. Yeah, playing cricket in the school playground. And you all used to take turns, didn't you? Just hitting the ball wherever you can. If you hit it over the fence into the caretaker's house, it was 6 and out. And then you had to fight the Rottweiler to get the ball back. But no, batting along. And it was always like any time you could play. And I remember playing the beginning before school started. Well bowled, and of course you had all the different parents bringing the kids into school, and I cracked this ball out the middle of this wooden bat, which obviously had no spring or middle to it, with just a bit of wood, but it went like a bullet, and it hit a parent who was bringing their young daughter, and talking about a hit. Well, this has been hit pretty well as well. It's going to be, I think that's been 4 runs, so back-to-back bound, well, not back-to-back, but the number of boundaries coming in this over, just what you need. So, yeah, imagine it. I've hit it. It's hit the father in the middle of the forehand, and it was this very tall and strong, muscular Barbadian. So, of course, by now, I was just say that my trousers were getting a bit wet as he was walking towards me, not very happy. This is up in the air. There's another one. Well, I think they're liking my stories here, because every time I start to tell a story, the runs are flowing, and that brings the 50 up. Well, I tell you what, I think Shahid Mustafa is saying, Rico, please keep talking, because your stories are giving me luck. Well, there's a bit of shaba, boom, shakka, lagya. Well, that's what I was thinking when I hit this guy in the head. He came right up to me, And you know what he said to me? Take a guess. He looked at me and I thought, right, I'm going to get walloped there. And he said to me, boy, I won't do the accent. This one is another one. Well, I'm just going to keep talking just for the sake of the
your
captain,
stories go
Mustafa.
forever.
Well, this is Balle from Mustafa. Well, it's bringing them luck. That's all my stories are doing.
Well,
He looked at me and he said, boy, hit the ball along the deck.
Good advice.
And you know what? I thought, oh, I got away with one there. That's one of my earliest memories.
Oh, that's a nice one, though. I like that. I'll tell you what, Shahid Mustafa, I'm going to call him the doctor at the moment because he's keeping the patient alive. He's keeping this innings alive, isn't he? And he's got 41 of 24.
Wow, what
he's got 41 out of 61.
What did that over go for?
Over ended up going magical. There were 2 4s, 2 6s, and 2 dots in the over.
No,
it's gonna
that'll do. That's what they needed.
Captain of Hammarby coming on, Mohammed Munir.
Hang on a minute. I've got a memo coming in from Shahid Mustafa's shoot. He says, tell another story quick.
I bet. But this one could go the journey, you know, but that's well fielded. No, I think that's smart. They could have got 2 there, but Mustafa says, no, leave it to me. I think it's worth them sacrificing that 1 run just to get the skipper back on strike because he is hitting the ball better and better.
Absolutely. It's doing it all single-handedly, as he said. He's raced on the 41 of 24 balls. And he'd like to, and not going to get them. It's been cleanly fielded.
Mohammed Sabit saying, Rico, we love you from Bangladesh. Well, you're getting a lot of love in the chat. How many accounts have you got going at the moment? I mean, Rico's had a lot of love.
A lot of love.
But I'm happy that you deserve it.
And I
Wonderful
want to give that love right back at everybody, even to you. I'll give you a hug.
Take it.
I'll give you a hug. No, there you go.
It's more of a choke than a hug.
I'm trying, folks.
All right. Here's the next one. Gone. And what a good bit of bowling that is. And so, fortunately, it won't be a long time at the crease for Islam Ali. And Munir gets it right, doesn't he? He pitches up, he gets it straight, and he gets the wicket. Now, Mashta, they're in a bit of wicket trouble here because that's 8 wickets gone. Still 9 balls left in this innings. It's 63 for 8.
Yeah, that's it. Well bowled. It's right in the block hole. So Ali does depart. Mustafa knows he needs to get on strike. And I think that's what he's waiting to say here. And I think the new batter coming in, he's laughing. He's saying, I know what you're going to say to me, Skip. I know. And it's Blue who comes in.
Yeah, that's Arslan Atta.
Well, Atta doesn't have a number even on his shirt. He doesn't have one on his little waistcoat
He is
either.
classified.
He is definitely numberless. He's blue.
I love it on our sheet. It doesn't have it. Instead of a number, it just says X. X marks the spot. All right. This one is going to be down to long off for 1.
He does exactly what the captain wants him to do. So he's got the singles and the skipper. Got 2 deliveries here to dispatch. What about you? What about one of your earliest
We're getting a lot
stories?
of nice messages as well. From Haris Mia, who says Vinny and Rico love from Bangladesh. Khawaja Shan saying Vinny, Rico love from Pakistan. And next one, maybe another opportunity. Wow, he almost gets there, Rico. In fact, he does get there, but he can't hold on. What an excellent attempt that was from Aftab Ahmed. In the end, he does well to block it and keep it to 1.
Yeah, it's a really good effort. And he does everything right here. The batters don't. You've got to go 2 here. And a new batter's come in, Atta, and Atta's got to be made to come back and sacrifice his wicket so the captain can go back and strike. That should have been the play there. I think Mustafa knows it, but Atta, he didn't quite get the message. Well, it's up in the air, fielder coming across and just dipping. And, well, what's going on here? They don't take the run.
Yeah, because it's the last ball of the over. No, I don't mind that because they want Mustafa on strike, so same sort of thinking there. That's why they don't run in the end.
Quite often when this happens, Vinny, the batter that wants to be on strike, in this case, of course, is going to Mustafa. The very next ball, they take a single.
Maybe
if that happens here, I will...
Yeah, maybe not. I mean, I think it's worth it because they're 8 down.
Yeah.
And I think Mustafa, he may even just want to face all of these. Also depends if he thinks he can get back for 2. I don't mind that. I think it probably was strategically the right move. Look, let me think of another story.
Go on.
But I was going to say, once again, so Mohammed Sabit has also said that he loves me too, so I do appreciate that as we get into the last over. And it's Rashid Kazi starts with a wide. Probably the one for me is that I was always playing ball sports in the backyard. Cricket, I'd often even just bowl at a set of stumps and then go get the ball and bowl and play a lot of like tennis against the wall, and sometimes I experiment with harder balls like golf balls, which wasn't a very good idea because lots of things got broken. But I remember probably one of my favourite things to do As we wait for this, and it's a pretty good shot. It's absolutely lasered, and that's why you face up, because Mustafa, the doctor, is in, ladies and gentlemen, and he whacks this one over extra cover. Maximo, 6 runs.
Tremendous hit. This is power. This is all power. He muscles that over for a. He absolutely clubs this. Beautiful
Mustafa
shot.
loves us telling stories. All I was going to say is I spent a lot of time trying to jump over fences, getting the balls back. You know, he had different types of neighbours. Oh, he misses out on this, they won't run. And once that we had one set of neighbours, and some of our neighbours, they moved around a lot. Funnily enough, they didn't want to stay very long, but they wouldn't. They would let me jump over the fence and get the ball if I hit it over, and some wouldn't. And this set that wouldn't. And I just remember, you know, so crushing when you finally hit a ball over the fence, knowing you weren't going to see it again. They wouldn't really hit it back either. They wouldn't throw it back. And they want 2 here. And yeah, the throw needs to go to the keeper. And he's going to get home. That's really good running. It's alert to throw to the keeper. But look, I'm going to say well batted to Shahid Mustafa, because that brings up his half century in just 29 balls. And he has really single-handedly carried this innings. I mean, the next highest score for anyone is just 5. So he brings up his 50 off 29 balls, 5 Maximos and 2 4s. And this one also, it looks like, is that a no ball signal there?
No, I think he's just
a,
waiting for
just a gesture.
Something.
Yeah, but this set of neighbours, on the last day before they moved out, they came over with 3 big baskets of balls, which they had collected over a couple of years to
wonderful.
give back to us.
That's a lovely story. That's almost like the story of the guy, remember, in Venice, the cricket ground, the story there, how that all started, how the guy who founded Venice Cricket Club, it's all about cricket balls kept ending up in his backyard, and he thought, well, what's going on? Where are all these balls coming from? Unless he collected the balls when he did return them. This one's been well returned, but they get the 2 again.
Yeah, I mean, that's not the best of throws. You've got to know that Mustafa's going to try and come back for 2. I think I would be pitching if I was in the outfield. I probably would think about coming in a little bit. If he hits it over, it's probably going for 6 anyway. Maybe just to try and force the run out. I think that the one before must have been a 1 short. I'm just guessing because, it was 1 short, so that's no good. And this might be no good as well, because he should be out here, and he's dropped it. And in the end, he fortunately gets in the way because it bounces off Kazi, and he could have caught this again, except Mustafa's running past. And I don't think the batter's at fault here, because he never really changes his line at all. No. He doesn't know this is going to happen. I mean, it does get pretty close to him.
Could you imagine if that bounce hit him on the head?
In baseball, that's out. You know, in baseball, they say interference, deliberate or otherwise.
No.
It's more.
Seriously?
Yeah. It's a very harsh rule. Anyway, so we'll get a chance to see Asanata. Oh, you've got to try and manufacture the strike here. You see, this one will actually be it. So in the end, it will be 76 for 8. And yeah, I mean, 53 out of 76, that's a huge proportion of runs, isn't it?
That's massive, you know. That is really, I mean, how many of those were extras as well? Let's have a quick look at that. There's also 6 extras. So you can see.
So he scores pretty much 70% of all the runs in the innings. And for a guy to do that batting at number 4 is pretty remarkable. Does have him in the game, but again, the shoe's on the other foot, isn't it, for Hammarby, who will have the opportunity to get their first points of the series. Now, early on, we saw the openers. They were so destructive in match 23, but here in match 24, they wouldn't last too long, as both of them were removed in the very first over.
Yeah, I mean, it was saw good catching there. First of all, it was Aslan Ali. I think he was brilliant up there, and then we just saw that catch as removed. But it was the 2 dangerous men that went, and then, well, it was all about this man just keeping the ball straight, not trying to do anything crazy with it, but he just kept hitting the stumps, and that's Ali. Well bowled to him. His bowling figures were absolutely marvellous. We'll see those in a bit. But then the captain had to come on his own, and he said, Rico, tell me a story. Well, I started, and he started thumping the balls to all over the place, even though he kept on losing his partners. But, that was the case. I mean, he was saying that I was telling a story, but this innings is the story about one man, and that's captain Shahid Mustafa.
Yeah, and geez, he batted well, and even though it wasn't his fault, but he whacked this one back, flicked the bowler's foot, and that was the end of Sohail Khan, but didn't really slow Shahid Mustafa down. The keeper bat, nice bit of placement to get that one into the gap, and really made the Kookaburra fly with 5 big Maximos in his innings, his half century, at least giving Mashta something to bowl at. In the end, you see, he lost another partner on this occasion. That was Islam Ali, who had to go. And yet, the assault wasn't to be let up. And I think he did kind of manipulate the strike pretty cleverly towards the end, as he ended up making his half-century. And yet, he really has kept his team in the game. The doctor has kept the patient alive. For how long? We'll find out. And this is one where he was in the right place at the right time, as he just nonchalantly sways out the way of that. And the funny thing is, if he had just stayed, and I wouldn't have run anyway, then he probably would have got caught out.
That was the only, that probably, if there's only any black mark in the innings, is that one. That one is where you just stay where you are and say, right, okay, if I'm out, the new batter's coming in here anyway. And if I'm not, if he drops it, I get the stand strike. I don't think he expected the bowlers to drop it. But yeah, I mean, that is quite a remarkable scorecard.
53 not out for Mustafa. The next highest score is 5. So it's quite amazing. And not since really Gurvinder Singh Bajwa made 156 out of like 170 odd. I don't think I've ever seen such a one-sided scorecard. Yeah, the 6 wides in there as well. So he scores 53 out of 70 runs off the bat. What a good individual effort that was from the captain, Shahid Mustafa. And his job's not done, is it? Because he'll be having the gloves in the second half of this game. As far as the bowling went, it was the opener that got some reward after Mahmoud, 2 for 11. And he went wicketless last time. And it was a pretty good performance from him. 3 for 7, Abdul Hakim. For me, he was the best of the bowlers, and he got them all bowled. His spinners really kind of putting the foot down after it looked like they might get away a little bit. Also wickets for Mohammad Banir and Rashid Kazi. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back with more. When we return, it'll be the last 10 overs of the week. And it will be Hammerbeat requiring 77, walking 6 for victory, and to walk away with 2 points. And well, maybe it's a good sign. Their percentage is 77%, according to the win probability supercomputers. Well, that's the 77 that they will need if they are to get a win on the board. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. And we enjoyed story time, but the next story will be written in just a few minutes. You're watching ECN, and this is the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back for the final time this week of this FanCode European Cricket Series here in Stockholm. Well, we're coming to the end of week 1. It's the final match, match number 24, and it's been the first day of Group B. And it's well, it's been very much a low-scoring affair today, it has to be said. Teams have been competitive, but a lot of the hard work has been done in the field. Bowlers have bowled well. They bowled at the stumps, and they've made life difficult for the batters. And the fielders, in general, have been kind to the bowlers and taken the catches. And that means that Master, really only thanks to, you have to say, a remarkable effort from their captain. They've got 76 on the board, so 77 is the target, and that was Shahid Mustafa. 53 he scored of 31 deliveries. He was not out, and he was the only man that showed any real fight with the batting this time round. So 77 required for Hummersby if they're to notch up a victory here and level this duel between these two teams. So we're ready to go, and it's going to be Ajmal Raza bowling the first. Well, that's a spicy delivery, isn't it? Got plenty of power and bounce in the delivery, and well played by the batter as well, and good running from the non-striker. Very quick to say, okay, Aja, we can take this one, but look at the carry on this. Really does. Oh, well, that's all about getting the ball to hit and come through. Left-hander now. We'll take guard. He was fantastic with the ball, wasn't he? Sadat Siddiqui. And now he's hoping to finish off what he started with the bat. Ajmal Raza will have other ideas. The left armour gets the Yorker length delivery. And see, this will frustrate me no ends as a bowler. I've just bowled a decent delivery there. It's a low score that I'm defending, and the batter has just sort of pushed his out onto the offside and got a single. I wouldn't want it. I wouldn't be having it, and I'll be saying to my captain, look, no way, I don't want that. I want a man in close here. It's not a big score. We've got to try and stop these singles. And now he just strays his line. Yeah, he knows that one's come out wrong. Raza. That's well, you don't want to be giving away any runs. I just mentioned that about giving the single away when it's not there. And then extras, that'll hurt you as well. Mahmood back on strike. Khalid. No, that's a better line, and that doesn't miss by too much. It's a wild swing from Mahmood, and yeah, look, that he's very unlucky because not only does the ball itself evade hitting the stumps, but you get any. I think if you got anything on this, it would have been inside edge and chopped onto the stumps. Great start. Take the single. Take an opportunity to say thank you very much to Azam Khalil, one of the key founder members here of Al Bizami Cricket Club, and also their captain in very good form, and brought us a lovely cup of cha. He heard my call. He's saying, sorry Rico, we can't get you the samosas. We'll get you those on maybe on Monday, but here's some tea for you. It was absolutely delicious. And he also gave me the news, of course, to just confirm that one of his star players, a great bowler, Taz Qureshi, had a baby boy yesterday. This is up in the air and catch taken. There's a good catch. They're never easy because this has been pretty hard, and well, it's Blue, or also known as Arslan Atta, who takes the catch. No mistakes from him. And they get the first wicket. It is that of Sadat Siddiqui. He goes for one out of his second ball. Hits it pretty well, but not well enough to get it over Atta. So they get the wicket that they desperately needed early. It's 4 for 1. And just to finish what I was saying, so yeah, Taz Qureshi and his wife, They had a baby boy yesterday. Congratulations to them. And, well, just congratulations also. And welcome to the world, I should say, to Adam Qureshi, the name of the baby boy, Adam Qureshi. So, I'd say all our congratulations from myself, Maxi, and the ECN team to Taz Qureshi and his wife, and to their newborn son, Adam Qureshi. New batter comes in here to join Mahmood. And it's going to be Azam Mohammed. Gets off the mark straight away. Good running. Plays it and then sprints sharply. It's going to be, I think, one of those matches where, okay, you're going to take your singles and you're going to try and hustle just for the twos, but you also need to be looking for at least that one boundary and over. And if you don't, every time you don't get that one boundary, that rate will just start creeping up. And you can see here, as the over is completed, and it's 5 on the board for 1, that rate has now crept up to 8. So every time you don't get the boundary, every time you don't take a single over every ball, and that's what's going to happen, and it won't get any easier, because after a fine start from Ajmal Raza, you've now got to deal with somebody who's going to be hungry for wickets, because he wasn't able to get in the runs. So Sher Ali is coming to the bowl, and you know, in Punjabi, Sher, we call it a lion, so he's got to bowl like a lion. So here comes Sher Ali, the lion, and he starts with a beauty. One thing I liked about his bowling in that first match between these two is the way he was able to control the ball. Look, he gets this swing perfectly. That is a beauty. That is going to beat many a batter. And then every so often he gets it to come in or hold its line. And he plays about with his pace very well as well. Sher Ali once more. And that's well bowled. But again, see, this is the frustration for me. This I don't want. You're giving a single in an area where you don't have to. He's got a sweeper out there, so you can afford to have one man in close. He's making a change here now. It looks like he's brought that man that was in, sort of sweeping the offside extra cover in, and he's put square leg back and long on back. So obviously there's a plan here. Looks like he's trying to say, right, I'm going to bowl you the short ball. Let's see if he does. Yes, he does, and it's been clipped away beautifully. And Mahmood goes. Plays it nicely, just plays it off his hips. Nice little shot. That will go all the way for 4 runs. Yeah, I think this is all about that first innings. Now, Mahmood was out, and that's what they're trying to replicate here. I think they're trying the short delivery. It was actually worked well first time round, but not this time round. Let's see if he sticks to that. Oh, now he goes for the Yorker, but it ends up being the full toss, but it was straight, and it had to be played well. The throw goes through the wicketkeeper. The captain here, Shahid Mustafa, I know he's got one of the top order batters back already, but really to defend that target of 77, he needs a few more. Mahmood is one that he'd really want to see the back off. Ali in the air, one bounce, and in comes the throw, and oh, if that hits, it's out. If that hits, that is out. And I think Ali will be disappointed in himself not getting behind the stumps here. He's hit so well, and he's pretty late to move as the striker. And see, if he's behind the stumps here, he could have been involved in just nudging that onto the stumps. It would have been out. That's up in the air, gets this one over the infielder and past the man wide off him, long on, and that's going to go to the boundary. It's a good finish to the over. Plenty of swing, but he plays for this swing. It was a clever shot played by Khalid Mahmood. You can see that he's the man they've got to try and get out. He looks the one who could take them to the target that they require here of 77. 2 overs down now, 16 for 1. So that ends up being quite a productive over. You can see what they're playing for here. The Tigers, 2 wins out of 2 this morning. Top master. They've got 2 points from 1 victory against Hammarby, and they're looking to see if they can make it 2 out of 2 themselves, or will Hammarby get their first points on the board. The team making their debut as a club. 2 overs down. Looks like it's going to be Islam Ali to bowl the third. Oh, this is launched. That is gone. Adios, Balota. That's gone a long way. Shaba, Shaba. What a lovely shot this is. Well, he's given this some welly. Boom, lovely jubbly. As it goes over for 6. And, well, that's something that the bowler's got to think about here, Islam Ali. A nice looking shot indeed. It was the mainly Sher Ali that did the damage with the ball first time. Well, this is another one that's out of here. That is brutal. That really is. That is absolute brutal. He's absolutely smashes this. This is gone. That is a Bizaway supersonic 6. Well, that is gone a long, long way. Well, they say that the Ericsson Globe, it's the biggest hemispherical building in Stockholm, or in the world actually, and you can see it from all over Stockholm. Well, this one is heading in the direction of the globe. What a big hit that is. Fantastic. Just checking the ball. Huge. Well, Mohammed, he's saying, well, okay, is that Mohammed that is? He's saying, no worries, Mahmood, whatever you can do, I can do better. And Yorker length delivery. And Mahmood is saying, I'll show you. Let me at him. Let me at him. And Mohammed says, oh, I'm not going anywhere, he says. I want more of it. And he sends him back. Does Mahmood. And this one, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. It's, well, it's called a no ball. And let's have a look where this goes. Yeah, it is for the height, and then the wicketkeeper, the poor captain, Shahid Mustafa, has no way he can stop this. And you see, though he's coming down the track a fair bit, it's still, if he's standing in his crease, in his upright position, it still would have gone above the waistline, so that's the correct call for me. It's not a good one for the keeper, because that will go down as 1 no ball, and unfortunately for the captain, Shahid Mustafa, 4 byes. And this is a no ball, so remember, now the field shouldn't be allowed to change. And I think that's basically what the batter is saying. It's absolutely right. The field has to stay where it is. Pressure on Ali, and it goes up in the air. It won't be out. Well, there's some celebrating. And look, there's some fielders out. Look where the batters are. Have they not realised this? Well, surely that was a free hit. Have I? Okay, I don't understand what's happened here. All right, that was called a no ball. So this next ball, unless it must have been rectified. I'm sure Vinny Sandu will sort it out for me. Well, what has happened here? Sorry, folks. I'll come back to the info. Yeah, look, the batter's now being caught. Oh, it's all going to pot here. It was definitely a no ball that was signalled. So this ball should have been the free hit. It's being caught, so it is not out. Now, here now you see, nobody knows this. So if the throw comes in, they could have run out the batter and it would have been celebration. Okay, I'm going to see what this is going to have to be called. Now, there's discussion there to say, yeah, it was a no ball. So he's not out. The fielders are now shrugging their shoulders. I think this is probably maybe what comes down to here, that we didn't see, or nobody saw the the signal from the umpire for the free hit. I'm sure when Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandy comes back, he'll give us some information. That's what I believe is happening here. But now I don't know what this next ball will be. I think this will just, they're just going to call this a dot. Well, this ain't going to be a dot. This is big. Shaba, shaba. Bully, bully, bully. And this time the umpire puts him up in the air like he just don't care. Well, the batter, I tell you, Azam Mohammed, he doesn't care. He says, well, all right then. I'm just going to hit this harder, and now it will be a 6. Well, it's a bit of carnage happening out there at the moment. Well, one thing I can tell you is the score is racing upwards. And Maximo, what is going on? It's all getting crazy. Come and tell me something.
Well,
oh, no. Well, let's wait for this one. This is going to end up, it's going to go all the way for 4 byes or wides?
That'll be 4 byes. It wasn't that wide at all, in fact. And just, unfortunately, Mustafa, who was so good in the first innings, couldn't keep his legs together that time. Here's good advice. Anyway, so let me explain what happened. So that's the first time I've seen both the batters and the fielders not realise it's a free hit. So what happened was, obviously the ball was caught, but the batter was walking off, and they didn't actually complete the run because whoever he was running with was just standing in the middle of the pitch. And then by the time, then all the fielders also acted like the ball was dead. So because everyone was acting like the ball was dead, and they didn't get a run. So it's just a dot ball, and that's why you saw the same batter on strike for the next delivery.
Crazy.
They got pumped for 6.
I mean, we've seen where 1 or 2 players forget, and the batters forget, and the players don't forget, etc. But everybody on the field forgetting. Well,
yeah,
I get a feeling that maybe even the umpires forgot as well.
I agree with Raja.
I don't think the umpire signalled the free hit. That was for me where it went to pot.
I got to say, Raja Shaker in the chat, how can a player forget a free hit? How can you forget a free hit? I mean,
I think because it wasn't signalled.
But here's the thing: it was wide down the leg side, and maybe just thought it was a wide and didn't check the signal. Because it was no ball for height, but it was also would have been a wide. That's all I can think. But then the funny thing is, they should have got 1 run, but they didn't run because they didn't think of running because they thought they were out. Thought it was out. And then it worked out fine because the next ball was a Maximo anyway. So that's just typical European cricket right here.
43 for 1.
Here's Soleri, who's going to hold the 4th over.
Yeah, well, I tell you, I want to know, we were talking about the water of life. Well, I want to know what that man, Azam Mohammed, what he's been drinking, because whatever it is, drinking it, maybe it's some of that special tea that Azam made, because he's firing all cylinders at the moment.
The tea was good, wasn't it?
Tea was fantastic. Thank you again to Azam Khalil for making us a lovely bit of Indian tea, a bit of masala in it as well.
Yeah, I could taste it. It was good. And just looking forward to maybe just unwinding with a couple of teas tonight as well, perhaps. In Stockholm. Does mean I may have to mortgage one of my beach houses if I'm going to afford a night out here, but it's the way it rolls. I think there's a bit of bat on this. It just sneaks past Mustafa. Wait for the signal if there is one. No, there isn't. So this is the latest of late cuts. Look at that.
Yeah, I think Mustafa, happily, and you can't blame him, probably showing signs of being just a little bit tired after holding the innings together in his marvellous 50. This is too short. And fielder gives it chase, and he's not going to get there. Joka lag gaya. Fielder ne kafi cautious get the, but both अच्छा shot से का ball नहीं अच्छी से lag gaya. Joka.
Yeah, making light work of it at the moment. I mean, it's crazy the turnarounds we've seen. And I talked about the turnaround in the first couple of matches today, but let's not forget the Mumbai Indians still managed to lose in the second game of the day. If you haven't seen that from earlier in the day, go back and watch it. It was a record-breaking game. I won't give it away if you haven't seen it yet, but go and watch the second half of the second match today between the Stockholm Tigers and the Stockholm Mumbai Indians. But right now, got the rate down to a pretty comfortable 4.4 and over required. And well, this isn't too comfortable as Mahmood goes to the well once too often. Soleri gets his first wicket of this one. He'll be a handy bowler this week, don't worry about that. And it will finish the 4th over as well. The partnership is broken. And the score now is 49 for 2.
Yeah, just get the feeling there that Mahmood, he was, he didn't like the fact that Mohammed came out there and smashed the ball all over the place.
Yeah.
You can see he wanted to get on strike and he thought, okay, it's my turn to hit a big one. Misses that one, he's out. But I much prefer, I mean, we saw what happened in the first match. We don't want to give it away because people haven't seen it. But the approach here is much better. It's about, right, we're not going to put pressure on ourselves. We're going to go out there and play our shots, and that's exactly what they've been doing so far.
Yeah, look, I agree. And look, a big thanks to everyone, and I hope you're enjoying the entertainment. I must say, I've never seen that. I've seen sometimes the fielders not realise it's a free hit because, okay, they're a bit far away, they're maybe not paying attention.
Yeah.
The batter, you assume the batters know it's a free hit, and particularly the batter on strike.
Yeah.
Maybe the non-striker, maybe he doesn't care as much, but I would love the feeling of the invincibility cloak, and it's something that came in right at the end of when I was playing, and I think I mentioned that 3 times I faced no balls, and I got singles on every single one of them. So I always had to watch the other guy face a free hit, so I had big FOMO.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would definitely know that I was immune to dismissal for the most part. Anyway, here's Ajmal Raza bowling over number 5. Bowls a good slow ball, doesn't he? This one gets hoofed back. Have a look at this. This is one way to play it. And once you got it down, just a nice little instep. Just I suppose that's under the guise of protecting his wicket.
Could you appeal there?
I think he would say, I was just making sure it didn't go onto the stumps.
Yeah.
And I would say, well, are you sure?
Oh, it's more swinging and missing. I have to say, this is about, I mean, I can understand why they've gone back to Ajmal Raza. He picked up that wicket in the first over, only went for 5. I think they just know that we got to throw everything we got at it now because there's not too many runs required. Just 28 needed, and the rate is just under 5, so they need wickets here. This one is one that he needs the extension handle to get to.
It's a funny one because you've got to judge it when it goes past the crease. It's very hard to tell exactly when it goes past the line. Probably fair enough.
Yeah, I think from where that pitched, you can see what he's trying to do. And what he does have, though, he has got quite a clever Yorker. He's got one that he then really pins right in there. Whether if he goes for that here now, will he just get one more to go across him first? Now he goes for the slower one there. And just showing that he's got 1 or 2 tricks up his sleeves, but he just gets the line slightly wrong. And the hard hitting, Azam Mohammed this time decides, okay, I'll just take the single. I'm not going to give my wicket away just yet. And he's joined out there by Hakeem Abdullah. It's somebody else who performed very well with the ball.
Got to say hello to Raja Zandu in the chat as well, who had a question. I'll wait for this ball, though, from Raza. This is driven, nice looking shot, but picks out the fielder. He deals with a slight Tortuga, just 1 run. He was asking where we're from. It's a complicated question. I suppose we're everywhere but nowhere at the moment. Hello, Rico. You were born in the UK, is that right? From London?
Yeah, born in the UK, Indian origin, born in the UK. And now the last 22 years been living in Spain. So I am now officially, well, not now officially, but I am officially a Spanish resident.
There you go. And you played a bit of cricket for the Spanish over 40s, is that right?
That's right, yeah. Played a fair bit of cricket in Spain. It didn't straight away. Took me a while to find somewhere that did play cricket. But once I started, yeah, it was great.
Are we doing story time again? I don't know if we've got time for it.
That's it. That's all
what
I'm
about,
doing.
Tell us about the time, because it's the end of the over coming up, about the time you took that catch as you were walking towards the match for the first time in Spain. Well, this one is going to be muscled out of the ground once again.
Well,
It's the batters interrupting the stories, and why not? I mean, that's another big shot, and this is one that I think he just kind of floats it out. There wasn't really a cutter, but it did cut through the air. Maximo to finish the 5th. Yeah. And after that, it's 58 for 2.
Yeah, it was similar to that. Somebody hit the ball like that. I'd just gone to see where they were doing the training, and as I turned up, I was walking there.
So it's the first time no one had seen you before?
Nobody had seen me before.
Right.
So I just turned up where they were doing some training in Torrevieja. This ball was crashed. It was coming my way, so I just sort of got under it, took the catch, and threw it back like a bullet to over into the wicketkeeper's gloves. And straight away they said, "Can you come and join us, please? Can you sign here?" And well, the rest was history. And that was great. Had a great time playing cricket in Spain. And of course, we've got the weather for it as well. Absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, it is. Kind of place you can play all around the year. Except you have an ECS in Khartoum, then all the rain seems to come at once. First ball, the next over from Soleri is just going to be a single. Oh, I had a similar kind of moment over there in between the games, didn't we? The one-hander.
That was a pretty good catch. But you see, that's the thing though, isn't it? When you take catches like that, when you're not in game mode, there's no pressure.
Yeah,
you
exactly.
can do it.
Yeah,
when you're in a match like now, there's pressure.
Yeah, you'd never do it.
You wouldn't even dream to take it one-handed. I mean, can you imagine if you put it down, the stick you'd get?
Yeah, true. We've got Asim Aichaz saying in the chat, typical speeds of fast bowlers. It depends. I think probably the fastest bowlers today would be in the 120 kilometre an hour kind of region, 120 to 125. Probably, I think earlier we saw some of the new ball bowlers getting it through. So probably that kind of 76 to 80 mile an hour kind of range is probably what we've seen today. Haven't seen anything particularly express, got to admit, today. Tossed up from Soleri. This should be just one bouncer. Oh, and there's a misfield. That is a bit lazy, got to say. That's Arslan Atta. It is the enigma without the number, and he's probably glad he doesn't, because this is one that he just kind of throws a hand at. He overruns it, and the result is another boundary for Hammarby, who are really flying here in response.
Yeah, utter disappointment for him. He's been good out there in the field. He's let himself down there slightly, and of course his team as well with that misfield.
We'll say hello to Wazza as well, who's joined us from Australia. Must be getting a bit late there. What is it? It's probably 20 past midnight on the East Coast. Hello to you, Wazza. Hope you're well. Hope everyone enjoys their day off tomorrow as well. Hopefully you can join us for more cricket action on Monday.
It's nicely paid. Look, what I will say, I mean, you'll probably know. Well, what I will say is, if you fancy watching some cricket tomorrow, then I would thoroughly recommend you watch the first two quarterfinals that we had at Landsground.
Oh yeah.
If you want to see some good, thrilling, entertaining, edge of the seat cricket, well, trust me, go and watch that.
I'll put the link in the chat now so that you can look it up, because yeah, the first two matches, they were brilliant. Got to admit, I was on the plane and I actually just kind of watched them, not live, but I caught up on them a bit later because I was travelling, getting ready to come here. Let's have a look at this game. It's had a moment where they kind of came back into contention, but at the moment, Mashta are struggling. Sher Ali is going to bowl over number 7. And how many required? Just the 11 required.
Yeah, Azam, I think Azam's realised the importance of his role here now. He's just calmed down slightly. He hasn't gone into full-scale attacker mode that he was earlier when he had the partners with him. I think that wicket going off Mahmood has meant that he's changed the way he plays.
Just a reminder that coming Monday we have Umyu for the first time against the Stockholm Mumbai Indians, and then Hammarby, he's seeing right now, taking on the Tigers. So Mashta get the day off on Monday. They get the extra long weekend, don't they? Join us 7 a.m. GMT, 9 o'clock in Central Europe, and 12:30 p.m. in India.
I've just got to laugh.
Well, you're right, because I've said this time and time again. You've got to cover the spin. Nobody listens, because it's always going to go this way. He's running to the right. He gets the shock of his life. He gets a bit of an idea to throw a hand at it. That's going to take him 4 closer to the total.
Nobody listens to us. You always got to go left, not right. It's a bit like when you're trying to reverse a car with a trailer. You've got to go the opposite way to where you think you got to turn. Comes down the track. He bangs it in short. This is a beautiful shot. Oh, this is classy. I like this. Brilliant shot this from Mohammed. He creates the ball to be dropped short at him, and then he just rocks back and he smashes it away. And actually, I'm giving credit to the wrong batter there. That is Hakeem Abidullah. What a beautiful shot that is. Just he gets what he wants, doesn't he? He makes the play, gets the bowler to bowl it exactly where he wants it. And this time it's the Yorker from Sher Ali. He certainly wouldn't like to be hooked to the boundary in that fashion. Let's see if he can have a say. He hasn't got a wicket in this one yet.
Looks like an early finish coming up, doesn't it? Sher Ali, not quite as effective in this game as he was earlier on. Just the 2 required for victory.
Goes with a slow ball and he throws everything at this. Will they take the 2 here? Well, no, they won't. This is the slowest single Well, we've seen history broken here.
I've seen a slower single, and it was a single that never happened. It was on the free hit.
The free hit.
Because they were just both stopped in the middle of the pitch.
But it never happened. It never happened. It never,
going nowhere.
That's a slower single. We've seen history here at this Newsbury Cricket Ground today. We've seen the lowest score defended ever on ECS, and now that was the slowest single ever.
Yeah, that was super weird. Last ball of the match, potentially. I think it will be, because this one, they're eventually going to get there. It's going to be a walk to finish, and it's well batted as Mohammed will finish things off. Azam Mohammed's going to finish with 37 off 22 balls. Abdul Hakim with a dozen, and it's a simple win. 7 overs required for Hammersby to get there. Hammerby, I should say. And they get there fairly easily. 77 off 7 with a target of 77 and 37 to Azam Mohammed. And I think probably a fair result. The team splitting the points. Both pretty good teams. What I didn't see there was a close game, because one team played well in one game, one team played well in the others, and the counterpoint was they both struggled in one game. But you can see these two teams fairly evenly matched, and honours even after day one of their ECS journey in 2022.
Yeah, a day good it was. And in the words of Yoda, it is International Talk Like a Yoda Day today. So we should be doing a bit more talking like Yoda. And once we have a few whiskies, because it is also World Whiskey Day, I think we'll all be talking like Yoda. But thank you to all the players for providing us with good entertainment here today. First up was the two teams from Stockholm. And then we saw these two teams, Hammarby and Master. They've gone one each. As you see, some really nice shots being played here. That's one thing we did see in this match. We saw batters from both teams showing that there's a few master blasters out there to be discovered.
And this is what I think. I think the bats have warmed up. The par is close to 110. Something about Group A, a lot of teams struggle with the stick, and we even saw it this morning. Well, I'd struggle to hit that as well. It was a bit of a headhunter. And then this was the moment where it's a free hit. It's caught. Everyone thinks it's out. The fielders think it's out. Even the batters think it's out. And in the end, it was just a dot ball, because they didn't even run the one that they were intending to. And yeah, I mean, I would say Mustafa had a bit of the sore legs, I think, because he had a bit of trouble getting down a couple of times. He was a power of work. In fact, he's almost a chance for the Man of the Match award, I think, to be honest. And I think in the end, they give it to Hakeem Abdullah, partly for his bowling, 3 for 7. I can understand that as well. But I've got to say, Mustafa really carried that innings, but yeah, just let himself down a little bit with the gloves. If he's honest, I know he sets himself high standards. But yeah, very interesting Group B. You can see it already. And mostly the fielding was very good, I'd say, today. A couple of exceptions here, and you're watching them. And I guess that'll happen late in the day. And look, Hammerby, congratulations to them. I suppose on return to the ECS, but it's the first time as Hammerby they do get some points. And they'll finish with 2 points, as will Master after day one of Group B action.
Yeah, these two batted really well. I certainly did like that shot you saw right at the end there of the clip. And it wasn't the winning runs, but that hook shot from Abdullah was absolute class off the bowling of Sher Ali. But well batted to Azam Mohammed. I like the way he batted. He was aggressive to start off with when he had Mahmood there with him. And when Mahmood went, and you saw that Siddiqui went pretty quickly as well, he just stepped back a bit. And when he found that Abdullah was back once again in the good mode to give him the partnership that was required, he then opened up again. So batted really well. Remember, today is the first day of Group B. We'll continue on Monday. We have a rest day tomorrow. We will probably go around to look at Stockholm. Well, and these are the matches coming up on Monday. First up, well, the Stockholm Mumbai Indians, they'll be disappointed they did not get a win here today. They're taking on Uma in the first one. And then match 27 to 28 is going to be Hammarby coming back to take on the Stockholm Tigers, who got those 2 victories earlier on.
Yeah, Tigers, they showed they had a bit of teeth about them. They failed with the bat in the second game, but still got the job done. And we have a look at the kids out there in the middle. Nice to see them taking over.
Beautiful
I love
shot.
it when I see the kids getting involved. They just can't wait to get out there. And it was Azam Mohammed who led the way in the second innings. 37 not out of 22 balls for him. Hakeem Abdullah chipping in with a dozen. That was after Khalid Mahmood. An interesting time while he was there. Ended up going for a sweet 16. Got them off to a good start. And with the ball, just the 4 bowlers used in the end. Ajmal Raza had a pretty good day. 1 for 14. He's a dangerous customer all up. And, well, Hamid Soleri as well. I think his left arm spin is going to be important as the week goes on. And I'd like to see him firing with the bat. He took 1 for 14 off his 2 overs. So once again, just want to give a big thank you to everyone that's made our first week in Stockholm so wonderful. It's actually my first week back after taking a couple of weeks off, which I haven't done very often. I want to thank you for making my life so easy as well, Rico. Done a great job. As well as everyone in the chat for your contributions and some of the questions you asked today. We really enjoyed it, so hope you have a happy and safe day off. All of the Blue crew, of course, great week for everyone. I know we had to deal with a few rain issues yesterday, but we got through it in the end. And as well, the host club here, to everyone from Albie's Army who have been so welcoming and have made things so easy for us. And it's great to see so many smiling faces, so many friends reunited. And Group B, I enjoyed seeing a few familiar faces here as well in Group B, and I'm looking forward to seeing how this group progresses. Remember, last year, Group B, they were able to sweep the quarterfinals, and maybe that was to do with the fact that they did come off playing some cricket and brought some momentum in. I know that this year, Albie's Army in Group A, so they're a different group, but it'll be very interesting to see what happens come quarterfinals Friday. But first, these teams have to qualify. Yeah, they've got to qualify first. Must admit, from what we've seen today, just reflecting quickly the first two matches, these two matches here, I think already I'm seeing that these four teams we've seen today are probably pretty evenly balanced. I think the Stockholm Mumbai Indians, we haven't seen the best of them. Maybe they've got one or two players to come in, but yeah, they were weak with the batting. But the other three certainly are very similar. The Stockholm Mumbai Indians just got to improve a little bit with the batting, but I'm pretty sure they will. And it'll be interesting to see that next week. And also, well, the team, I'm going to just call them Emu because I'm never going to pronounce it right. Emu. It's like
Umu.
Yeah, Umu. It's like an emu, but with an U.
Umu.
Umu.
There you go.
Anyway, I can hear the European Cricketers song in the background, which means it's almost time to show some of the daily highlights. There's going to be plenty of them. Once again, we invite you to go to our website, europeancricket.com, check out the stats, the standings, and the fixtures for not just this, but I see that the Czech Republic tournament's up there. Hungary's up there already, so plenty to check out. There are lots of great articles there. Also, our social media at European Cricket. It's a great place to go to keep up with what's happening in the world of European cricket. Don't forget, like this video, subscribe to our YouTube channel, and all of those great things. Been a great week. Been great to be back. We'll leave you with some of the best bits of the day. But for now, on behalf of the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family, this is Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. We love each and every one of you. And once again, have a very happy International Eat More Fruits and Vegetables Day. But for now, from beautiful Stockholm in Sweden, we'll see you on Monday for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Good night, everyone.
Adios.
Some give it flight and some give it grip as the ball really starts to spin. And our batsman's alert with the crack of a bat. The ball flies over for 6. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Master blasters turn on the style. Cricket's a beautiful game. Smiling faces and celebrations as the champions enjoy their fame. European legends breaking records, making their own dreams come true. Watched by millions, European cricketers show the world what they can do. Now picture this, 10 runs needed to win off the last over of the match. Fielders are on fire, sliding and diving, want to take that world-class catch. Tension building as the ball runs in. Will it be short, a yorker or slow? A 6 will win it, 4 to tie into the golden ball we go. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got.
That's the big one. That's gone all the way over into the clubhouse and ordering a pint at the bar.
Hundreds of clubs all over Europe are coming together today. Thousands of cricketers want to be stars, show their talents when they play. We've got commentary, action-packed cricket frenzy. You're hooked, you can't deny. Worldwide audience watching to see which team will lift the cup up high. Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. La 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 la.
There you go. She sent that pack in. But the shaka. more.
Oh, cricketers, European cricketers.